Kirishima too, and I think these guys are going to give us an awesome round. You know, we've been making the jokes so far this morning between Mr. Cervini and myself that you know, Fouth kind of strong. Connor's a great player, but he's going up against the world's #1 Kirishima fan.
Yeah, like there, literally, you could look on his left hand. There is a Kirishima tattoo on the back of his hand. Like
his
I am,
entire
yeah,
hand is just
yeah,
Kirishima, and I think that there are 5 cards in this deck that don't have Kirishima's face on them.
yeah. And I think those are only being played out of importance for playing the Earth symbol.
Right. Out of the bare necessities, right? The bare necessities. And man, he starting off with a really strong build. Gonna definitely be ready for whatever Connor wants to throw at him on this turn 1. Getting a beautiful 5 foundations on the board and some pretty nice pieces as well. You know, the new training method building in the Kirishima's assistance, letting us go super duper wide. And we're gonna see how Fourth Kind, you know, probably tries to very efficiently maneuver through this early game aggro, and starting off with the best piece for that in Recipro Extend.
Yeah, Recipro Extend in this deck is, the thing is, it's not a very heavy kick package deck, but when you're Fourth Kind, you have only access to 5 cards. Orders draw advantage is kind of light if you think about it in terms of what the decks can do. Like you're playing 4 Passing the Torch, you're playing Calling for Backup, and you have Recipro Burst. Like those are about all your card advantage you're looking at. Like you have some cyclers like High Engine Kick. So you're just trying to lead with this, just like, hey, I'm gonna put this. If I play another kick, it's gonna be big, but I really am playing this to cycle it. It feels like in most
I think a lot of the power just comes from the fact that Fourth Kind is this very aggressively slanted 5-hander with a ton of health and these big damage pump abilities. That character getting any card draw is really massive. So even, you know, a really minimal just like cantrip like Recipro Extend, or a simple flip spam like Calling for Backup, being some really solid +1s are just always going to be really strong in our character. And then speaking about cantrips, the order symbol got one of the best new cantrip attacks in the game right there, right now, Vile Seizing.
Yeah, Vile Seizing is, once again, we saw it yesterday with the Shigaraki. We're seeing it here again with the Fourth Kind. I think it's just another piece of the puzzle for the order deck. But like, especially for big order like Fourth Guy, where it's like, hey, I have this 4 diff. It just checks every box I can think of. Like, I have a high breaker block. I have a really good breaker block out of this. It's like, oh, you checked the 5. You still have to commit 2 to not let this get bonus damage and let me draw a card. And it probably has the most threatening deadlocking hands I have seen in the modern era. Of all your checks are -2. It's like, you can't go to deadlock.
Card's just a powerhouse. Card is so good, especially in a character that, you know, really wants all of those things. So unfortunately, we didn't see a kick coming in there as our 4th card to get those past stats. You know, it was a very simple poke turn for Fourth Kind, but we did put some really good pieces on our board. You know, keep some nice blocks in hand, and we're also just, you know, sitting pretty with a few damage on board. It's a very good poke turn for Connor.
Just to note, there is another foundation on the board. It's just out of chop of screen. There is a new training, looks like a new training method up there up top.
We most definitely did build a new training method.
Yeah. It looks like we just like launched we're just like, here's this. I'm gonna build a face down, build 2 more, so go. Like, just like, all right, I'm just gonna let this jab do its work.
Yeah, once again, you know, just a very conservative poke turn. These guys both being really timid so far with each other. You know, not really like 2 characters that obviously Fourth Kind is a lot more punishing. So I think that Kai is going to have to be substantially more respectful of Connor throughout this round. But Connor can't, you know, he can't really like let his dukes up at any point in time. Kirishima too does still put some, you know, some nice incidental damage on his moves, and just has those really scary earth moves, right? We don't want to let ourselves get caught in a position where we can't block a hardened barrage, or, you know, we can't stop a 9 damage uppercut, or, you know, hell, forgiven, a hardened pummel comes in and tries to slam us for 10 damage.
I mean, another thing to note is these decks are quite bad. The Kirishima is sitting in at 68 cards, and the fourth kind is sitting in at 63. Like when your minimums are 50, like these guys are just wanting to get everything they need to make sure that they can get through these tournaments. And
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about, deck sizes earlier, especially with 5 hand size characters. 63 for a fourth kind deck is pretty hefty. It's
yeah,
fairly hefty.
agreed. I want to see what happens here. Let's see, we're leading off with looks like the chop, nice hardened chop here.
Yeah, not checking too well on it, but that is okay, right? It is hard and chop.
Yeah.
we're only going to be so deterred by a 3 check on top of our deck when we're playing this move. And if anything, it's going to help get our resets going so that we can get things like the homage to my hero online and really start pumping our stuff up.
And oh my, there's a foundation I haven't heard about in a minute.
Yeah, it's certainly been a while since we saw a lot of these things occurring, right? We've seen nonstop Earth symbol action still continuing past nationals, but a lot of these Kirishima centric cards we've certainly have been a bit on the back burner ever since his errata. It's honestly just really sick to see Kai pushing through with the deck. Obviously, there's some favor there. We clearly have a little bit of an affinity for the character, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with. If anything, it kind of stands to some of the greatest the testaments of strength for this game is that if you're really just die hard in love with a character, no matter what their position in the format, in the meta, in overall balances, you can sit here and make some magic happen with them.
Yeah, good block with the ice slide tackle there, taking some partial damage. Wouldn't that deal partial?
We most definitely should be taking some partial damage here on the ice slide tackle being a mid block and the hardened chop being a low attack. So we should take a couple pieces of damage there. Hopefully these guys will reflect that on the life counter soon. So we also saw the powerful fourth kind response coming in to go ahead and pick up the ice slide tackle. And I think Connor has one other card in hand.
Yeah. Well, he has one card in hand. He built 4, and he's holding an ice slide tackle, which he responded with 4 kind to pick back up.
Mm-hmm.
So we are at all right. So I think we are at we're at 10 now. We're just sitting on the edge of deadlock. I don't think this Kirishima should go into deadlock. I would not recommend it.
It's there are definitely vile seasons in our deck. I don't know if we're allowed to go into deadlock against Connor right now.
I think if all of them are accounted for, like if you could go like they are all in the discard and he has a good amount of his deck left, I think that's the only thing. Like, all right, I can go in for a few turns. I have ways to get me down there out of deadlock in 3 cycles. That would be my only situation I could say where it's a good move. But
yeah, and I think that's exactly what these players are thinking right now. Is we're going through each other's discard piles and trying to identify some deadlock threats.
Yep.
And as far as last turn, guys, with the block on the chop, it was actually made a mid with tape, so he didn't take
okay.
that bad boy.
Right,
Fourth kind is still sitting completely untouched, which is actually kind of spooky. It's actually kind of spooky, man. But I definitely think that we're trying to get a feel for what deadlocks could be coming our way. When it comes to the Earth symbol, really they don't have a lot of ways to pressure that deadlock game, except for one of the biggest ones that we talked about so much recently is snack time up their deadlock game like crazy. It's relevant to note they're not snack times in this Kirishima 2 deck.
That is definitely true. There is. It's like you're that determined with Kirishima. It's like, nope, I don't need snack time. Good.
Doesn't have a face on it. How can I play it? What is this?
Looks like the street judge has had them adjust their board a little bit, so for full visibility. So now we have
you guys should have a bit better visual on the situation as well. Now I think honestly, even despite not being able to see certain things that could be coming deadlock wise, I think Connor is more than okay to head into there. Literally the worst thing that Kai could do is throw out a random berserker blow or something, and hey, look, if you got that, you earned it.
I think the fourth kind drew 4 foundations again.
That would be, I mean, that would be the situation where you have to decide. I think he's probably just deciding how hard he has to go into deadlock. But I think that's going to be a pretty, we're not seeing the snack times. We're not seeing like things like pull no punches. This, Kai's Kirishima 2 deck right here is just really not rocking with a ton of ways to tell the rival that they're not allowed to build super wide against him. As far as fourth kind's poke game goes, it's also relevant to note that not only do we only have 3 jolts inside of the fourth kind deck, we also don't have any grasping tape tosses. Which is a really, really big hit to not only our poke game, but also, as we've just been talking about, our deadlock game.
Yeah, like that. Like I said, I think playing having the seasons is probably the stronger like line for deadlock. We definitely are heading in that direction. It looks like with both players, the Forkite has entered deadlock. He is at 13 now. He's just like I'm just going in. We're gonna go to deadlock, and now we're just gonna. I think we're just gonna try to pressure here. Like that, it's like all right. I'm gonna keep playing. Might have to do the Kirishima shenanigans here.
We might have to. We've entered a state where if either player wants to deal some serious damage, there's gonna have to be a whole lot of attacks played.
Mm-hmm.
But the great thing too, right, is that Kai's in a position where he has a lot of attacks that he can play without having to think about it, right? In a world where you somehow, for some reason, know for sure that every one of your attacks is going to get full blocked, and you have back alley haymaker, hardened jab, hardened frenzy. You have those 3 attacks in your hand. You know that they're all going to get full blocked. You'd play them anyway, right? Because they're all gonna give you value. You could have a warrior goddess descend upon you and tell you, this is my premonition, I promise you these 3 attacks will not deal damage. You would say, okay, I'm still playing them because they are part of that fabled earth package that has all these attacks that guarantee some form of value that has nothing to do with them dealing damage, almost like the resource equivalent of a throw. And that's what you get when it comes to something like what we're on right now, hardened frenzy, right? You're going to take damage or it's going to become a foundation. Either way, there was no reason for me not to play this, except when an ice slide tackle block comes in.
That is true.
This is going to be our almighty bypass of if it's fully blocked, it'll build face down.
Also, Connor using both league invitations, like he took down the Kirishima's assistants and the tight-lipped.
Yeah, that was a pretty aggressive committal of resources there, which I think just kind of tells Kai, this guy is gearing up to swing on you. It's time to just build from here and chillax. We didn't get the attack out of his hand, sadly, because it's fourth kind, but the guy that just flipped both of his 3 diffs permanently to defensively commit 2 of my things. Yeah, this guy's geared. This guy says I'm mentally preparing myself to draw attacks. We've spent 2 turns not really drawing orange. It's got to be coming now. So let's go ahead and commit these things because I feel that in my bones.
Like they're both in that. Now we're in deadlock now. We're in the land of deadlock. The Forkite is checking his discard again. He's like, he must just keep drawing 1 attack, 4 foundations line.
Man, it's crazy too because this guy's got 22 attacks in his 63 card fourth kind deck. That's already a lot.
Yeah.
It's already a lot.
Here we go. We're just gonna build more. We'll double.
If you get to put two more passing the torch on board, that's super okay because you're just a 7-hander now, and right now you're just saying, okay, Kirishima, how long can you play the game with 7 hand size fourth kind?
Yeah, that's 7. It's all right. I'm gonna play 1, draw 3. That's a tough one. And plus you have once you have an assistance, if you need it, you're like, all right, I'll flip assistance. Ready up again. Let's go find it up. Let's draw again.
And we have a call-in for backup as well. We get to go through 9 cards on our best aggro turn once we're actually finally ready to put the moves on. So fourth guy just gets to play with a lot more resources, honestly, right now than Kirishima does. We don't really have any kind of on-demand perma card draw that we can build. The closest thing we got is Homage to My Hero, which is similar but not quite the same.
Yep. All right,
Homage is card draw, but it doesn't make us a 7-hander. Passing the torch makes this guy a 7-hander.
Yeah. we're just seeing like the lineup here. We got the chop coming in. The thing is, Connor, pulled the trigger all of his league invitations on the last turn, and so like now like the Kirishima's assistance is available for like, oh, you want to try to partial block this and set up a partial block? No, not this time.
Yeah, we're not gonna let our hardened frenzy get ice slide tackled again.
Yeah,
We're not gonna let that happen. that made us sad inside.
made me sad inside. So sad.
Yeah, we're really just looking at a war on resources right now. This is going to be a very intense battle of attrition from here on out. Both of these characters, both of these players are just gonna. We've entered a very very skill based part of the matchup, where I wonder how much experience these guys have playing in this scenario. I think one
So
of the biggest things early on that I always felt, especially like when learning the game, is like how comfortable are you in deadlock? How
yeah.
comfortable are you playing the game and evaluating situations when both players have 30 foundations?
Mm. As the grandpa gamer here, I have played matches of where I've reached 30 foundations, and those matches get to welcome to interaction hell, I would like to call it, where every decision, your decision three enhances a go was the wrong one, and then you have to pay for it because you're like you pulled the trigger on something too early. That's a big thing that happens at this point because you're just like there's so many options on the board, and you decide like, all right, I'm just gonna launch this one right now, and like I'll draw this card here, but it's like maybe I shouldn't draw my card there. It's like now this chop he just blocks his chop casually, discards a card. It's like, oh, I'll get this foundation I drew on my hand.
We sure are 8 hand size fourth kind right now. I think we can discard a card. I'm not.
We can discard a jolt. I'll just discard a jolt casually.
Crazy casually, so casual. Didn't even think.
I mean, Connor's sitting on double indiscriminate shock right now.
Yeah.
And I think the line here is
ooh, we're gonna 0 damage out this hardened frenzy. That's so mean.
Yeah.
That's so mean. These poor hardened frenzy just keep getting played around so expertly.
I think the line here is you're wanting the Kirishima to extend. Like you want to see how far you can let he'll play into this your board. Just so like, all right, he's committed resources, he's done everything you're expecting. So that when you play those discriminates, you're like, all right, play the first one, stun, play a jolt, get another one committed, and then you're like play another. Like you want to play like the 4 attack string. You're like 1, 2, 3, fourth on jolt. All right, you're fourth on the indiscriminate, and this is for lethal.
Yeah, so that's kind of one of the most interesting things about trying to play the game in this game state, right? Especially when both players are at such high health totals. Thinking about lethality is like a really, really far off in the future type of thought process sometimes when it comes to these game states where you're like, okay, if I want to be poking the rival, how do I do that? Because my opponent has a million foundations and a bunch of cards in hand. And I think that even just landing 5 damage on them is going to take like 4 or 5 attacks. And am I allowed to do that? Like, you have to think, am I allowed to do that to progress that game state while also not leaving myself even more open? And most of the time, that answer is no, I can't do that. So that's mostly how you end up in these scenarios where both players are just going to build a bunch back and forth until they feel like they've drawn the hand that just does 30. Right.
Mm-hmm. I think also you got to think that the 4 kind isn't playing a couple of the things we saw from Ty's list. They kind of were like his push cards. He's not playing the Deku. I think it's the Deku kick, or is it not a kick? But it's the one that's like +3 the next. You can discard.
Setup strike, the speed
setup
card?
strike. Yeah,
the speed
run.
card.
He's playing Mastermind Apprentice in that position instead, I think.
Yeah.
And you know what? Across this deck, Mastermind Apprentice is probably if you get one of those on the board, that'll make the 8 get to another option, another way to get out of deadlock. If something completely went awry, but also you could just like build a giant board and just start throwing your board on every attack. And you're like, all right, keep making checks, Kirishima.
I will also say what could potentially put him in a randomly good position is he is very all in on full Cowlin. He is playing 3 full Cowlin 5%, we're randomly in a matchup. We're committing our rival's character is pretty darn good.
Yeah,
it is very cool that we get to set up a very big attack that they're not allowed to take rounded down.
yeah. They're just like, here's Cowling. Like you can go actually against Kirishima, going a lead Cowling is like, please block this. Like
Yeah,
I
it's
am
a really, really
I want
nice force.
yeah. Like
It's
you
it,
want to get is if they don't block it, it's like all right, this triggers that character, and now you're like now the doors are wide open.
Yeah, so we have the Harden barrage coming in here
Yep.
now. As far as we don't really want to let Kai unflip here. To be honest, he's got a lot of really really good things sitting down there. In general, honestly, both players' boards are we've certainly seen a lot of Connors get flipped throughout
Yep.
these last couple turns, but he's still got such an insane array of foundations sitting there. Between triple passing, lineage, self-sacrifice, requesting assistance, we have all of the traditional fourth kind pieces here. We're gonna get some super organization of the stage now from Kai's end.
Yeah. Also, you got the challenge in the fakes. Like that's
Yeah.
another one that's like he didn't have to pull that. He didn't have to pull that like emergency button this last turn. He's like, I don't need to do this yet. I think I'm good. He's like, all right, the board's not getting anywhere. It's not getting away from me. Like, and plus he just goes like, all right, he flipped all of his bonding friendships. There, he's like,
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't go for that challenging the fakes on the frenzy that we zeroed out.
mm-hmm.
That's kind of what you see, really often a lot of decks, right? That like to go like spooky into challenging the fakes, right? To like take none and then sap the next check. But I think it kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, Jesse, in that Connor kind of really wanted Kai to play more attacks there. Like Challenge the Fakes is a card that sometimes just says, "Hey, stop playing moves." And I think with how good and rock solid our defense was, we really just wanted Kai to keep playing moves there because Kai is the one right now that has to play with like actual hand size. Connor kind of gets to throw around his cards like crazy. We have triple passing the torch. We're an 8-hander. We get to pick up one block. Requesting can say draw a card as like a backup. Ooh, leading with a reciprocal burst here is very interesting.
Yeah, that is a reciprocal. Okay, so reciprocal burst lead here means like I said, we've seen multiple. We already know he has one indiscriminate. He's done a couple hand shuffles, and we've seen a second. So like this is the one where it's like you're trying to bait the low block.
We're about to low block check the heck out of Kai this turn.
Yeah, like do you have it? Do you not? We're gonna find. Well, I want to know. It's like we're just gonna press all the. I think this is one of the attacks so you can press all the buttons, and it's still just like wow, it's gonna come in for it comes in for 9 or 10. You're like okay, I think I gotta block this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, like just seeing us like pump this up a ton makes a total amount of sense. Can you imagine like the fear that's gonna strike in Kai's heart when the 1.3 gets played as like the next attack, and it's like, wait, you're not playing 1.3 as the fourth, and he's like, oh, maybe I am, maybe I still am.
Got the
Ooh. Yeah, if there's any good way to counter our rival block checking us, it's with a really really spicy red guard block.
That's a card we have not seen a lot on stream, and a red guard block here is whew, that's a good check for it. Like
Yeah,
red,
it's genuinely something I expected to see a little more of, especially with like, how afraid people are of Jiro right now. Being able to red guard like, jolts and grab lifts and stuff like that. I honestly thought would be a really, really, really big thing. But I guess if anything, maybe it's just more a matter of symbols, right? All in fire are just not really symbols that you see represented a lot right now. So it's really up to the Earth decks to play a defensive piece like this. And I mean, who are we kidding? What Earth decks are trying to be super defensive right now? We're not even playing Faith Shields in the main on most of these guys.
mm-hmm.
So we're more than likely not putting red guards into our deck at that point either. Oh my god, we're low. How many lows? How low can you go?
Yep. the hidden tech of a fourth guy. How many lows? Like the hidden low line? You're just like low.
Why is Ice Slide Tackle just like the secret MVP of this whole event? I see so many sick Ice Slide Tackle plays this weekend, Jesse.
Hey, it blocks highs. You're playing combo. You're playing mono low. It combos into lows. Like
It made our hard frenzy.
Yeah,
So sad. It made our Hardened Frenzy so sad.
I'll take 505 all day.
Yeah, especially when we're constantly heading that way into reciprobursts and 1.3s, and just all of that craziness that comes from these. Man, if there's anything that we can accuse the UK of doing after this weekend, it's swinging low. These guys are low monsters.
Agreed. They just want to come in and make sure that nothing is handled in the manner. It's like, yep, the old line of I would see the full old trick lines of like you play low and throws.
Right.
Like how many low blocks do you have, and do you have enough throw hate? That was
So we're gonna see the hardened pummel block come in here. Unfortunately, not a full block though. We've got one card left in our hand. I hope that we're hanging on to a low block in anticipation of that 1.3, which even then still though, if both 1.3s come in, we will have to Kirishima response on one of them and take that half damage.
we also have a learning standards. So
We
if
do
like
also have a learning standards.
so if here's the thing now, it's like if he has to go foundation and play the first one, and then he gets the first one on a discount.
So it looks like we only want to play one by the looks of it, because we went into our third card as a foundation here and then our fourth card here. It's really interesting too now, right? Because we can't forget that we still have that super powerful Kirishima tech of, so say I'm hanging onto my low block here, right? And I use it, and then I go down to no cards in hand. He does still get to do that whole destroy a foundation, try to build one down. I have nothing in hand, so I won't resolve that part, and I'll just draw a card. That is still super duper powerful, even though we're not getting to do it twice per turn anymore. Oh, once per game?
I think the once per game's happening.
Holy cow.
All right, so once per game's been touched.
Okay. So this might just be unblockable now? It's
Yeah,
like three.
It's
four,
like
five,
I want your Kirishima. I want the Kirishima line. Like,
yeah. Oh my goodness. How big is this? How many committed foundations? This is going to be the biggest half
this
damage
is
in the world.
21.
21? So we're going to take 10?
Yep.
I mean,
then the
10
site,
is
and then
10.
yeah, like I think we just go like ready up a foundation, and we're gonna play that other shotgun. We're gonna play that other shotgun a 9. Just be like,
Yeah.
match.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I think you're totally right. I actually think that if he would have just, I think he could have also just gone 1.3, 1.3, like no sticky balls at all. And we'd still be, 22 now. Self sack.
Yep.
Oh, we're going to ready up our passing the torch. Wait, we don't have momentum anymore, do we? We most definitely do not have momentum anymore.
I don't think it wouldn't have mattered. Yes, it's a legal play, but I don't think it would. It was gonna matter.
Yeah. I mean, unless like there's no world where we can check like a -3 there.
Yeah.
and not be able to pass that fourth 1.3. Yeah, the 1.3, man. So that's the crazy stuff that you have to really, really respect when it comes to the order symbol and being able to put damage on 1.3 is you can play that crazy late game all day, but you're just never able to put yourself in that position where you say, hey, do you have 20 through one being half damage rounded down? And it's like, dog, I have double 1.3. It always seems like the craziest line, right? But in those game states, those are the only things you lose to, and you have to respect double 1.3 there. Realistically, with like the cards that we were holding, we were like never really allowed to block those first two moves.
Yeah, that's a situation where like because Connor was really controlling of this board. But he sat on on his once per game. He found the spot for it. He's like, all right, this is the trick. This is the line. I'm like, I do this and I stun. I'm like, yep. He's like, you have to get him to 6. You have to get him down to 6 readies. And he's like, all right, now this just taps his board.
Yeah, it's literally just a matter of that whole turn was like, I'm going to poke you and just try and bait you into putting yourself in a position where you lose to double 1.3. And unfortunately for himself, Kai just played right into those hands. quite literally played right into those 4 hands from Connor's end, and he was able to just orchestrate that string. It was a game of tug of war for a good while there for a really, really, really good while there. It was a game of fierce tug of war until suddenly, Connor just cut the rope. He just cut it in half.
Checking the UGN, we have no reports from any other tables currently. So it looks like everybody's still active here. So this is not, even though this match may have been delayed for stream, no one else has finished yet. So we've got plenty of time. And this Kirishima went to his sideboard and was like, I know exactly what's coming in. Like he went through that. He picked it up. He was like, do. He's like, I'm bringing these 3 in. These are like, he probably brought in, looking at this board.
More red guards. I don't want to deal with electric jolt ever.
I could see that, the Kirishima's assistants. He's got a lot of 1-ups in his board.
It's a teched out little sideboard.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if just to, let's see, what's his number right now?
Now, you know what really, really scares me about sideboarding now is Kai's about to have to deal with a 4th kind that's blood curdled up.
Yep.
He's about to have to deal with some blood curdles.
Yep. Might deal with blood curdles. Might have to deal with tape tosses if they're in that board. Like, it's like, go, like, I think now you're really don't want to go to deadlock.
Given that that's definitely an angle. But at the same time, given that we saw that our rival was maining red guards, which means they probably side even more. I don't know if I'm sideboarding my throw in. Might be a little much.
I don't know. I think with the board control, the graphic. I think
maybe.
I think the idea of like, if we're gonna, you can't do the board. I don't think you could form kind burst. I think you just have to play the same plan again of like, I'm gonna go to deadlock. He's gonna go to deadlock and make him go to deadlock.
I mean, it just depends what we draw, right? You know, that game was definitely a product of our hands. I think that Kai is probably super down to deadlock it up, which, like, at that point we already have enough punishment with stuff like Vile Seizing, but we could use more. But there's also a world where, like, we probably don't enter that game state unless, you know, Connor's deck just decides to be like real chill for a while, which I think our deck is even more now so than ever in a better position to blow Kai up really quickly. Like, if we just draw like 3 attacks and a blood curdle at any point in like the first few turns, man, like that just might be all she wrote.
That's true. That is definitely a situation here.
Things get real volatile real quick when blood curdle comes in, especially on a character like Kirishima too, and especially in the hands, literally in the 4 hands, right, of a character like 4th kind that is just so good at saying, oh, your best defensive piece is out of the way right now. 4th kind can look at, in that scenario, can look at almost any hand of a few attacks and go, yeah, this could get there. Yeah. It looks like 20 million to me, 20 whatever we need.
just here we go. All right, so we're firing off here, getting that solid build out.
It's very, very spam heavy build. And once again, the dedication to just playing a million cards with Kirishima's face on them from Kai, I absolutely love to see it. I'm so enthralled. I'm so enthralled by this.
All right, so 4th kind. Let's see here. We got our extra card. Let's see if we can find the.
Yeah, I mean, our rival only built 3, so honestly, we don't have to find the most high roll build in the world to keep up right now. We can find a very, very average 5-hander build, and it's fine. But even if we're not going to go super wide from here on out, we're just off to a great start with League Invitation and passing the torch right off the bat. It's so good. Two of the most powerful. Ooh, that's so sick. One of the craziest things about
I like that
4th
line.
kind, that, oh my God, he's crazy. We checked the blood curdle. Can't be happy about that. But we built 5. We built 5 and built like the 5 best ones, darn near. Craziest thing about 4th kind is that static ability. It's a static ability, folks. Heroes at home does not need to be played, meaning when we're committed that the static ability is still online. That sticky balls on a 6, actually on a 2.
So the biggest thing we're looking at here is, hey, there's the back alley. That doesn't have Kirishima on it.
It doesn't. It's our one exception. It's our one. Come on. We got to make an exception for back alley haymaker.
Back alley haymaker is like the most it very has like a polarizing thought on back alley. It's either I think it's a perfectly fine card. Some people think it does too much. Some people think it doesn't need to be in the game. But you know what? I think back alley is perfectly balanced and needs to be here. It just gives that little bit of control that I like, and I like just the you could choose the advantage with this card. And that's where, and like, do I want an extra card? Do I want to build an extra foundation? I'm gonna figure this one out.
Yeah, I mean, even in his nerf state here, right? We are seeing Kirishima get to press a lot of the buttons. Kai doing a lot of things that, that like rose this deck slash this character slash this symbol to a lot of the problems that we've been seeing lately. We take the 3 on this opening 5 diff move. We've immediately refunded both of those foundations, and it feels so good to be able to attack, check poorly, fall into a bad situation, and then not only reset ourselves and continue to move in risk free. Once again, we've checked another 3 here, and we're gonna reset another foundation. Between all of our abilities, we have reset 3 committed foundations this turn once everything is said and done, and that is crazy good. It's what lets, normally a lot of these abilities, right, are much more like defensively minded, right? They kind of were intended along the lines of, you're gonna be able to attack really, really safely and really freely. But what made Kirishima during the Nationals meta such like a menace of a deck is that they got to sit here and do these things where it's like, okay, supposed to be this very, very defensively minded character with this very defensively minded package, but I'm just throwing out attacks nonstop, ignoring every bad check every day.
Yeah. So the League Invitation tapped down Kirishima's assistance. We got a double build out, and we got we got training methods to build us learning the standards. So we definitely got momentum. We out of this turn. We got a good build. It's now does. I mean, Fourth guy can clap back. We've seen it. Like he's like.
I mean, once you open with one singular stun move, you flip a sticky balls, and there's a world where so much damage can get put on the board this turn. I think it's interesting that we built new training method and then harden, and then use new training method to bring in the learning the standards committed. I think he should have built the learning the standards and then used new training to bring the harden in committed.
Yep. Here comes the Vile season.
If we die this turn because we don't have learning the standards, I'm going to be very, very sad.
I hope not.
I hope not. I think the full 27 is quite the ask. I think it's quite the ask this turn. However, you cannot underestimate what Fourth Kind can do. And even if he doesn't find lethal, there's definitely if he's got any semblance of aggression in his hand whatsoever, he is going to put very serious damage on the board this turn. It's going to get very, very serial.
All right, got the full block off. We'll trade the jab for that. That's
crazy that he had another jab in hand.
Yep.
Had we not checked astronomically poor, we could have kept going in that turn, even through a couple bad checks still in. Man, that's crazy. Yep. Earth is so strong.
Those jabs in, man. Boom, boom,
boom. Ooh, okay. One. Okay. But the fourth. And the fourth, wow, no, I love this. So this is exactly what I wanted to see him do with the 5% full Cowlin. Like you said, leading in it is a really, really good poke to force blocks, but also, Jesse, putting resources into it to say that you have to manually block this one is really, really good. Making this a 10 damage move that you're not allowed to use your character on is so good. Again, it's literally forcing those resources. And if we can put the logic here by putting damage on it is, well, we just put Kai in a position where he actually doesn't have the resources to commit to blocking it, then he just has to take it. He just has to take the full 10.
Yeah. One of the things that it's kind of like a mini game that's going on here also is he has a new training method up, and between the seasons and then Mastermind Apprentice, like you gotta like he does like Kirishima is playing Harden. So it's like we're gonna just go for the partial here. It's like, hey, I'm gonna partial this to just make sure nothing bad happens. Like there's that line of like you're given that line of like, all right, I'm gonna make you make a check with the apprentice. I'm like, okay, oh, I checked the Harden. All right, I'm gonna respond and flip and pick it up.
That is really, really funny. It's a very, very similar thing as what you're describing now is why private for you guys at home. We very, very highly considered getting the Brett Pendragon and Liam matchup for top 16 on stream
Oh,
because it was Mina 1 versus Shigaraki 3, and Mina 1 against the character that makes you make a million extra checks sounded like a hilarious time.
it sure did to us. It
Oh,
was our.
I was so tempted, but I knew that you guys were going to harp on me for just putting my favorite character on stream a bunch. I had to.
I had to put my foot down. I had to put the
Yep.
foot down. I'm like,
Yep, it's okay. I got my other bias in. I
Yep.
got to bring Kirishima 2 on stream. I got my other bias in. You know, so, news alert, breaking news, shocking news. The guy wearing all red wanted to bring Kirishima on stream. There it is.
all right. So all light pass. Four kind passes here with one card in hand. Probably
Ooh.
got the. Ooh.
Bro, I have no idea what to flip.
Depends on my.
Connor's
depends
board
on
is
the
so
attack.
sick. Connor's board is so good. Oh my god, we have more jabs. We have more jabs. He is the Kirishima master.
Okay,
Kai is the Kirishima master.
So I think the line here is flip the fakes.
You think
No,
so? I think
it's
we
either
flip
flip the
passing the
fake-
torch.
Or no, even better. He just flip the destined. Or not destined. Sorry, assistance.
Yeah, the requesting. Maybe. I think it just depends what his intentions are this turn. Like if he just plans on poking, I think you flip passing all day because that's like fourth kind's like best return rate on his cards throughout the rest of the game. Like you're basically just saying like -1 hand size to fourth kind for the rest of the game.
It looks like he decided on the Mastermind's Apprentice.
He did flip the masterminds. I think we're being very respectful with that flip. We live in fear. We live in fear when it comes to mastermind there. That card is why like order decks get to just put 1.3 millions in their deck and be like, this is the only way I can kill anyone, but it's fine because you get to put speed on 1.3 now, and that is seriously messed up.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're gonna get the ready up. Yep.
Ooh, that's a pretty spicy ready right there. He says, I'm not going to ready passing. I'm very confident in my hand. I would rather make this turn much more resource intensive for you. I think we've got 5 face ups and 2 face downs as Kai right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what we're working with stage wise, which is not a very bountiful stage. There's definitely a world where if we could get Kai to have to commit a couple of foundations to continue his turn here, whether it's through attacking or building, after putting 1 card into his pool, I mean, you have to think about, even if we get to 8 or 9 foundations, right? Whatever we're going into Connor's turn with, like we actually have that -4. At any point in time, that once per game can come down and just nuke us from orbit. All it takes is, I found a blood curdle. I got my once per game online. Let's wrap it up.
Just takes the jab thing, okay?
Ooh, we like our hand. We like our hand, Jesse. Or maybe we just don't have the mid block, right? Because even if we had like a really good attack, we can always just pick it back up if we block with it.
Yep.
So interesting. This is okay. Well, let's see if you have a low block now. But the check on that rapid punches is gonna feel super duper bad. Gonna force out our Kirishima once per turn here. Our once per turn.
Yep. We're gonna get this rapid punches to do some work for us.
Yeah, I think if there's any big focus that Kai has to think about when he's putting his resources towards attacking and also think about defense next turn is no matter what happens, we have to make sure that we have enough foundations to commit through a once per game and still keep learning the standards up.
All right, we're eating up for
the bonds.
I wonder if this line. I wonder if this played is like, hey, I gotta get through the bonds. Like this might be the hey, if I get this, like, all right, put it down to 3. Let's get both the bonds out.
And then he's going to commit Harden, maybe? Yeah, to give it 2. I think that's correct. And honestly, I think Connor's very okay with that. I think Connor is super okay to say, yeah, I'm just going to make you commit this foundation here. And we get the challenging flip as well for the -1. This is so sick. Man, this is such a gnarly string of plays going on right here.
Like you get the 1 and
he says, that's it, bro. I'm done. I'm done. He did he even draw off the rapid hitting?
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did either.
I don't think he responded with it.
Hmm. This is kind of scary. It's kind of scary. Being super duper
Yeah,
respectful here, but man, once per game comes in and commits one of our four of our what? I think we have six, right? We have four face ups and then two face downs there.
I think so.
That would leave us with only two things left. That's really scary. Sticky balls puts a thing in the pool. A stun attack comes in. Oh man, it's I'm quaking. Now we did not immediately blood curdle, so that is a saving grace as far as survival goes this turn. And Connor's board is just not doing a lot. Like that is the
Yeah,
most face down board of all time. But man, that sticky ball is just waiting there to get really, really punishing if Connor ever just finds the right hand for the aggression. I think we've got a full cowling in our hand.
I think so.
I think that looks like our only other attack here.
We're gonna trade blocks here. Like, all right, block with the other another rapid.
Yeah, there's a world maybe he just goes, foundation, full cowling. But also he didn't draw with passing, which is kind of interesting. I'm definitely wondering what Connor's intentions are this turn.
I think Connor's intentions here is to go foundation, cowling, discard by hand, draw 3, and then passing. I think that's the like. Hey, I'm not gonna because if he draws. Because here's the thing: is if he draws something, he draws like he could draw something, get a second attack in possibly, but maybe just like, hey, I want to get this stuff out of my hand, like situation.
It's certainly possible. There's even a world where he could just drop the full cowling right on the next one here, and then pitch his hand and just try and find more attacks. Because I mean, if we just find anything and we leave that fourth card static, waiting in the air, there's just always room for us to be able to play more cards potentially. Ooh, it was another passing so good. And a coin for backup. All of the draw power in the world here. Now I think we'll see the ooh, okay, no, just going for the build, the respectful build. I like it.
Yep.
I like it. We didn't take a ton of damage last turn. We can kind of afford to just be a little chill here. Was he thinking about building one more?
I think so. I think
It's
he's
kind of
like
crazy.
maybe that's the line right now. It's like, nope. Okay, we're just gonna. I have target commit. Like it's like I have a target commit. I have sticky ball. I have the sticky ball emergency. I've got 2 passing torches. That's something you can work with.
I think that's where a lot of the consideration for like building your whole hand there comes in, because it's like I'm about to have 2 passing the torches, man. I can do whatever I want. I can play all the cards in my hand all day, but at the same time, you always got to think about those block zones. And now we're just gonna see the response turn of just building a super duper timid, respectful build to pass coming in from Kai there, bringing down a hardened and a resistance onto our board, giving us a pretty healthy state right now. Looks like we've got 7 face ups and 2 face downs, so super duper chilling as far as foundation count goes, and a ton of cards in hand. We're trying to maneuver ourselves into that late game state that we reached in game 1, just like last time, where we just kind of exit the supreme danger window of, oh my god, the once per game is going to commit like a third of my board, or half of my board, right? That's the game state that we're kind of trying to maneuver ourselves out of, so that we can then like stabilize from there.
Ooh, okay, another. We're just like, all right, we're just gonna go build 2 pass. Like I got each sculpt. He's just on the sculpt plan. He's gotta.
Yeah. If Kai is gonna force us into that game state, right, and we can't force ourselves out of it, we're just gonna have to gladly join him in that state and
he's
back
counting,
to plan B.
Yeah, he just counted. I think he just did a check for file seasons, and there's only 1 in that discard file. It's like,
ooh,
that's a scary time to like. I don't know if I can go in. Like it's if I was checking that discard, I only saw 1 file. I'm like, I can't go to Deadlock.
Yeah, that is very scary. Yeah. I think Kai's just gonna have to like be very, very chill at 10 here and hope that he doesn't die through a once per game on 10 foundations. But man, that's the scary part about trying to enter this game state is you maneuver yourself out of that danger zone where a once per game puts down like half of your board, but at the same time you're letting the five hander just sit there and build to a crazy mass and also just sculpt like crazy, to where we might just die to a 4 or 5 attack hand no matter what we're working with, especially when double 1.3, like exactly what happened in game one, right? We had a
Yep.
million cards and a million foundations, and we just died to double 1.3 because when you let fourth kind sculpt that much, even if you build to a crazy, crazy game state, you have to understand that his aggro potential is also scaling, right? You're thinking, I just have to get to, 15 foundations. Then that stuff that fourth kind does to me on turn 3, I can survive it on turn 7. But fourth kind's turn 7 looks very different by the time that you get past turn 3 into your own turn 7. You have to think about how he scales alongside your building.
All right, so we showed this the indiscriminate. We pitched foundation, picked it back up. I'm pretty sure his hand is Cowling, Blood Curdle, indiscriminate.
Jesus, he's just waiting to draw. He's just waiting to draw a few more good ones, man.
Yeah.
I love the discard of challenging the fakes here. We're not blocking with that anytime soon. By all means, get it out of here.
This is this frenzy here is just this is the frenzy check. You're like, hey, do you want this? Do you
I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes this.
Yeah, there's no. That's the one thing I always forget about the Kirishima deck. It's like, while how aggressive it was, it needed to play both. Like it didn't have like a big sender. So like most builds that didn't play like a big sender to call the game to finish the game. It's like these are just all dealing between 6 and 8, and we're just gonna keep trying to deal between 6 and 8. And so you just don't have something like, oh, this deals 12 to finish.
Yeah, the strength of that deck was not in like being able to play bombs. It was just that like it could put 2 damage on 2 of its attacks. It had a lot of incidental damage pump. It had 1 with nature. And the big part of it all was that it could just play like 5 attacks and have committed 0 foundations. We could be on the 4th or 5th attack in pool and have a fully ready board. And that's what was so crazy about that deck, is you were just like readying 1 to 2 foundations every single attack, meaning that if you checked well, you could just get away with so much for so free.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, speaking of 1 with nature, we have not seen one from this Kirishima.
He's not playing 1 with nature or snack time. He's a very, very timid Kirishima. We're not here to kill people. It's not happening.
We are here for the tempo, the incremental damage, and maybe we'll fire off an uppercut for the finish if I need it.
Yeah. The hardened uppercuts, and man, the pummels. God, I want to see him close a game with a hardened pummel so bad. I want to see how hardened pummel put in the work, Jesse. I want to see it put in the work. But yeah, I think we're really going to start to see, kind of the downsides of not including those very aggressive pieces within our deck, because man, we're having a rough time dealing 34. I'm not going to lie, Jesse.
Yeah.
We are trudging through 34, and he's got the tackle. Oh my God.
And Kirishima's assistance.
Oh.
Come on.
We do have it, right? That's what's under our it's what's under our resistance, right?
Yeah. He's trying to pass the check. He's trying to get the check pass first.
Like, that makes sense. That makes sense. There it is. Ooh. There it is. He said, I will not allow you to deny my precious hardened frenzy what it deserves. My sweet frenzy deserves to deal damage.
So for what we've seen, the momentum, he has like 1 momentum. He has 2 momentum dumps. He has back alley and he has hardened uppercut. Hardened uppercut is probably what we're saving for that momentum dump, though.
There it is. The hardened pummel. Oh my God, this is so sick. Oh, this is so awesome. The hardened pummel coming in here, but we're at 14, right? Fourth kind's at 14.
Yeah.
This gets to reach 10?
We're just putting it for 10. We're like 5 mid 10. We got
send it for 10. Yeah, full send it. Oh man, this is really scary though. We don't have lethal. Oh yeah, it's just getting even worse. The league invitation coming in, gonna let us target commit something. No, if he lets him target commit learning the standards, he pays for it. Oh my God.
Wow.
But now your once per game is gonna hit your learning anyway. I mean, I guess it
Yeah.
was going to hit all four anyway, because I don't think we're building anything. So I think it actually just didn't matter. To be honest with you, I
Mhm.
think it actually just didn't matter. Oh my god, this is crazy. This matchup is starting to heat up real fast, real intensely, Mr. Cervini. Oh,
Flipping,
oh,
ready a torch.
oh my god. Connor is taking every single line right now. He's like, okay, well, I know you can't kill me. So I'm just going through my motions right now and trying to take every single thing I can do to what is going on here?
They didn't. He tried to Kirishima again. He didn't realize he Kirishima on
Oh
the chop,
yeah. Okay,
and he
okay, okay,
didn't put
okay.
a dice identifier. He saw the card.
Yeah, yeah, we're not twice per turn anymore, buddy. We're not twice per turn anymore.
Oh,
This is 2023.
yeah. This is very much the card never entered his hand. So there's two values here. The judge is gonna obviously roll an improper move occurred. He like
For
the
sure.
card entered like it never touched his hand. So this should be that card goes back in the deck. It gets shuffled. No, actually, this might be a remove. This actually might be a remove penalty. He
Yeah,
saw
I'm
like
not
it
super
gets a remove.
privy to
It's
the
it's a remove penalty
mhm.
because he saw the card.
Yeah.
It's just that card is hard removed from the game.
Yep.
Game
It's gone
continues.
forever. I want to know what it was. They should have showed us what it was. I want to know. I'm pissed off now. No, I really, man, it's like what Connor is doing right now, taking all of these very minor motions, right, to just kind of like hardcore try and find what he needs to make sure that he can find lethal next turn is so good. Like that is so heads up right here, simply because of the fact that like he's like, okay, I know that I'm not. He's like, I'm pretty sure I'm not dying right now. This pummel is not going to kill me. He's so committed out. I'm going to take every minor play just to make sure that I find what I need to close this game out because Kai is never going to give me a better window than this. Kai is
I think he has
never
to
going to
draw.
give me that
So
window.
here's the thing: is I think he needs to draw a card that he can block with. Just like
I think he's just going to take this.
he-
I
I
think
think
he's
you.
just going to take this and then keep what he needs to find game next turn because he's got the window right now.
Yeah. I'm trying to think like the best thing he could draw. If you wanted to play one more attack, I think the best thing I would actually think like a barrage.
Hmm.
Like play it
Yeah, I
on a
mean,
7, check a
yeah.
5, and just be like catch.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. So he just tapped Harden Pummel there. I wonder if he's asking, can I block with an action?
Mhm.
I wonder if he was asking if he could block with an action when he tapped the pummel there, like pointing out that, oh, yeah, no actions or something like that. But he's going to go and get rid of his 5% here
Check the
on the
3.
half block.
Yep, he checks the 3. Check the
Yeah.
violence.
So it was on a 7, right?
Yep.
5, 6, 7. Yeah, he's only got 3 things to commit. So I actually don't think that he
Yeah.
can pay for that, right? Yeah.
Just take 10.
Oh my god, if he can pass another attack now, yeah. Yeah, no, that's why I was saying I think I would have just taken that hardened pummel. Because like it's
Yeah.
not killing you. It's like the fact is it's not killing you, and you can literally just sit here and go, yeah, man, I'm just gonna keep everything that I need to try and find 22 next turn because you literally can't interact with me at all aside from your character. And if I have blood curdle, that last one is gonna go away here.
He's got a blood curl in hand, and he
Oh, he
has
does?
yeah.
Oh
I,
man. Now, Jesse, give me the over under. Do you think that we forget that Blood Curdle was our first card and we mess up our static ability?
oh,
I have seen even the best fourth kind players fall prey to that. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. It's
this is gonna be the stream judge. The stream judge will be like, all right, tap the button.
literally the stream judge right now is just sitting there sweating. It's just beads dripping
Like that.
down his face.
All right,
Oh,
take
there
off.
it is. There it is. There's the blood curdle, baby.
Checks, clean check. All right, characters down. All right. So this is where the street judge has a hand on the table, and they're just counting 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, because this is now our second card. But man, leading in with a burst here does feel very good. We're gonna hard slam. I mean, are you gonna once per game here just to get the learning down? I think you like you. I feel like you. I don't know. I guess it depends on how many attacks he has, right?
We'll cycle a
Ooh,
card.
oh my God! He just tried to
Oh,
he
did it.
just tried to Kirishima while he was committed. No, no,
That's a
guy.
that might be a
If this is a second warning that gives him a game loss, I'll be very sad. But I do think that Connor's
yeah.
about to murder this man
I
anyway.
think so.
I
I think
think
yeah.
that Connor's
Connor's about to show the hand. He wants to. He's like,
he's like, no. Don't give him the warning. Don't give him the warning. Please. Please. He's like, I've got my family watching at home. I need them to watch.
yep.
Yeah, I
Connor's
think
Connor's like, I got this.
yeah, he's like, bro, I have 1.3. He's like, this is just 22, bud. You're super duper dead.
There we go.
Yep. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. Man, oh man, what a whew, that now Jesse, when we were picking matchups, we sat there and we went, this might be the grinder of the top 16. We might be the match that everyone is waiting on by the end of it.
Did these matches go to mid game? Very much so. I take that over. We were done in 10 minutes.
Oh, most certainly. You know, I kind of anticipated this one being a bit of a slugfest, you know, a bit of a grinder, right? Fourth kind's very much like, I'm gonna destroy you with one giant million damage 1.3. Kirishima's got the technology on his face for the half damage, right? You know, I definitely anticipated that we'd see some interesting blows trade back and forth, and that's not what we saw in game one until eventually, you know, Connor was just kind of able to bait Kai into a really good spot. But man, that second game right there, that game went from 0 to 100 so fast. Yeah. We went from like poking to slamming 10 damage hardened poles and sending them home, and then just, oh, you've committed out. Okay, your million foundations, they're all committed. Once per game, blood curdle 1.3. Like, holy cow! Literally all gas, no brakes, immediately out the gate. That was such a sick game too.
It sure was.
Oh my God,
we've got a lot of results.
Tell me, Jesse. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. Here, take the mic. It's yours.
Top table. Grant Paley Jiro has beaten the Nomu. So Grant Paley is advanced. Greg Boss and Luke Q are still going. So the Momo Endeavor match, that may be the grinder match.
That was my other mental, like, yeah, we'll probably be waiting on these guys.
The other fourth kind, piloted by Sam Turner, has taken down Shigaraki 1.
Oh my God, we got double fourth kind moving into top 8?
Yep.
Holy cow.
Nathan James has vanquished Justin Martin's Tokiyami, so 2 endeavors have moved on. Or sorry, 1 endeavor has moved on currently.
Wowza.
We just saw Connor take down Kai. Nicholas Reagan has sent All Might out of the tournament. So we've got
Evil Endeavor. Evil Endeavor. Let's go.
The match that we thought was gonna be the 20-minute in and out, the Jiro mirror, is still going.
What?
Yeah.
What?
That is still an unreported match.
What? They forgot. They forgot to report.
And then finally, I'm sorry, Levi. Liam Crowder has taken out Brett Pendragon, so Mina is out of the tournament. Checks for days was not enough.
Either way, man, we got a lot of real scary stuff moving into this top 8. I'm very excited, Jesse. We have an amazing rest of the day lined up for you guys. There's going to be so much cool action-packed gameplay in the coming rounds, and I cannot wait to get into it. We are, of course, going to keep you guys updated in the chat as we can while we take our short break on any other matchups that gets finished up. But for the time being, heroes out there, we'll be back very, very, very soon going into this top 8 of the Sheffield Regional License Exam. Do not go anywhere.
See you soon.
All right, welcome back, heroes. Thank you guys so much for bearing with us on that wait between rounds. You guys know how those Momo games go sometimes. I, coming back into our top 8 round, am Levi Lalonde from Alliteration Gaming, and I've got lovely Nilmerg and Eijiro with me, and we're super duper hyped to get back right into the action. Nil, you got to sleep in a little bit as opposed to me and Mr. Cervini, but how are you feeling on this fine morning?
Feeling pretty good. We're gonna be seeing a interesting match here. So we're gonna be seeing Shigaraki 3 versus Jiro. Shigaraki 3 being on, I believe it is the order Shigaraki that we saw last night?
This is going to be our order. Shigaraki running it back, Mr. Liam, and he's going to be going up against someone that I really, really wanted to get on stream yesterday at some point, but it just didn't quite line up to have the third Jiro of the day on at any point in time. But we've got your second place HLC finalist, Mr. Philip C, running back the Jiro as he did all the way throughout his HLC run. And did you see that? We had a repeat. We had another one handshake, one fist bump come in from these guys.
So we love to see some good sportsmanship in our game.
Love to see it. A little misguided on both ends, but you know what? We'll sync up one day between these guys. So this is going to be interesting. Our top 8 is already very interesting, right? We've got 2 Endeavors, 2 Fourth Kinds, 2 Jiros, a Shigaraki 3, and a Momo 1. So a pretty hodgepodge of interesting things going on here. You know, a lot of big brutish characters, a lot of very, very aggressive characters, and then we kind of got Shigaraki and Momo holding up the defensive lines here. And I'm really interested to see how he navigates through this matchup. I think this is a real scary one for Shigaraki. The second I think this character loses control in this matchup, it all goes downhill. So he's got to maintain that really fine grip on the game state, I think, from start to finish.
For sure. Though the nice thing is that Shigaraki will be the one to aggress first. Chances are we might be able to see some more cards that should help us build more foundations and have more cards to block with against Jiro. Gonna take a little peek-sees what we got here on the side of Shigaraki, reading House of Cards, which House of Cards is going to be quite crucial in this matchup.
Absolutely. If there's any way that you maintain a hold on the game state against a character like Jiro, it's by controlling her momentum, denying those jolt plays, denying those grav lift plays, and of course, denying the momentum as a resource overall for something like specialized sound waves. That's really how you maintain a firm grip on that character. And so I think that's going to be a really, really big thing that Philip's going to have to keep in mind is when he does manage to steal momentum, he better not get it too attached to it. And then also he's going to be super mindful or have to be super mindful of his board all around because we're looking at a lot of interesting things going on Liam's board. You know, we saw Philip reading it, but double final exam failures. This is not a card you see make the rounds a lot.
We just flipped a final exam failures and checked a 2.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. I do believe that a ready foundation is going to get destroyed here.
For sure.
I do most definitely believe. And then that's going to be another big thing here is, you know, obviously this card is really, really nice with our overall theme of Shigaraki. It interacts very well with our once per game, right? Minusing the checks even more and more. And then when it comes to something like the power of Shigaraki overall as a character is going to be his ability to constantly keep that firm hold on the game state, but also have some really, really strong interactions in this matchup with Jiro in that, as you know, Philip has to be really, really careful how he elects to go through those top 2 peaks because the second that he puts something on top that maybe he wants to go and grab with Destined for Mainstream Success, Liam's just going to say, hey, check a 5, bud. Oh, there goes your attack. Whoops. You know, there's a lot of things to be mindful here of on both.
That was a 6.
Sides. Man, that was a real big 6. That was a real big 6.
Yeah.
We do not love to see it. You know, one hand gives and the other takes away.
One thing that has to be Philip has to be mindful here when checking the top and swapping cards is Shigaraki can potentially draw cards that Philip does check on the top, so gotta be mindful of that.
Right. Like there's just totally worlds where, you know, if he wants an attack that he puts an attack that he wants on top and then Philip might make him, or Liam might make Philip check it, and then we don't pass the check, and then now Liam draws the attack, the bad check that we left on top. Like, there's a ton of moving parts, and Philip is really going to have to think like more than a handful of few steps ahead to navigate this interesting and intricate matchup really well.
For sure. And I think although the vial seizing did not connect, we are. I'd say we are pretty satisfied on the side of Shigaraki. We got to go ahead and force Jiro to destroy a foundation. We also made sure that Jiro would not be able to kind of try and draw into that specialized sound waves. And now we have a pretty decent foundation advantage here.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So Philip's got a really, really interesting build going on here. We were talking about this yesterday when we were watching Jiro a lot, but I think Philip running this build, all the way to second place at the HLC is what really kind of popularized the greed build of Jiro, as we kind of like to call it. Just the 4 instant explosive release, and then a bunch of jolts and a bunch of grab lifts, like that kind of whole play style of I'm just going to try to go Soundwave crazy on like at bare minimum turn 2. He really, really, really sent that list into popularity, and it's still hardcore what he's running right here through this event. And the big thing that Liam's going to have to be wary of, we have the ability to, play with our rival's momentum a little bit, but we don't really have anything going on inside of his deck that's going to like actually be, throw hate type of cards, right? We don't have the wall clings, the faith shields, the villains defeated, tech like that just really, really helps take that momentum and not only deny it, but also just stop that damage, that guaranteed damage on the first move, to prevent those instant explosive releases from turning on. That is not technology we have.
Yeah, though, we did check a 3 on this grav lift with only 4 foundations, and while we do have a grav lift and jolt in hand as Jiro, it's pretty suspect. Pretty suspect to to try and go in with them. Shigaraki did end up being able to draw a card, and right now Shigaraki is in a very we're even committing the requesting assistance.
Oh man, I love this. This is really, really heads up going into Liam's turn, right? Because Liam knows that he's not going to be able to stop the momentum gain from happening here. However, he can most certainly stop the card that benefits the most off of this momentum gain. We love to see it. But man, Philip's hand is cranked. A second grab lift, as you said, and a jolt, and we have that almighty instant explosive release sitting in there. Even if Liam perfectly blocks this turn, I'm gonna be taking a lot of direct damage no matter what.
The thing is that with these cards that are forcing Philip to check the top of his deck, anytime Jiro wants that information off the top from her once per turn, just kind of dissipates within that one attack that she uses the enhance within. We saw that Jiro had used her once per turn, and both cards off the top had to be checked for the Shigaraki 3 enhance, as well as the league invitation.
Yeah. As you said, Philip's just never getting to do anything with that info. We have way too many check the top buttons to press as lead. Yeah, these 3 checks come in are going to feel really, really, really rough after just the flurry of targeted committals that came in from Liam's end. He's doing what we said, right? He's got a firm grip on control of the game state right now, and he's very, very keen on not letting it go.
So this is the true strength of Shigaraki 3, where once you get a lot of these cards that are forcing your opponent to keep making these checks, even on their own turn, you're sort of posturing control, not just from your own side, with things like final exam failures and I get to draw a card. Shigaraki gets to draw a card and force a check of his opponent on his side. Final exam failures, so that's our 3rd one this game. We also have Mastermind to just remove that gravity lift and put it onto the top of the deck, which the only way to draw into right now is latent skill. but this is a rough situation, especially staring down the barrel of this 1.3 million.
Yeah, I really really love Liam's deck. Like just straight up, I love this deck. I think this deck is so cool. It's like it's this tight 52 card list, and like every card in there has a purpose, and like 80% of the time that purpose is commit the rivals cards. I think there's like so much to be said for this whole like just completely stun everything nonstop like order symbol archetype that you can really really go for within the current card pool. And then when you put that on top of a character like Shigaraki 3, that's going to just be this like essentially this like 10 hand size, 19 health character that has this really occasionally, once per game that helps you send things out. A once per game that just says +1 speed to my 1.3 million volts. That's enough. You're fully committed out. That's enough. It's just got such a rock solid game plan, and it's built completely with the focus of just doing that plan every time. It's very Shigaraki.
For sure. And I believe we did use the Mastermind's Apprentice and to remove one?
Yeah, we got rid of one of our committed foundations to force a check and try and put some speed on this bad boy.
I believe, let's see, if we put the zero gravity lift on the top of the deck with the House of Cards, there. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I figured if we were going with the first one, this was the reason, because we have the second one to play. Like we know that Philip cannot stop it twice, if he can even stop it once. So I think this line makes sense. It's definitely a very definitely a very hardcore line. You're braving the danger of like a double 3 check on top that might just really really hardcore punish you.
Wow.
And oh man,
that's 6 on the top.
Oh man, the 6 on the top with the Mastermind's Apprentice is going crazy right now. But this is going to be a massive chunk of damage that we get to send home. And I think that was a really good turn for Liam. I don't think we could have asked for much more, right? There was a world where maybe Philip didn't hold any low blocks and was very disrespectful, and we got 1 million damage in. But even just 1.3 sending home a big chunk of damage and getting that really valuable momentum resource so that we can kind of try and posture more control. If we can once per game next turn, even if we don't win the game, going into Philip's next turn, right, where we have that -1 to all of the checks online, is going to make a really, 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 really big step towards keeping us alive. He's really, really thinking about like safely maneuvering his way into the late game right now.
I'm not too fond of holding back on using the House of Cards here. I think we should have used it last turn, knowing that Philip was posturing a block on the first 1.3 million, which would have forced him to check the zero gravity lift, regardless of if it passed or not. That would remove the zero gravity lift from the momentum, and now we're going to be seeing here.
Oh no! Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing gravity lift go into the gravity lift.
Yeah, I also think that if Liam had done the play we were talking about, the block on the 1.3 would have also failed, right? I think we had to check exactly. It had to be exactly on a 5 there. So I think it also would have failed, and we'd have gotten even more damage home. Like Philip would be at like 5 health right now and not have his momentum and not have grav lift into grav lift here now. There's going to be some major punishment this turn from holding back on that House of Cards. 100%.
Yeah. And we have 2 instant explosive releases here.
Oh God, I mean, is that all we have? Like, because like the issue that
we can also have latent skill.
Ooh, like latent skill could be big. If we find that first sound waves, things are going to get very out of hand very, very fast.
Especially with wealthy aspirations on the board.
God, you're so right. You're so right. The wealthy aspirations, man. It's there's definitely a lot of potential. There's a lot of big damage in Philip's hand right now. There's a lot of potential for it to get a lot worse. Yeah. I'm excited to see how he goes through these strings here.
If we find anything off of the latent skill, I think that Mastermind can be a very massive slip to have missed that.
I agree. I mean, we have we're casting an engine trouble. Okay.
We're gonna use 2.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. These engines are troubled. Holy cow. That's I mean that's one way to do it. That is one way to do it. If there's anything that says that we don't crazy that he can commit latent skill though. I
Well,
don't
what
know.
we're likely going to see here is once the gravity lift resolves, we're going to play most likely a jolt afterwards. Possibly check it into momentum, depending on if we draw into anything of worth with that latent skill. Should we go ahead and use it? But
Yeah, maybe he's kind of acting off the assumption that like, well, since he didn't immediately use the latent skill, he's just got the goods already. So why commit it? Just go for the momentum resource instead. Possibly, it's a tough spot to be in. So it's really 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 tough decisions to make, because like that extra momentum could mean all the difference between like some crazy sound wave strings happening here.
But that's only if we draw into them, right?
That is correct. Only if we draw into them, but we're only acting off of assumptions right here.
Oh wow, we didn't use the. So we checked a 2.
Wait. Yeah, so he didn't first enhance on the grav lift to remove itself, which I mean makes sense, right? It's going to leave anyway, so there's not really any reason to. But it does give Liam that option now to go in with the House of Cards and deny us our momentum resource. But I mean we're going to get momentum anyway, so.
I don't know how I feel about not playing the Jolt before this instant explosive release, just to sort of. So if we played Jolt here, we would be able to use the momentum enhance of the gravity lift. Once Jolt resolves, we could put it into the momentum, then play an instant explosive release, then use Jolt's enhance, and by then we don't care as much that the Jolt gets placed on the top of the deck, because at least we have maneuvered our way around sort of just our momentum effects going to waste.
Yeah, right. Like it wouldn't have made it wouldn't have made a massive difference in like the overall count of momentum that we have, but it would have changed up the value of that momentum immensely. Removing like an effective 0 gravity lift or a jolt play or something like that would be a much much better line for Philip to take when it comes to how he decides to play around Liam.
I wonder what it is that we're discussing here.
I think we're probably discussing House of Cards Shigaraki enhanced check timing here, because I think the way it works is you go Shigaraki enhanced check a 5. Now I'll House of Cards, put your thing on top. Now that's your check. I think that's probably what they're discussing here, because that's a weird one. Because like House of Cards comes in and like interrupts, right?
Yeah,
it comes in and it interrupts.
So the timing here is that after you play an enhance, which means you pay any costs. Once you pay costs of an ability, you have played the ability. House of Cards says after you play an enhance, which means you pay the cost, you would then be able to respond with it, and essentially whatever House of Cards' timing is right after you pay that cost, and then you would resolve the rest of the ability.
Yep. And I mean, like, obviously, like looking at the kit, right? It is a Shigaraki 3 card. It makes sense that all that works that way. It's super duper intended. But regardless of how it feels intended or what we want to assume, I'm glad that I've got Judge Nilmerg here to set the record straight.
Let's see here.
So we still haven't popped our latent skill. We're still sitting with our other 2 on top. Have we Jiro'd yet throughout this turn?
I believe we Jiro'd on the first gravity lift.
I think we did too, but there's so many extra checks flying around. Man, if there was ever a time to wish we could hear the players, there was ever a time, because there's a lot of very ambiguous buttons being played throughout these sequencing.
I think I might be remembering last turn though. Let's see.
Maybe.
We still have yet to touch that latent skill, so going down to 8.
Yeah, going down to 8 is pretty spooky here. And this means this one is now gonna also come in with a couple extra damage. So we really got to block this one, or we might actually just die to like an EX jolt.
So this right now the stats on this one are 3 + 2, so 5, not lethal. we would still be at 3. Or yeah.
Yeah, no, he can certainly take this one and not die. It's just, and then we'll have a jolt with 2 momentum, and it'll be 8 speed. It's probably still pretty blockable, all things considered. He's still got Mastermind's Apprentice as well for some possible speed reduction. I mean, it's definitely a world where things could get a little spooky there. Okay, we're finally Jiroing now. We're finally Jiroing. And it looks like 2 5s on top. Or no, is that a Decaying Palm Slam? Yeah, so it's a 3 and a 5 on top for. So this right here, right now, what's going through Philip's head is probably what we were talking about earlier. Was okay, if I put the attack on top, I can't let him draw. So I got to be ready for him to snap, check a 5 right now, and I've got to be ready to pay for it or have the 5 on top because I've put his 3 on top. Now I can't let him. So it's really it's crazy. It's crazy. So many things flying back and forth between these guys right now.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of mind games. Here's a latent skill
time. It's latent skill time.
So, what did we go ahead and draw into here?
It's very possible that that second card that we found on the top was one that we wanted, and so we went ahead and finally popped that latent skill. Or we just found 5s and wanted to dig a little deeper as well. So the League Invitation block is going to come in here. Gonna have to pay just a tad bit for it. Just a tad bit for it.
So there is a specialized sound waves, jolt, and double jab pummel.
I think we're dead. I think that's it. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, Nomurg, but I think we found the 2 cards we needed to
3 on the top.
Go crazy here. You know, we can jam this sound waves. Doesn't matter what we check. We can sound waves into basically anything else. We can sound waves into, you know, a double jab pummel play, a home run comet play. Things are about to get just way too fast, I think, for Liam to deal with here.
We're likely just going to pick up another specialized sound waves. That seems like the best play.
That does seem correct. And then you can sound waves into double jab into home run. Seems like a perfectly respectable line.
Though, so 2 cards in hand. We're definitely checking a 3 on whatever next thing we're blocking. We can take this one. We
can. Yeah, and then from there on out, we're gonna have to full block, and I don't think there's any world where Liam gets to do 2 more full blocks here. I guess there's a requesting if, you know, by the time we get an enhanced step. How many sound waves do we have?
I think there are at least 2. I think there are at least 2 in the discard.
If we just like sound waves into sound waves, we don't like get the momentum for the last one, but if we just flash him like crazy, like that could just be all she wrote. I guess it just depends how resource heavy like these blocks come in, right? If we can identify where without being able to use requesting, an attack could be lethal, we could continue to chain fort these flash moves. But I think that, yeah, double jab and a 6. I could also, yeah, is he just gonna like double jab and a double jab? That also seems fine. I think there's a million and one lines here that Philip could take, and I think Liam survives very few of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty rough. This is part of the strength of specialized sound waves. You're not really allowed to interact with it in most cases. We are at, so this is a double jab.
Yep, this is gonna be on a 6, checking a 6, and now we pretty much just get to continue from here for free. We can't really fail our stuff. It also looks like we don't have a high block, so like if we send the home run comet in, that's like actually just gonna be all she wrote. We've only got the 1 card in hand either way, though, right? I guess we could always potentially draw more off of Shigaraki if things go our way, but I don't know if it's going to be up to the cards in hand anymore. I think we're just seeing a world where Jiro is going to be pumping too many stats through the rest of this chain that it's not going to quite matter.
Requesting assistance coming in, writing the final exam failures. We are going to try and force Jiro to commit more resources and try and draw more cards to just up the potential things we can block with and save our lives here.
Yeah, we've got the Mastermind Apprentice coming in here for a little extra speed reduction. We're gonna send this Decaying Palm Slam in that they made us draw
Oof.
earlier. That's gonna fully commit us out either way, and we're gonna get our draw two, discard two off. And with +2 to our check, there's nothing we can't jam there. That this is
Yeah.
just gonna be the most absolutely lethal move in the entire whole wide world.
Yeah. So we just play any 4 difficulty attack.
Even if we check a 2, even if we check
Yeah.
a 2 here, it would be okay on any 4 diff.
Yeah.
I think we're searching through our discard pile.
I think we just slam something from our hand.
You literally slam anything. You literally slam anything here, and it's super duper lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any move is just gonna get the job done. Yeah, the second he drew the sound waves, literally the second he drew the sound waves, all of that came into fruition. Like that whole turn was actually just a matter of how hard could I dig through my deck to find specialized sound waves. Because the second I find that insanely powerful signature card, my entire lines are gonna come into play.
For sure. And we're going to see some sideboards most likely coming in. And we'll be able to see Shigaraki go first once again. Yeah, I think our fatal mistake there was just not pulling the trigger on the House of Cards when we could. For sure.
Yeah, pulling the trigger on that, I think there's a world where that resource difference certainly could have mattered. But man, I mean, when your rival finds a guaranteed damage move, double instant explosive, and then sound waves, it's really hard. I don't like to use a lot of summary type of statements when I commentate, but Jiro did Jiro stuff.
Yeah.
As far as what these, go ahead. No, go ahead. No. Go ahead.
I just I would have liked to see a world where that did happen.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. But maybe the sideboards can turn things around for Liam here. He's definitely got some strong tech in here, right? We can bring in stuff like the Citywide Crisis to deal with all of those stats a little easier. Stuff like Drown in Resentment can really mess things up on those specialized Soundwaves plays. Stuff like Eyes of the Tiger could be really big. Those double jabs coming in hot. There could be a lot of things going on inside of the sideboard here for Liam.
Jiro has Teamwork in the sideboard. That can be quite influential in this matchup, given the 1.3 million we saw putting quite a bit of pressure with all the committed foundations that were on our board. This list is also running Decaying Palm Slam, so a couple of low attacks that can go ahead and help us with.
Yeah, definitely some technology in here. I wonder if there's a world where we've got Shoto 2 in Liam's sideboard here. I wonder if there's a world where he wants to try sideboarding his character just to be a bit of a chunkier health character and not be so vulnerable. At the same time, though, I can't deny the power of the ability to mess with with all of the Jiro stacking and the Jiro checks so much. I think if you could figure out how to preserve that 19 health, Shigaraki still has so much mechanical edge in here. Just a matter of, despite what all of the words say and feel like will happen, what is the actual outcome of the situation? How does the game actually play out? Does any of that actually matter, or do I just, go splat?
For sure. Yeah, I think that the use of Mastermind's Apprentice, as I said at the beginning, that card is going to be crucial in this matchup. We saw yesterday how debilitating keeping Jiro's momentum in check can be, where she has to kind of build her resources back up, which, to be fair, is pretty easy she generates momentum very quick with instant explosive releases, but it's just a matter of limiting her resources as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And just kind of seeing if you can, that is like the biggest thing, is if you can keep that character off momentum, it's really good. And I think a lot of people have really wised up to that, which is why we've seen the huge rise of Philip's HLC type build, the 4 instant explosive, just full send it, try and steal. It's all about stealing momentum, right? If everyone is wising up to control my momentum, the more I can steal, the more I can rob from them, the better I'm going to be in a position to do my crazy sound waves things And
One
go ahead.
one card that is in Liam's sideboard that can be really effective in this matchup is Eyes of the Tiger.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No double jab pummels for you. No, none of them. None of them. I don't want to deal with them anymore.
Yeah.
Awesome card sitting on screen right now. Don't want to deal with it. Get it out of here. Yeah, I really I wonder if this is a matchup that, that Philip has messed with a lot. It's so, kind of talking about like, I was like, he's got his HLC shirt on right now, right? There's a ton of history here. So flashbacking a little bit to the HLC commentary, it was really entertaining because game day one, we had him on stream and he was playing Kirishima 2. He's playing the nerfed Kirishima 2, right? The post-errata Kirishima 2. And we brought him on for the interview after he unfortunately lost his match. And he said, yeah, I played Kirishima 2 because he's what got me here and I'm really comfortable with it. But playing this character post-errata, it's not feeling too great. So I think I got to change it up for day 2. And then he comes to me the morning of day 2. He comes to me and he says, Levi, me and my buddies threw a Jiro deck together in our hotel room last night. And I haven't played it yet, but I think it's going to be awesome today. We're going to see what happens. And I said, all right, Philip, let's rock and roll. And then boom, second place. And I'm getting some really, to continue this narrative, why I'm going into it. I'm getting some updates from the chat here that it sounds like he hasn't played Jiro since. And this is his first time coming back into playing the character since the HLC. And he is just decimating through these top cuts so far. Absolutely crazy stuff.
For sure. And shuffling up, we're gonna be that's quite the hand for Philip. We already see a zero gravity lift in hand, and I think there was a jolt, and
that hand has one mission, Neil, and
Yeah.
it's deal some damage. It's deal some damage and then some. That hand.
Hey,
that is
Jiro certainly can put out a lot of damage very quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That is I mean, that's the name of her game, right? Is you have to be so wary of that character. You have to be so careful against that character because, when you're playing these, especially these defensive characters, these control characters, these guys who really want to play a long game. Playing with Jiro is really, really weird because even if you can skate past that turn 2, window, that turn 3 window, so good at blowing you up, man. Dude, this guy's final exam failures are glued to the top, but
that was a 2 that we checked, by the way.
Yep, it's getting spooky. Don't find another one. I like how he stopped on that check for half a second.
All right, a solid build 5.
It's so funny. Oh man. We braved the fear. We braved the fear for just a little bit there and just skated by. So the final exam failures, I think, is something that I really want to see us use a little more aggressively here. I really want to see us use this super duper aggressively this game because I just don't know how much Liam can afford to dawdle in this matchup. You picking up what I'm laying down? Even if we can skate past that really, really scary turn 2, turn 3-ish window where Jiro is so strong, she's also a character that you cannot let get to turn 7 or turn 8 because eventually she'll find 3 momentum, she'll find every sound waves in her discard pile, and then there's just no character in the game that survives that.
I don't think you get to turn 7 or 8 against Jiro.
Definitely doesn't happen often. Maybe more turn 6's territory. The point is we've got a sweet spot that I think Liam wants to live in and thrive in and hopefully end the game in. And right now our issue is figuring out how to get to that sweet spot.
So we have 2 good and pretty nice cards to have for next turn on the side of Philip. We have a specialized sound waves and a seizing the advantage. However, we gotta respect the possible the offense that Shigaraki 3 can present early on.
Yeah, we're eyeing that final exam failures. We're eyeing it.
Not much we can do about it, but
yeah, I mean, it is just going to say, hey, look, if, you flip an arrogant disposition or you give me something. You give me something in some way, shape, or form.
So...
Yeah, I mean, Liam leading off here with the Vile Season, right? This is, this is the big one. This is the big card set 4. This is kind of the that premium cantrip that really is making a lot of these order characters churn nowadays, and even some of those evil characters too. I know this is a card super duper locked up in the possibly the most hype list of this whole top cut right now in Nick Reagan's Evil Endeavor 2. But hopefully we'll get to see that at some point going through the rest of these rounds. But for now, we're going to see it employed by Liam here. Really, really, really good. And now we're going to once again, we're beginning the dance now. We're beginning the back and forth dance of looking at the top two and checking the cards. And there's the final exam failures. Super down to commit something. Or not. He's thinking.
Not considering destroying any of our foundations anytime soon. So
most certainly not. Our board's just not hefty enough to get into that. But I don't know, man. We got to be a little careful. We got to be a little bit careful when it comes to.
If we already popped our once per game.
Our once per game? No, our once per.
Oh no,
turn?
no. Yeah. I was like, that was 2 that was committed, and final exam failures required is a 6.
Yes, yeah, we checked a 5, not a 4. So yeah, we must have once per turn responded on that one there, to make him commit an extra one. We get the beautiful sound waves block. Not so beautiful though, because half damage is very real, and full damage is very real too, because this 1.3 is coming in hot. But man, we do not like that check. However, going into Philip's turn with double requesting assistances that we can chain throughout, and we are guaranteed momentum because we've already hit the vial season, we can afford to be a little bit greedy here.
And we only have that seizing the advantage in hand. This is going to deal a bit of damage.
At least 6 if we get the block off. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least 5 if we get the half block off.
But
well, it looks like it's just gonna full send home.
Possibly.
Maybe if we have, you said we have a season the advantage in the hand.
That's a 2 mid block.
A block is possible.
Oh, that was a 2 on the top.
Holy cow! That was a big 2 check on top. That is 2 sound waves down. That is 2 sound waves down.
3, I believe. No.
Ooh, did we check one earlier?
We reviewed one as our first card of the game.
Then yes,
so we
that's
reviewed
3
one,
sound waves down.
Then we blocked with one, and then that one.
Yeah, that does certainly make 3. And then we get a really, really beautiful triple foundation build, which we can afford because we've got all of these cards in our hand with Shigaraki in tandem with Vial Seizing. Feels good to be a 10 hand size character sometimes.
For sure. And we got a house of cards. Let's go.
We did. We've got a house of cards. We've got lineage on board for some speed reduction. Liam's assembled a fantastic stage here. I think he's sitting really, really pretty right now, especially with the pair of momentum. If Philip really does pull some threats out on this turn, we can requesting into something else.
Into
he's
another
just,
heroic lineage.
Yeah, he's sitting super pretty right now. Philip's best bet this turn is probably just try and poke with some grav lift action, some jolt action, steal a couple momentum or so, and then just restabilize from here and make sure that some more 1.3s don't just beat the snot out of us.
I think we're considering possibly building. We don't have the hottest hand. Seizing the advantage into a grav lift won't necessarily guarantee much. It'll help us get our momentum going, especially with the wealthy aspirations, and not have to worry about that house of cards. That was.
Oh my God, he's minusing 1 the check. That's so mean. Oh my God, that's so disrespectful.
That was our 4th specialized sound waves.
Yeah, we are sound wavesless. We have no maidens now. We are sound wavesless. That's pretty intense, man.
That is very rough.
Yeah.
This is only turn 2 of going second, and all our sound waves are now in the discard pile.
Yeah, so it looks like Philip is trying to approach this game a little bit differently and play a little bit safer, right? Normally we would have seen him jam, seizing into grav lift, guarantee some momentum, get ready to kill you next turn type of strategy. But we just saw, a very chill build for him. He didn't build the wealthy aspirations. We're very respectfully holding, the +1 low block. We're seeing him exercise a lot of caution this game.
Once per game coming in.
Ooh, yeah. I think this is a great time to once per game. Lets you
Final
be a little bit.
smash.
This would be a little bit aggressive here. With essentially like fake speed onto your moves, and then just says next turn with your a million foundations, you don't get to threaten me. Just because we know what Philip's build is doing, we can't assume that we're safe next turn just because he doesn't have momentum, because we know that he's playing this instant explosive release heavy, greed build. All right, so we can't ever really let ourselves feel safe. You got to pop that once per game there.
This final smash is, I mean, our opponent's at 8 or more foundations, so now it is a 4 difficulty attack.
Love me some final smash. Love me some final smash. This
Final
card.
smash into final smash.
Ooh, Final Smash is just a card that I feel compelled to jam this thing in like every deck on those 3 symbols. Man, card just feels so good. Such a massive portion of the time.
What's rough is that we did hold one of our blocks is a low block, then a mid, and our only high block is that gravity lift. And we're just gonna get rid of one of these requesting releases.
Interesting. That's a very aggressive play. That's a very aggressive play, man. He might.
And the other.
Okay, it's starting to make a lot more sense now. God,
yes.
do we have another 1.3?
I mean, we can certainly. Oh, my!
Oh my god!
Goodness!
Oh my god! This man is in trouble.
I would have targeted, honestly. Like, we're not really giving speed to these things, yeah, we're not really giving speed to these things. I would have targeted down the Destined for Mainstream so that when Jiro checks the top, she can't go ahead and grab a block or anything like that.
I agree. It also removes like the mind game element, right? Because you might go like check top 2, see an attack and a foundation. You put the foundation on top.
Smash.
Oh, there it is, boys. You see the foundation on top, and then you go, he's gonna make me check a 5. So I'll let him make me check this foundation, then I'll flip my Destin and pick up the attack, right? Like there's a lot of mind games element to this matchup, and committing the Destin there just takes that out of the equation, which I do really like.
Yeah. And now Philip, so we're going to try and attempt to draw a card with Shigaraki here, most likely to get into that final smash. Philip is going to have to dedicate some resources, or let it happen.
Possibly, yeah, possibly. This is going to be a pretty, a possibly hefty check here when it comes to drawing this card. One of the big things that like makes Final Smash so strong, it's very generically powerful. Yeah, there it is. Like Final Smash is super generically powerful. Just as like a 4 diff, like 5 high for 6 is just a real that guarantees that your next check is good. That's super duper strong. But when you are a character card that has like on-demand draw on face, and you're able to just say, hey, my final smash is actually now say target draw any card in my discard pile, that is so strong. And Shigaraki 3 is close, right? It's not on-demand draw necessarily, but it is certainly draw that can happen.
And there is that, we did get to draw into that pummel, which means that this final smash will get blocked. As I said, would have definitely targeted that Destined for Mainstream instead of the encouraging trading partner.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. And it looks like we
we just had another one in hand.
Yeah, we did just have another one, that also works. That also just totally works.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man, I wonder. I really wonder what's in the rest of Liam's hand. What's his plan in this turn? We have triple engine troubled our way into this turn so far. We have put so many resources.
I think we used the once per turn to reduce the check by 1, which means that we checked a 3.
Yeah, because we've once per game. So you guys decide if committing our
because we don't want to let him draw, but
no, we really don't want to let him draw. I really don't want to let him draw. It's a scary spot to be in. You also have to respect the potential damage output here, right? Because if we get to Mastermind's Apprentice, pump speed on anything.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Because he put the 5 check on the top, and so
he's got the gas. He's got the gas.
We just have gas to play.
He's going pretty hard right now. Did this man just draw 4 attacks and 3 engine trouble? I mean, sometimes the universe tells you what to do, right?
Hey, self-sacrifice make this a 5 damage move, then EX maybe?
EX and then
This is gonna
lineage,
be unblockable.
double lineage could make it lethal, right? Jiro's
That
at
would
9.
be so fun. That would be so
Oh
funny.
my god, he's cooking. He's cooking
He's
right now.
cooking. Please,
He's
please see
cooking
the
right
line.
now.
I'm
This is
begging.
so funny. This is so
Okay.
okay.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
All right. Oh,
Okay, see the line. Let's go.
let's go. This is so crazy, man. Just final smash and a final smash into Jolt on the back of a triple engine trouble to find the craziest lethal line yet, man. This is just galaxy brain Giga Chad moves right now. This is crazy. The mastermind.
Another
Mastermind's at work
speed.
right now. The
Another
mastermind is at
two-speed.
work. Oh, pump it, pump it, pump
Oh,
it.
there-
Doesn't matter.
there's-
Yeah, you can't find it anyway. He can't find it anyway. There's no way where a block was executed there, man. Liam, oh my god, really? So that was very similar, right? To kind of what we talked about wanting to see from him. You know, just kind of pressuring Philip down to a point where he wasn't really able to afford to take the lines to steal his momentum and start getting set up. Instead, we saw him play really, really, really cautiously, which, I mean, given what, you know, the hand Liam drew, that was the right way to go. It's just that Liam had the technology to bust through it anyway, you know? We just kind of saw the traditional
triple and sometimes you just draw triple engine trouble.
triple engine trouble, man. And, you know, you get to go in there with like, you know, 1 million health and double release up and a bunch of foundations, and you feel so you got the one low block for the 1.3. You feel like you're ready for anything, and then you just get beat up by a bunch of final smashes, and engine troubles commit half of your board, and that's just some of the crazy action you see sometimes at these regional license exams, man.
Yeah, so we really got to see. It makes me wonder what else was in Shigaraki's hand, because what Jolt has the third attack. I mean, it was a very efficient line. It was the curve was, so you played a final smash on a 4, then the next one on a 5, and then Jolt on a 6. And I mean, when your opponent's stage is fully committed, it doesn't always require indiscriminate shock to just kill them.
Exactly. That is like what makes these order decks so strong, right? Is that you just get to kind of assemble this game plan of, well, you know what? I really hate thinking about what my rival can do, how they can interact with me, what their block mod math is. I don't want to think about anything like that. If I just commit their whole board down, then it's and the best they can check is a 6 with a +1 block. We just know what's going on, right? We just know what's going on. And Shigaraki gets to really, really extend, you know, that game plan, because when you once per game, the best they can check is a 5. Most of the time it's a 4 instead, because, you know, 6s are a rare commodity when it comes to getting checked sometimes. And then all, you know, your moves are, you can think of it as your moves have this floating 1 speed. And that is an age-old recipe for lethal since day one, right? Is if I commit you out fully and my 1.3 has speed on it, it's time to go to the next game. It's time. And, you know, like you said, we didn't see the 1.3 do it that time. We just saw the other moves. But as long as you can assemble that damage in some way, shape, or form, and it lets you go for those really, really long reach lines, right? Where we go, okay, hang on, he's fully committed out. He's got a thing in his pool. I know that if I just play this Jolt, pump it, double lineage, right? You get to put all of those things together in your head, because you've eliminated all of the windows of interaction by just fully taking your rival's board and turning it sideways.
For sure. And in hindsight, Liam clearly had a plan to try and make Electric Jolt the killing move, because we targeted the encouraging training partner. Still think at the time it would have been best to commit the Destined for mainstream, because chances were, with all these failed checks and the like, our opponent's board was gonna be very committed.
Yeah. I think committing the Destin was definitely the right play there. It's good that things worked out regardless.
That's a lot of engine troubles.
What else is new? What else is new?
Jiro's gonna be able to go first here. That's kind of scary.
So that's yeah, Nil. I'm quaking. I'm quaking in my boots. I'm quaking in my boots. You know, last game went really well.
Advantage in there.
So like, yeah, seizing the advantage is going to be really, really, really pivotal. There are so many problematic things that Liam can build that Philip just really, really, really doesn't want to have to interact with. The big thing is Yeah, House of Cards. The ability to go like seizing into Jolt or a Grav Lift and then flip the House of Cards says, I'm getting my momentum and you don't get to do anything about it. So
Yeah.
strong.
For sure. And gonna go ahead and review, then draw our extra, making us an 8-hander for our turn 1. Let's go
Oh,
ahead and
now
see.
that's something that I want to flip all day, every day. League Invitation coming in is going to be a pain in the butt to deal with. On top of the final exam failures, like on top of the House of Cards. All okay. Requesting assistance is generically good. It doesn't fit our theme, but I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Like I said, 80% of this deck, of this very small 52 card deck, just it has one goal in mind. It has one goal in mind. It's take your cards and turn them sideways. I
Yeah.
think it's really cool to see Shigaraki played like this, because that level of control also like can directly translate into aggro. Like last game, we saw Liam play this character very aggressively. Game 1, we saw him play the character, very, very control mid-rangey. What is he going to show
Ooh.
us in Game 3 when Jiro's on the play?
We're gonna have to commit 3 for this. Oh.
Yeah, that's not great. That's not great.
That is quite bad.
It's suddenly
Well, we certainly don't run punches as Shigaraki, so
Final Smash.
that's that is a punch. Yep, you're right. That is true,
The almighty Final Smash.
It feels so out of like character because it's Shigaraki and on order. You don't really expect the like any punches to be in the lineup.
You don't expect Shigaraki playing the All Might card.
Yeah.
If I've learned anything about playing the My Hero Academia collectible card game, Nil, so there's always a punch somewhere. There's
true.
always a punch somewhere. Double jab pummel.
Yeah, that's true.
There's always a punch somewhere.
Philip here, we're trying to debate what our best target to flip here is. That's a couple of good cards.
It's definitely it's definitely a tough choice to make. I don't know what I would flip here. I really don't know what I would flip here.
The thing is, if we don't flip the league invitation, then that means our specialist of sound would get committed.
Yeah.
If the House of Cards, that's a tough choice.
I think it's a matter of what you have in your hand. If Philip has like an instant explosive in hand, he's definitely not going to flip like the House of Cards, right? Because then we're just getting a bunch of momentum and we're not worried about it. We're worried about the House of Cards. Obviously, it sucks if it gets rid of our specific momentum. But as long as we just have any momentum, it's okay. As long as our sound wave strings can start somewhere.
I guess we decided on final exam failures because on the off chance that we do check a 3, then we would be forced to have to destroy a ready foundation, which we are already at 5.
Yeah, so we're actually going to see him pay for the league invitation check a 7 here as we checked that 6. There's been a lot of 6s checked this round. There's been a whole lot of 6s checked this round, man. Erica's position is so good.
For sure. Some discussion going on. Yeah, this is for sure the only attack we're getting to play this turn.
Yeah, I don't think we get to do a whole lot more else going from here. Looks like there's a Jolt and a calling for backup. You definitely don't want him to have the Jolt, but you have to also be ready. Once again, is if I put the Jolt on top, am I ready to check a 5? Because I can't let him draw it.
That's true.
It's that mind game of I gotta. Oh, we have a double jab pummel in hand. If there's 5s on top, we could get swifty this turn.
Yeah. The thing is, if we put the Jolt on the top, then possibly we draw into it. If we put it underneath and we don't get to draw into it, then it just puts the 5 on top for our block. And then we draw into the Jolt anyway, so...
Oh my god, but we have the technology. He says, I'm gonna get that 3 off the top of my deck real quick, man. Engine trouble gonna come in hot. He says, bro, I flipped my league invitation to commit that specialist of sound. I'm committing that specialist of sound, buddy.
What a funny interaction that we're seeing here. So Jiro, although she gets to kind of look at the top and then like mess with the top, we get to disregard what's on the top by just playing our snap action cards.
the constant manipulation of the top only for Shigaraki to it feels very on brand, right? Jiro's trying to do this this recon game plan, this constructing the situation, and Shigaraki's like, nah, to hell with it all. He's just absolutely ruining everything that Philip is trying to construct here. Feels so on brand between making Philip check his fives that he tries to leave on top, and between getting all of the threes off of his top or drawing them that Philip is leaving there. It's a lot more back and forth than I think I'm used to seeing when it comes to fighting a character like Jiro.
For sure. And
Ooh,
I'm
there it is.
assuming we
It's
used
House
an
of Cards
enhance.
time. Yeah, we probably. I think
You
we
stun one, and
yeah,
then
we stunned one. Yeah.
yeah. Only choice here is to commit the encouraging trading partner because we have a lot of committed foundations and release.
Yeah, like we can just like blow up to like some 1.3 million action here. We got to be very, very careful here, especially as we have to let him draw cards. We have a 1.3 in hand. Yeah, feels
Oh,
good to be a 10 hit.
I think that we drew into a Vile Seizing.
We drew into either a Vile Season or a Palm Slam. I can see just by the colors, but we definitely have a we definitely have a 1.3, and man, we're just full sending it too. With only 3 foundations, no fear, like literally no fear in this man right now. I mean, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage.
If I recall correctly, so that's a stun coming in. What is in our hand? There's a double jab and that arrogant disposition. So this is blockable. I don't think we used our once per turn to
-1,
like -1 a check yet though.
So that we have either. So we can effectively treat this as a 4-speed 1.3 if you want to think about it that way. We can block it if there's a 5 on top. There has to be a
3, that'll be rough.
There's a 3 that'll be super duper rough. Wait, isn't there? We didn't block the jolt, right?
We did not.
And did we Jiro yet?
Because we did Jiro. I believe, or did we? Jiro.
Because if we didn't Jiro and move it, our momentum should still be on top from the House of Cards.
I believe we checked it to draw a card.
Oh, we pressed the Shigaraki button after. Yeah, you're right. Because the House of Cards was the first thing that we did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was the very first thing that we did.
We did stun and then House of Cards immediately.
So no one knows what's up there. Well, until now.
Yeah. It seems like we're heavily comped because the thing is, Shigaraki wants to draw a card. He's drawing a card right now.
It's like, it's crazy though, right? Is if there's a 3 and a 5 right there, and we put the 3 on top because we expect him to press the Shigaraki button, and then he doesn't press the button, and then we left the 3 on top, and then we don't get to block the 1.3.
I think I'm seeing. So there's a jolt and possibly an encouraging trading partner.
If it's a 3 and a 5, Philip's got a weird mind.
Fail this, let him draw, and then we'll have a 5 to block with, or to clear the check for the block.
Yep. So that's kind of what I was thinking about there, right? Is if Philip put them that way, expecting Liam to press the Shigaraki button, and then he just didn't, we just left a 3 on top.
Yeah, that would have been rough.
Yeah. Now, in a world where there were 2 5s on top, right?
Wait.
Then
did we let that through?
Oh, yeah. I think he just full sent it.
Wait, what?
There probably were 2 3s on top then. You said it looked like a jolt and a training partner. It must have been 2 3s then, because otherwise, like, you totally blocked this with the arrogant in hand. You totally blocked it.
Yeah.
It's tough to make out. It's tough to make out the top sometimes with the view, and also what's in their hand. Things are a little blurry on our end. But yeah, he did have the arrogant
disposition. So we're opting to just get rid of a low block. Gonna see what we got here.
Yeah, if there was an attack on top, he should at least have a little something to work with this turn. But it's pretty tough to see what they got right now. We're just gonna have to leave. We're just have to leave it in their hands to see. We're peeking Liam's discard pile, which is kind of interesting. Maybe he's just considering building this turn. We've got a seizing. We've got a double jab, I think.
I think we did draw into a zero gravity. The thing is, Jiro wants to start building up her momentum.
Yeah, we've really got to get something going here, right? Like Liam's super ahead in damage right now. They've got similar stages, but Liam's packing 2 momentum, one of them being a jolt, and that means his once per game is online. Philip does need to start catching up. He does need to start catching up. So it looks like we got Grav Lift, Seizing, and Double Jab in hand.
Yeah.
And so he's in the exact same position as he was last game, where he's like, I could play like a Seizing throw line.
That's so rough.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough, Philip. That's rough, buddy. I'm sorry. The 2-check giveth and the 2-check taketh this round. Game one, the 2-check was given. It was giving all day. But man, now in game 2 and 3, these 2-checks are really starting to catch up to us. And speaking of our sound waves taking as much as it's giving, we've got that real nice sound waves counter as well right there with the Drowning in Resentment. It says effectively, if you want to use your specialized sound waves, this just becomes sticky balls.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to completely mess up your lines and your sound waves plays. It's it feels like Liam is dug in right now. It feels like Liam is dug in.
Oh, this is rough.
I think it's interesting that he didn't go for the season play as well. I guess he just like didn't really, yeah, I don't know. Hey,
where did the Drowning Resentment go?
That's a good question. Where did it go? They take it. I think they're asking for rulings on it right now, and a judge is probably holding it because he's tapping the top of his deck a bunch. I can only assume he's asking a lot of questions. What he's probably asking is, it says when a card leaves my discard pile, right? Does that interrupt my sound waves?
It says
putting
due to your rival's non-character effect. So the timing would be after your card leaves a discard pile due to your rival's non-character effect. So let's say a sound waves. The moment it leaves the discard pile, you have a chance to respond. So the moment a card leaves the discard pile, you respond. Then the top card of the deck would be put in the card pool face down. So it doesn't necessarily interrupt what Soundwaves is looking to do, because what is going to end up at the top of the deck will end up at the top of the deck. The difference is that there will now be a card in the card pool.
As expected, a professional judge Nilmerg. That is the Drowning in Resentment Soundwaves interaction. You will not get to take what they stacked and move it anywhere, but it is going to be a free sticky balls, which is going to be a pain in the butt to deal with in your card pool.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of technology and a lot of reading on that one. I think it's one you want to flip.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 foundations. We would have to commit 3, so leaving 4 up, and we have a jolt on the side of Shigaraki, which means we would only have 3 ready foundations.
Yeah, it's it's just kind of a position that you have to be a little bit prepared to enter right now. You're already assuming that you're playing. I think the big thing is we only have like 1 release, right? So if Jolt pins down the release, we have to assume that we're playing the game next turn without that, like our best survival piece. It just means that there's a lot to think about for Philip. And these guys look like they're kind of just chilling out right now. So more than likely what's going on is they're escalating these Drowning in Resentment questions, possibly to the head judge even. But they just tuned into the stream and listen to Judge Nilmerg. They would know what's up.
It is. And as someone pointed out, this was established at the HLC, though kind of a bit wordy, the card. Not going to blame anyone for getting confused. It's that response, it does have almost 4 lines of text.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is that there's not a lot of interactions like that. I mean, we saw a similar thing with how it's very similar to how Shigaraki, make a check and House of Cards works. Is these are some of the first times that stuff like that has come up in this format. So especially a lot of the new players are like, wait, how does interrupting my stuff work?
Mm.
It's just not
Not
natural
not so much
to a lot of.
interruption or as much as how does this thing work that happens after I do a thing?
Yeah, right. Because it's like, okay, I have to pay my cost, and then that thing happens, and then I finish my ability, which
Is that
is
crazy? We committed two of our defensive pieces, our potential defensive pieces.
yeah, it's pretty interesting. I can understand wanting to leave one basic training up because you want that +1, damage to the grab. Or I guess we want to leave both up, right? Because the gravel is going to come in at 7. We wanted to make it 9. But we didn't even do that. We didn't even basic training on them. Ooh, Shigaraki's got a 2 on top.
Ooh.
Oh, big decisions. Big decisions.
Yeah,
Let's
letting
see.
Shigaraki potentially drop after we checked a 2 on this gravity lift. Some bad checks certainly make this dynamic pretty rough. Ooh, already
Yeah.
preemptively committing the release.
I gotta say the Jiro top card searches and the Shigaraki checks and all of the additional checks probably the hardest thing that I've ever had to try and keep track of commentating without being able to hear the players. I think this is actually my greatest battle I've ever fought yet.
For sure. I think it's really nice that getting to see Shigaraki kind of having this this villain side of him really kind of shine through. I mean, we've seen plenty of Shigaraki 1, but
Ooh, what?
Oh,
He's trying to get real
Wait.
weird with it. Wait, oh, he's cooking? What? This is Nil, this is the most line of all time.
huh.
Yeah, I'm a little flabbergasted right now. This is not where I thought this turn was heading. This is
I'm of the opinion this is a bad line.
I'm not the biggest fan of it.
I'm not gonna put it like I'm not gonna be like I'm gonna be a bit realistic. We have one ready foundation, and that's only off the back of seizing the advantage.
Yeah.
And our opponent is playing 1.3 million volts.
Yeah. Now listen, Nil, players, viewers at home, lay it down, guys. I didn't go to the HLC. I'm not an HLC, top 32 guy. I'm just a little dude, but
I would be in the position he's in. I would be frustrated too. We checked a 2 on that gravity lift. We're already behind on resources that we've been needing. But
you think maybe we're just in desperation mode, is what you're thinking?
I think so, but I feel like there should be ways that, like, there could have been other ways to navigate this turn. I feel.
Yeah, I agree. But also I've been there, right? I've also totally been there. And like also, that like he's checking a 2, right? So you really want to try and there's a lot of things coming together here that's like, man, I really just got to full send this, I've definitely been there before for a myriad of reasons. But man, we're definitely in desperation mode on the defense now. We pop a once per game, we draw 1.3
the once
million.
per game is gonna be so debilitating.
It's gonna be devastating. He drew an engine trouble. We got the engine trouble, lads. It's gonna get a little out of hand now. It's gonna get a little out of hand.
We're just gonna we're gonna play an attack, and then we're just going to shotgun engine trouble and commit the requesting assistance, and it's just going to be so.
Oh my god, we have the gain pulp slip. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love this. I love
we're
this.
gonna just play the engine trouble. We're gonna see it right now.
Do it. Full send.
Come on.
Full send.
There it is.
Snap it. He snapped it. He said, you guys think we're in Sheffield? You guys think we're in the UK? No. You know where you are, kid? You're in trouble. You're in engine trouble, baby.
Oh, dear. Okay. This is...
Yeah, you know, if you told me at the beginning of this event, Nil, that the two cards that would be the biggest MVPs of the entire tournament were Ice Slide Tackle and Engine Trouble, I would say, what are you on? I would say, what am I in for? I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't know if I could have even done it. This thing is massive.
This is, you know, it's also going to be massive. Another 1.3 million volts.
Yeah. Our hand is pumped up to hell and high water. I don't know if there's a single hair on his chinny chin chin that Philip C can survive this by. I think Liam, you know, he set up really well. He navigated himself into a safe game state. He dug in his claws, and now he's sinking in his teeth. I think he's got everything he needs to close the game out this turn.
Ooh, so we can't use that one foundation to clear any checks anymore. So we have only our character to clear checks.
Yep. And between that and the once per game, you know, our moves all effectively have like one speed, if you will, right now. This jolt is gonna deal one for sure.
For sure.
We're gonna and like the thing is, every attack is just cantripping like crazy now. With no resources to commit and -1 to your checks, we're just drawing things nonstop. And then we're gonna respond -1 to the check, and then that's just gonna be it. That's just gonna be it. You've checked a 3, you only got your card to commit. You can't commit that foundation. You can't commit anything. Your checks are wrecked. Your blocks are wrecked. Your aggression is wrecked. Your stage is in the palm of Shigaraki 3's hands. That was just textbook exemplary Shigaraki things, textbook order symbol things. Really, really, really cool to see a deck like this surviving, jiving, and thriving its way through the top cuts and just navigating what can be the scariest of matchups for a 7-hand size character beautifully, I have to say.
And really big shout out to these players putting so we haven't really seen Shigaraki 3 show too much in recent events, and we've seen builds under death more prominently, but really like the order symbol really unlocks what the plan that Shigaraki 3 is looking for the best. And I mean, engine trouble kind of going in.
It definitely, I think Liam's deck really highlights how versatile that character can be in the way that you want to play him. You know, Liam sat down and said, I want to make a Shigaraki 3 deck that just says you never have a stage, and I get to draw 1 million cards for free, and then you just can't stop my 1.3s. Again, it's a very, very rock solid game plan. And then he put together this 52 card list that does exactly just that, and it's one focus, and it's super duper awesome to see. It's cool to see. What I really want to highlight about this matchup as well, Philip played really, really well. Jiro's a very, very strong deck. You know, these are extremely known entities into this new play style. It's like a new play style versus an old play style. Really, really cool to see these guys clash in such an interesting way as well, and just give us a heck of a show for this top 8 round. But we've got a lot more to go through. We've got top 4, we've got our semifinals and our finals left, about halfway through the day now, and I'm really excited. I think we're gonna cut to a little break here, and we're gonna try and keep our bracket on the screen, give you guys some updates. I'll hop there in the chat with you guys and do a little chit chatting about what else besides Liam with Shigaraki 3 is moving into the top 4 as we speak. Guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back soon.
That makes sense, but you also don't want to have too many when you're looking for your more crucial pieces. I mean, once you're trying to kill people, you want your specialized sound waves, your home run comets, your instant explosive releases, and grab lifts. Like, you want those pieces on board and online as soon as possible once you have momentum going. However, as mentioned before, we have a lot of Omni blocks on the side of Endeavor, and Jiro's really looking to deal damage with that first attack, and then we go super deep with the instant explosive releases to clear a card pool and gain momentum. And if we just block the first one completely, that puts a wrench in the plan for sure.
Obviously, the big line here is, can the Endeavor put the wrench in the lineup here? Can just if like especially with one of the Omni blocks being Red Guard, like I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna take their damage and you're Breaker. Like
Yeah.
that's like, and then Face Shield, and the Face Shield's just like, all right, well, I flip it. Okay, maybe there's no combo stuff happening, but that card's still in the pool, and you're not. I'm not. All I do it is like, all right, move on to the next attack. Let's see what what the bonuses we get there.
Yeah, I for sure this matchup will. A lot of it will come down to how efficiently Endeavor can kind of keep. I mean, we've said before, keeping Jiro's momentum in check always a good idea. As we're gonna see here, Jiro trying to build up some of her momentum with his jolt. Now the question is if she realizes all of the potential ways that we can just say no to these attacks. But I mean, Jiro has to try and get what she can early on.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do is lead with one of your like auto hit pokes and hope it connects. It's really all you can do here in this situation. Like especially if your hand just says, "All right, I have instant explosive releases. I have this." I'm like, I gotta go for this line and see if he and just do the check. Like, do you have it?
The question is a matter of, is it efficient? Is it more efficient knowing that of the potential Omni blocks that Endeavor has to still go for the attacks anyway, and try and get the momentum through, or would it be better to just kind of build a little, sit back, and there's the Faith Shield as we were talking about.
Yep. All right, so we're
no
gonna commit out for this, and all right, this Face Shield's on. This shield is stop the damage. First attack is not touching. Now it's, do you want to proceed? Like it really comes down to how many what his hand did. What's Grant City on with this hand?
With each faith shield that is used, that will be like another one out of the game. Is one good thing to note. However, red guards just go into our discard. They do not get removed from the game.
The day we have an easy way to recur red guards is the day we'll have to have that conversation. How that card is. Like, well, if I activate this, I'll get it back. Yep. Okay, so we're doing the back off. We're just gonna build.
Makes sense.
That's especially with those checks, man. It's good that he backed off, because, like, all right, got one. It's like double threes. I'm like, good back off.
So we're gonna stay nice and healthy as Endeavor, not very concerned. Seems like we're gonna start putting on a bit of aggression, going into a seizing the advantage into a back alley.
Yep, and we're gonna go after let's get one of the sound specialists off the board here. That's a good start.
Yep, and a bit interesting. Maybe usually you're in one's head, you would think, okay, you want to get Jiro off her momentum, maybe target the wealthy aspirations. But if the plan is to just not let her generate that momentum to begin with off of these throws and things like instant explosive release right afterwards, you're not as concerned.
That's true. It looks like we're probably gonna start. I think we're gonna start pressuring here with, like, this is a good attack to like just like pressuring where you get the board committed.
Yep.
And we're just gonna see what we're gonna start activating. Like, oh, all right. We're activating the one with nature. We're like, all right, this is coming to say hello.
Yep, we go ahead and discard a 0 difficulty foundation with the one with nature. Oh, cool! We can just build that right in.
Jiro's gonna do a nice little peek, maybe a little rearranging. This is yep. Ooh, wow, we are just saying hello. We're just like coming in and like, what do you got? Like, all right.
So having to take that on the nose is Jiro.
Yep. Now we got the prehensile tail on the board. That's gonna be a really strong card in this matchup.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna be able to. He has enough face. He can one. He has the tight lip to make a face down if he needs, just like to get an extra face down, and then the tail can either get back, save the back alley the next turn, or if the fast momentum line happens here with Jiro, you have the ability to like, all right, we're just get rid of that momentum.
For sure. And here's a gravity lift, but we're gonna see here what is in the Endeavor's hand. I think it's only one card in hand. If that ends up being another Faith Shield or Red Guard, gonna be a little rough.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
Taking the pixies, we're swapping some cards.
We're gonna like. One thing about Jiro I've always found is there's two people. There's definitely a style to the Jiro players themselves, because some people like to do they just do the quick. They like to make. Some people sit there on your opponent's hand and like they do this. Like they have them both. They have them both in front of you, and they make their decisions in a timely manner. And then there's people who like I take like literally look at your opponent's thing and like just put them back. And it makes you think like, all right, did I just show them 2 5s? Did I show them 2 3s? I feel like the faster you make a decision with Jiro is with this enhance. It's your opponent has to think, what are they planning here?
Yeah. Ooh.
We're just gonna block with an uppercut, so we're gonna get some damage in, but also -2 speed to the next. Not bad. Not bad to get another. We got one more card in hand, so
For sure. Jiro does like to see that this does connect, though. That allows us to start getting our explosive releases online, and once that explosive release gets into the momentum, we can respond with Wealthy, and we're gonna be having at least 3 momentum at the end of this turn.
yeah, that's definitely a situation here where I really wish I really want more cards that like lock cards to the pool on block, because of like stuff like this. I'm like, man, this is a situation. I'm like, I want to be able to lock that card in the pool. Like, yep, you jump through one hoop, but
Yeah.
the next one's not happening. Because I
For
feel like
sure.
if you have the chain, if he gets the chain here, like he does have a 6 in the yard. We're getting an extra momentum. I think we're gonna try to pressure. I think this is we have a hand that's very aggressive, and we're gonna try to pressure with this.
For sure. Let's see here. Another. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's what I was about to call it.
Yeah.
So there's another one coming in, but we're still at a pretty comfortable health total as Endeavor. Gonna just take this one on the chin.
Mm-hmm. Like we haven't, and the thing is, we haven't activated any of the abilities yet. We don't need to. We can wait till like, all right, we're gonna minus some speed, or plus or minus some damage. Like we'll know when the mitigation needs to happen.
For sure. We went ahead and used the latent skill to discard 2 and draw 2. There we go. We're gonna start seeing the specialized sound waves come out. So this is gonna be receiving +2 damage off of Jiro and +2 damage off of the instant explosive release, making this a bit of a beefy attack.
Yeah. So we're gonna see what we find here. I'm pretty sure I saw an early 6 was checked. Yep, there's the early 6 with Eric disposition.
Nothing too crazy in terms of attacks in the discard. Not another specialized sound waves. I don't believe. No home run comets.
There is an instant explosion in the yard. There is one of those. If they need to just pressure, it's just like, hey, I need more momentum. But I think like, are we?
Oh, there's the home run. Yeah,
we're gonna get the home run at this point. So
makes sense. Now, it would be crazy if we held on to a high block this entire time.
Yeah. Do we hold on to a high, or we hold on to the second high, or like the second omni block? And it's like, all right, well, we got this one. Let's hope it's good.
Though it is good to know, and I believe we did give -4 damage to the first instant explosive release, or the second one. Sorry.
Okay.
One of the two. So we took no damage from that one, but it cleared from the card pool. Oh, we're just gonna... So we're saving that home run comment for later.
Or we're gonna build out and play it.
Oh.
Nope. Okay. I was hoping for the spicy build 2 more, and we're gonna play this on. And just hope it's good.
Oh. Possible disconnect here.
There it goes. It's returning. Give us a second, guys.
It's recovering. Seizing the advantage into a Hellflame Javelin. Let's see. Things are getting a bit rough on our end, but what will we target down here? We're contemplating.
That's it.
So Jiro will not be able to draw into whatever it is that she swaps out on the top.
All right, so we got the Ignite Arrow, which we've seen this card do a lot of work this weekend for multiple different decks, and even in Endeavor, like it seems like you would think it's kind of like, okay, it's if you just like go like lose 1 life and put 2 damage on this, you're getting your numbers worth, because it's like, do you want to block this? We're at 6, get to like 7 even. It looks like we're gonna do Prehensile Tail. We're gonna pick up the back alley. So I think we're seeing a lot. We're looking at lines here at this point. Like, do we have a closeout?
We're gonna lose 1, and then we're going to, or did we lose 1? And give this damage. So the nice thing about giving Ignited Arrow damage in this scenario is it incentivizes your opponent, like, okay, well, I guess I need to block this, but then Ignited Arrow's effect gets to go off.
Yep.
Deciding to take this one, and then building a little.
Build 2 more. Got the learning the standard is, well, it can be it depends on learning the standard's really good against Jiro if Jiro starts checking bad when they're trying to gain out multiple attacks. But otherwise, it's like, all right, I'll play this foundation, and then my next attack gets plus gets an additional damage or additional speed and damage if you're.
It can also be nice after a specialized sound waves, because you want them to clear the good check off the top after they draw into an attack. And so like that check will essentially go to waste.
Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we're at 11. Yeah, it looks like we are at deadlock with the Endeavor. And it looks okay. We're just gonna build 2 pass. Like, I think we're just trying to. We're in the one thing here is I don't see a. Looking on the board here, I don't see a basic yet. Yeah, if he had a basic, like, he doesn't have a basic trade, so he doesn't really have a deadlock threat. We're just kind of like, we're just building and passing here. We're just trying to find
double jab pummel also.
Yep, double jab pummel we could play something. We could play it deep to play a second attack deep. That's a good line here. The deadlock options, we have Prehensile Tail.
That too.
That's a good one here for Endeavor to just like really make the punches, especially these punches, connect. But nothing else main deck for them to get to push with. So we're gonna. I think this might be another game.
Oh, taking a little read here. So Jiro, if she wants to build here, she would also be having to go into deadlock.
Yeah.
So to wonder what's in Jiro's hand right now, because we have 3 momentum. That's pretty comfortable, but we also have apparently 5 cards in Endeavor's hand.
Yeah. We know we're saying on a Hormone Comet. So we have Comet. I feel like this is like you're looking for 4 attack. You're looking for like that 4 attack string to pressure with, and hopefully, and like finding a few sound waves to get the line to get and to line up your checks. Like, all right, I'm gonna take this up, take this out, and hope it's good.
I'm under the assumption we might not really have a line in hand, or else we would be throwing more cards into the card pool. And so I suppose we might be debating what we want to do here.
I mean, also the one thing we have is the Endeavor. Once the Endeavor gets an attack lineup, we're auto +2 speed on everything.
Yeah.
that is with those when quick to acts are active. When you're only playing 2 quick to acts and you have them both out, it's like, all right, here we go.
For sure. So we're gonna go ahead and lead into this turn with a Grav Lift. We've already seen, I believe, 3 of our instant explosive releases, one being in the discard, 2 having been played.
Yep.
So we won't be seeing too much kind of popping off this turn. But
I have a feeling that Endeavor is sitting on a handful of Omni blocks, and
this
is gonna be they're gonna get the Jiro is just gonna like, all right, I have to progress the game here. The longer I sit here and he can dig, the more Omni blocks they're gonna find.
Yep, and we're posturing that we're definitely gonna block this one because we're committing a resistance, giving -2 damage to our next attack.
Yeah, we're saying if your next attack has an enhanced step, it's gonna get -2, and then if I feel necessary, it's going to Endeavor. Like it loses its bonuses from Jiro, and I can Endeavor at -4, and it does not do anything.
I mean, even if we play specialized sound waves after this, so this would be getting -4 damage, especially sound waves if it gets +2 damage, 3, 4, 5. So it'd be dealing 1.
Yeah.
But the -4 speed on Endeavor 2 is nothing to sneeze at. If we try going in with a home run comet, ooh, there's the Faith Shield. Yeah, if we try going in with a home run comet, the X amount of speed that Jiro can give to home run comet just kind of fizzles out.
Yep. So there's Faith Shield number 2, that's been blocked with. So another throw has been handled for the time being. So now I think this may have been a turn to like, hey, if he's holding an Omni block, let's play something that he wants to play it to trade it, and we'll come back to it next turn.
Yep.
Like this definitely like he's looking at the discard because he hasn't checked the sound wave either. Like there's not like they're sitting up. You can't like there's no sound wave lineup happening here.
We're certainly getting through the deck, and we're not finding these sound waves.
Yeah, so it's like I can't if I start attack stringing and there's 3 sound waves in my deck. This could get bad really. This could get painful really quick.
Like we have all this momentum, and the only thing we can really spend it on. Oh, so we had one in hand. The only thing we can really spend it with is the sound waves and home run comet. But as Endeavor, you're honestly in a very good position.
All right, so we're gonna put this to 1 with when the bonuses are when all bonuses are applied and then the reductions are applied.
So
the penalties go in.
Even if we use our specialized sound waves to top our deck with an attack to draw into and a good check, we take this on the chin and then respond with learning the standards. And we're going to be forced to check our good check on the top because we have to play a non-attack card afterwards. So we did have a specialized sound waves in the discard. But that 6 check is just not going to be a thing.
Yeah, it's like, all right, you got a 6 check. You have to play Foundation.
Yeah.
Like this is take 1 in Pop Standard. Which is the expected play here is that. So we'll see what. Like it's always good when you can. Yep, there it goes. Yep. I'll take my 1. Do your thing.
And even with this next specialized sound waves, if we decide to play sound waves, So this, oh yeah, so this is going to be on a 6. Checked a 5. There's a 5 on the top.
Yep.
And then there's a 6. This will be getting plus 4 damage, making it a 4 high for 7. We still have a couple of cards in Endeavor's hand, but we have no cards in the card pool right now. And a 4 high is certainly not unblockable.
No, it's pretty much where, like, I think he's already decided, like, the order of, like, are we doing it? Are we going to use another momentum to bit stack? And it looks like we are going to use another momentum to stack here.
Honestly, I think a big mistake that we made was not let's see. Actually,
That's a good line right there.
yeah, I think we should have used the enhance of the 0 gravity lift in our momentum when we played that gravity lift this turn.
That's a strong. That may have been the right move. Yeah. It's like, all right, we're gonna eat this. We're gonna play
7
the pummel.
on 6,
6, 7,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it was on an 8.
Yep. All right, so we have plus 7 to the next check. Deadlock, like, here's deadlock. Here's my enhance.
Yeah.
This is very lethal.
This is very blockable, though.
Very blockable, but very lethal.
Yeah. So playing this home run in a Comet next, so it would be on 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then plus 7 to our check. We can check a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here is.
Yep, just a prominent burn block.
So draw 2, discard.
So we get one more. We get to play one more attack. And is this one more attack the Comet that we have been prepared
So
for?
Comet would be receiving 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It would be 8 speed, but then we can reduce that speed by 4.
Yep.
And then we still have our character and 4 foundations ready. 5 foundations, sorry.
Yeah, that's
pretty crazy.
Like Jiro did Jiro things that usually finish off matches, and I mean, there's also the possibility here of, okay, we play. He's only have 5. Like, it doesn't. So we go. If he has double combat here, there's the route where the double combat could be played. Is it the right line, though, is the question.
But then that other Comet would not be receiving that check bonus.
True, but I've seen Comets played at this difficulty.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Check a 5.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But if we check a 2.
Oh yeah,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we would still be able to clear it, but we would have to commit our character.
Yeah, we might be if we. Okay, so we're doing we have time. We're not under the restrictions of a round. Let's take which review and count what his omni blocks are. Let's see what's possibly available here.
So for 5 minimum. We're contemplating for sure. We've come this far.
Yes.
But
I
and the Endeavor's posturing, I think, is very comfortable, regardless of what comes next.
Yeah, Nathan's just like they have to make the decision. It's like, this is all on Grant to, like, does Grant just pass turn here and, like, make another swing in next turn? Like, all right, so this is plus 7.
Plus 7, yeah. So even if we check a 2,
so check a 10, it's good.
Yeah. So you say double home run, but if we did block with a red guard, that breaker 1 and we check a 2 would cause us to
Yeah.
fail our turn.
That's true. I'm not. But there is that possibility here. Like there is still an unaccounted for sound wave.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna see Endeavor lose 2 here. Yeah.
We're gonna lose 2 minus
-4 speed, I imagine. And so now this is 6 high. 6, 7, 8.
Yep. Check a 5.
5.
Check a 5.
6, 7, 8.
All right. Do we have?
This is quite the defense, and
Yeah.
we didn't even have to commit like our resources. Our resource uses were just really efficient.
Mhm. Yeah, that was
Like
a
wow.
that like he used the resistant. He called when he like, hey, this is where the resistance needs to be used to because I'm expecting sound wave to start here. Like they were all played. It was played at the correct time. Everything was played in the right order for that. So
And we just need to count to 12 here.
Yeah, we have to count to 12, and the only thing is we only have 3 health, so we only get 2 activations of our damage bonus, but we have +2 speed to everything, +1 with nature.
Yeah. And Jiro has no way to draw into cards, and she only has 2 in hand. Counting to 12 when your opponent only has 2 blocks and no ways to draw is not very difficult.
Mm-hmm. Like we're gonna use, I think right now we're controlling what can they draw off of this. If they like, okay, if I can't block this, what do they have? What can they draw here?
Yeah,
that's good. That's a good point here. All you're giving, if let this hit, they're foddering the one with nature.
For sure. I mean, last turn is just kind of exemplifying, or last turn kind of exemplified how we could see Endeavor get so far into this tournament. Not many characters can keep Jiro at bay. Like, yeah, he got away with like just a sneeze away from dying, but you know,
Did Endeavor
didn't
go to 0 though?
Yeah.
Exactly. There's one of the things with this game and any rare card game. If your life total is not at 0, you just can always say, "But did I die?"
But did I die? I've definitely killed someone who left me at 1 for sure.
I definitely have done that in the past several times, and my opponents have just stared at me and I like doing the math for like where they missed the damage, and they realized I did everything exactly necessary to be at 1, and then it's like, okay, and I'm just gonna show you my hand. Are we good?
Yeah. I mean, we saw it Nats in Dallas last year. Not accounting for Tokoyami -1 damage, leaving a Tokoyami at 1 health. Feels pretty bad.
Nope.
So this is just going to connect.
And there's Providence. Is that those are Providence bird?
We just decided not to draw either.
Nope. We're just like
Nope.
Because here's my that's a no. I think they actually not wanting to respond is the right thing because they're not going to give him an attack.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're going to leave a foundation on top. I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah.
That's.
But now if there is an attack on the top, we are going to be checking it.
That's the Jiro mind game right there.
Yeah.
Where we played the mind game, we decided like, all right, he's not going to give me an attack. He's going to give me this. I'm like, I don't need it. We'll just
pump speed.
Like this is lethal on half. Like you have to. I'm gonna activate all my buttons here.
Yep.
So this is currently.
And then 1 with nature.
Yep. This is +2 speed. The next attack is +2 speed. If his next attack is another he's playing 4 prominence.
Flip a foundation. It's lethal and a half.
Yep.
No.
Oof. Check a 5.
But that is we have one more card left in our hand as Jiro.
Yeah, and we had to have everything but the release for that.
Wow.
It's like, do you have one more attack?
Yeah.
4. Yep. We're just rechecking the map here. So 4.
Because it was 4, and then 2 from Endeavor, so 5, 6.
Oh, we're just going.
We're just scooping, yeah.
I think that maybe there was. Yeah, he needed. Yeah, there was. He missed. I think there was a misnumbering because they forgot the one with nature number.
Yeah, because 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8, and then 9, 10. Let's see, 10.
So yeah, 4 from the 4 to 6 with the Providenceburg gets it to 6.
And then Providenceburg also gets +2.
Yep.
11, 12. So 12, and then
+2 high on, and then
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then I think 12 with we're trying to do a lot of math here, but I think if we had just another attack, it would have just been over anyway.
Yeah. I'm trying to do the math in my head also, and I'm like, I would have to have the foundation. I would have the foundation list up again to double check it, but I'm pretty sure he needed 2 more. I think he needed 2 more even with the release activated.
That was a lot of speed for sure.
Yeah. Hey, those attacks from the starter deck. Let me tell you, that's an Endeavor starter. That's a one of the Endeavor starters. Like, why not have those? 4X, run it.
Let's see here. Yeah, I certainly had to get a couple of starter decks or singles for 4 prominence burns.
I have opened personally. I have opened like 4 XR prominence burns. I just keep opening whenever I open. I love to chrome chase when I get to ask for my prize packs. I'm like, just give me first edition Hero Clash. Let's just see what happens. And I just keep opening first edition prominence birds like XR. So I'm like, okay, cool, another one to the binder. We have a result from the other side of the bracket officially. Connor Chilton with 4th kind has moved on to the finals.
Woo-wee.
There may have been that Liam had to leave, possibly. I'm hearing the chat's been a little. I've heard a couple things from between the discords and the chats. It looks like he may have had to. He had a time limit for the day. He did not expect to get through the first 2 rounds. Had to be somewhere. Like it is kind of a it's a holiday week. It is technically a holiday weekend in the UK with the coronation. But you know what? We have the coronation that happened yesterday. We're crowning our champion for this ROE though today.
Yep. What a shame we couldn't see Shigaraki 3 just like go as far as possible. But hey, semifinals.
Yeah, semifinals. Like that Shigaraki 3 is like the character of the League of Villains set, and it's just gonna keep showing up. Like people have to get like used to like, hey, this is gonna be a fixture character. Only a few people want to play it. It's just gonna be there. But 4th kind has just been it's been an underlining menace. It like he came in second. He came in second at RLE last year. Andrew Holder came in second with them, and like this 4 kind is just kind of always. The format's right for a 5-hand. 4th kind's in there. He's just like, all right, let's go. And now that it's back to the 5-hand size have viability in this format, and they're going to do what they can.
I mean, Earth is also that 4th kind is on. Is it on Earth? I'm not sure.
The 4th kind's on order.
On order, I see. Let's see here. So Jiro's gonna be able to go first this time. Actually, Jiro went first last game as well. So we're gonna see if she can kind of try and leverage a better lead here. Though this matchup is a bit rough actually.
Mm-hmm.
Earth
This is
defense.
this is gonna be another one of those matches. Oh, what is going on here? Oh, too many cards were drawn.
Ah, that's a
rough.
shame. That's rough. Yeah.
So in this game, if at any point when a full hand is drawn, if an additional card was added to the hand and it can't be identified as that was the last card to leave the deck, you have to reveal your hand to your opponent and they choose a card and it gets removed from the game. That is that used to be for a long time.
Not removed from game. It's like
it can't be added. It can't be referenced. It can't be added. It's just there.
It is now in the ether.
Yeah, it is in the ether. Because before that rule was placed with Universus, it was a game loss. It was like your hand can't be reconstructed. Like you would have to there would be people in Top Cuts if you would just count your deck out and lay it out like your hand each turn just to make sure nothing happened. Like this is the last card I left my deck. I drew too many, put it back on top. Like safety yourself as much as possible.
That removing a face shield though is rough.
Yes, you're just down a face shield. We got a solid 4 build with the new training methods, getting a prehensile tail. Okay. You want to stun? I'll take another foundation off of this. Like, did we keep the red guard? Do we have the red guard to answer this line? That's the spice here. Like, oh, I am not taking. You are not shooting me to the moon on turn 2.
Don't quite remember what was in the hand in the reveal. Exactly.
I think it was I thought it was a red guard.
Not sure if it was a red guard or a hardened uppercut.
Yeah. Oh, it was barrage.
Barrage.
I mean, not barrage. It can't be. It have to be rapid punches. Can't be yeah, so it's a rapid punches that's in hand. Okay. Okay. So one thing we want to note is one that grants one of Web of Blades.
Yeah.
Is on the board, and that card may have some. Maybe like the first target of we need to flip this with a CC as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Oh, Blade just says, "Hey, is this less than my printed thing of regard like my speed or my damage? Let's just give it +2."
Yep. Go before we go to blocks. +2 damage or +2 speed.
Yep.
All right. First instant explosive release coming in.
Yeah, so having been able to see our opponent's hand, we know that there's no threat of shenanigans. Hey, you're going to be able to completely block this jolt and take no damage regardless of the enhance. Well, now we can play our instant explosive releases.
Mm-hmm. So it's gonna we're just gonna pressure here. Like, all right, take the damage, move on. It's like, let's go.
Yeah. And you have to feel good about it as Jiro. Previous game, Faith's Shield was used on the first attack for 2 turns in a row, or I know definitely the her second turn, but this time, as we said, not gonna have to worry about that. And then this wealthy aspirations interaction in Universes when clearing the card pool. At the end of the turn, you clear the card pool from right to left. So we'll be able to build in the Wealthy Aspirations and then the Specialist of Sound first before we add the Jolt into our momentum, which would then allow us to get an additional momentum at the end of the turn.
All right, here comes that rapid punches we've been holding.
Yep.
It's a good, nice start here. We're gonna pick up a I could not see I did not catch what he picked up there for with the methods.
Neither did I.
But okay, we'll give this -3 speed. Yeah, the guys keep like Grant keeps jumping his elbows on the table, and it shakes the camera, and he's done it in like the most opportune time. No, I can't read that card because of the shake.
Well,
but this rapid punches is coming in. It got the -3 speed, and it's gonna get its +1. And
we're just gonna respond to. We want to block this for sure.
Yeah, it's like I don't want you to draw a card here. That's what he's telling them.
To be fair, I don't think we have some very good low blocks. Aside from arrogant disposition for Jiro. I mean, yeah. So we have arrogant and wealthy, but then we also have specialist of sound.
I kind of expect that he's got an arrogant disposition in hand, and he's like, I want to make sure I can block with this. and it's like, and I want to be able to like control your checks and block with this. Yeah.
Yep. So, just gonna build out some more here. So nice thing about having 2 learning the standards is even if one does get jolted, and I mean we saw how messing with that 6 check off the top after being forced to build and check it, Jiro might look to jolt that learning the standards that we have built, but if we just have 2.
All right, so we were reviewing the discard pile before playing this for the last foundation here, because this is like getting that, like deciding like, all right, do I need the quick to act? Is that like keeping a low block is probably not the best thing. Like at this moment, it's like, nope.
Yeah.
I think I just might as well build this low block and present my hand as is.
For sure. And yeah, we have not seen any amplified sound blast or 1.3 million from Jiro. We just need mids and highs.
Yep. Luckily for this endeavor, it does not have a lot of natural low blocks. It's actually one thing Earth does not have a lot of natural blocks for.
It's true.
Well, that are like in the it has them, but a lot of them are like they start at +3. There's very few like +2 or +1 lows that are on foundations. Like it's all your good all your like your fun blocks, like all your +2s seem to be you get a lot of +2 highs or +1 highs.
But you also do not need very many low blocks when you can just block every zone.
Yes, when you have when you're playing 4 red guards and 4 face shields, you can block it. So. Alright, so we're gonna remove. We're gonna just launch a specialist and remove, and we're just gonna start stack. We're gonna start the stack up here. All right.
We're likely gonna see a learning the standards probably come out here.
Yeah, we have 2 of them. You can always stop one of them. Like, and plus he can't commit this one. It's like, all right.
Oh well, we picked up a double jet pummel. If we just learning the standards, you can't combo off of this.
Yeah, it's like, all right. I'll take 4.
Mm-hmm.
What do you got?
Learning the standards, getting paid.
Yeah. Yeah, Dava is navigating this matchup really well. There we go. We're just gonna build out arrogant disposition. Not a bad
Checking
bad card.
arrogant disposition.
Yeah, like there's a few punches here. Like we got haymaker, hearted uppercut, and rapid punches. So we have a line here, but we're just gonna fire off this home run. Okay.
And then we're likely gonna target the learning this so we're debating whether or not we want to commit anything because we do still have that that it can't be fixed on board to help build one. So we're probably gonna check the top first. That way, if we do decide to commit something, we can target it, or we can feel a little bit like have a bit more control after like kind of determining what gets built into the stage.
Exactly. Like we're just looking at we're like, all right, if we make this decision,
Here we are. And there
Alright.
it is.
what did you give me? All right. I always think it seems like you just kind of slid that over. It's like I always think
Some people just kind of like very like kind of finesse like a look-sees, but before building, but like very smooth.
Mhm. This is actually one of those attacks where it's like, are you gonna fire off your once per turn? Are you gonna fire off the? So yeah, we're fire. All right, so we're gonna just eat it. I kind of was hoping for the resistance fire off here.
Yeah, I think we. I think it would have been nice to block this home run comet if we had a high block or some anomaly block, and then also use resistance for the next attack. But question is, we only have 3 ready foundations on the side of Jiro,
Yeah.
and
like we can. So if we get all these cards in hand, so we have something here. It's like, do we just go? We're at 12. We can go respond, stack of 6, sack something. We go stack of 6, play. Yeah, it's gonna be tough to get more than one more attack off here. Without
yeah, especially since like we're this far in, and
just
to play
we're just gonna free draw.
Wow.
We're just gonna free draw.
Wait, that must mean we have a couple of attacks in hand, so we want to try and get multiple 6 checks on top, possibly.
Or it might need to build. Might just need like I need to. He's got 1 foundation coming in. Might need 1 more. Like I don't think playing the double jab is the best line here. Like we're gonna put a 6 on. We'll just put here's 2 6s.
Yep. We have to have something in hand.
Yeah.
We still also have our -4 damage and -4 speed on our character, I think, as well.
Yep.
Which would leave us at 1 health should we utilize both of them. Double jab and sound waves in hand. If we play double jab, that would be on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'd have to commit 2. And then if we play a sound waves, it would be on a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 as well. And then we'd have to commit our character.
If he fires off the double jab, then he can't activate.
No, wait. We would be checking an 8 on the sound waves.
So here's the thing: is like if he plays the double jab, he can't activate the combo because he would then draw. It forces the draw 2, discard 2, and he gets rid of the other 6 jack.
That is true. Yep.
Like it's not a deadlock currently, so like,
yeah.
It's just +2, so yeah, he can't. I think Grant had the line, and then he may have realized what occurs here. Like it's like, yeah, I can fire this off I can fire off a very catchable double jab pummel, but it doesn't. But because of the enhanced, always the block trigger has to happen. You gotta see what happens here on the end.
And we've taken all of these as endeavor, so our card pool is pretty clear. We have a pretty healthy stage. The only attack that he cannot interact with is another specialized sound waves. However, we have 2 in hand. Gotta be. This is a bit of a suspect situation for Jiro.
Yeah, I think we're backing off here. I feel like this is a back. I think this is a we've hit the end of the line here.
How awkward would it be if Nathan really was just holding low blocks?
Yeah, he goes review and just like reviews a low block and just like.
That would be a heartbreak.
I mean, I definitely have fast turns with the like. All right, you're predominantly predominantly high or predominantly this one zone, and I have none of those blocks in hand, but I have very defensive foundations, and I'm just gonna sit there and bluff it and bluff this and hope it's good.
Yeah. The question is, if Jiro doesn't kill here and she kind of realizes or wants to back off, if we have 2 6s on the top, we can build 2 foundations, or we can build one, then have a 6 check on the top. However, what is the likelihood that Endeavor counts to 27? So it looks like we're thinking of doing that and then passing. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, the question is, does Endeavor count to 27?
Yeah. They have the release. They have they get to build. So they get to build the arrogant disposition. And they take all that momentum. They want it. But yeah, I see that. I think I see what's oof. Okay. Check the 3. Okay, that's fine. I think we're just gonna start firing off. I think we're just gonna be like, okay, we have to fire off everything here. Like use all, like this is where I think I would want this to connect. I want this uppercut to connect for full damage. like just go like, all right, +1 speed, -1 for +2, discard to 1 with nature. I'm making you play a block here. Because now my thought is he's holding something that can kill me because he was considering blocking this. Because it's like, all right, we got to get the pummel out of your. Let's get the pummel out of your hand. Let's get the other card. Let's put you on a fresh 6 off the top and see what you can put together from it.
A bit unfortunate that we don't have any momentum, because this prehensile tail, the only thing we can really do with it is to get Jiro down in momentum. But if we want to give this damage, we have to destroy 2 face downs, which would make our prehensile tail harder to play later.
Yeah.
But I don't think we get to play this prehensile tail later if we wanted to.
Yeah, I think the prehensile tail is nothing's gonna happen with it here. I think it's gonna be I think it's like, all right, we're just sending in. Yep. All right, we got a moment. I think we did I have a momentum, and now I gotta be able to have the block here. So it's like, all right, so get another resistance on the board.
Gotta wonder what's in the hand of Endeavor at this time.
I'm just gonna play 2 pass. Like we have go get a high block. Like that's what we have we have go get a high block now. So
a 0 high block.
Yes.
That also reduces speed on the next attack.
Also, we made Grant use his requesting assistance.
Yes. That is not online for his turn.
Yeah. So we're counting attacks up here.
So we're gonna see the train come in.
Yep. There is not going to be an enhanced step for a little bit. That's all I can tell. Like,
so we played 2 cards last turn, which means we have 4 cards in hand, and then we have effectively 5 with the prehensile tail.
Yep. All right, we're gonna go get the first sound wave. Like,
Yeah.
This is the sound wave.
Oh, hey, look at that.
We're gonna block the first one. Like, all right. -2.
Kind of interesting. I wonder if that was our only high block, because a 0 high is pretty valuable.
Yeah. Or we just have a lot of high blocks, and that was like the one that, like, hey, we played this one. Now my +3 is technically a +1.
It would be smart to make Jiro have to commit a bunch of resources to potentially try and kill Endeavor, and only for his health total not to even budge this turn.
Yeah. Like, if we're going eat a momentum. There.
Wow. So we won't, with a double jab pummel, we cannot combo off of it here.
Yeah. We're just gonna, all right, no combo. What do you got next?
And double jab is like a 1-of in this deck, so it's kind of rough that you can't use it.
We only have one momentum left, so like let's see what the like. It's like, all right, you got your sound, you did your Soundwave stuff, and you didn't get that far.
Yeah. I think Jiro's really kind of seeing how much of an uphill battle this is. Jiro has been a character whose strength lies in the fact that she just keeps throwing out attacks to the point, and it's hard to keep up with her offense. But Endeavor on Earth really showing, really posturing just how strong he and how like he if he wants to stand firm, he will not
All right.
die.
All right, so we just played the special responded, just drew a card. So
Huh.
are we looking at the double stack sixes here? It's like,
It's
are we
likely
gonna,
what we're gonna be seeing.
it's like, all right, are we?
Oh,
Oh,
we're gonna be stacking the opponent's deck. Okay.
like, all right, here you have these now.
Yeah. It makes sense.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So no face shield here. We'll be able to play our double jab. Yeah, so
Yeah, whereas like we are fully ready, a fully ready board. I'm gonna make you. That's the one thing everybody expects, like, you know, the sound waves to always just be like, all right, I'm just gonna stack 2x2 and be good. Like, sometimes just if your opponents play ones and twos, sometimes just stacking their ones and twos is gonna be like, you have no way to draw these. Good luck.
yeah, I remember when I first started playing the game, I honestly used it mostly for to mess with my opponent's deck. I didn't realize, oh, you can switch the order of the responses and draw into what you want. But this might be, well, so we can give this -4 speed and -4 damage.
We have enough for it. We have enough for the 4 speed, so that gets rid of the bonus. But yeah,
Oh,
we're just
there's a
gonna
scoop.
with scoop. Let's go to game. Let's go to the next one. Like, even with the +0, it's not enough.
Yeah. Because it would have been, so it would go down to 3 speed, and then it would be on a 3, 4, 5. It would have been on a 5, no? Oh, but then we're gonna check a 3. Wait.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we would have been able to commit our character and prehensile tail, no?
Yeah. Well.
So, yeah. He
definitely had the
definitely
life.
blocks that. Maybe he just didn't want to prolong the game further at 5 health. But we'll go ahead and see how this game 3.
Maybe because he could block that, but you can't block the pummel.
That's true.
Like, the pummel's gonna come in. He can check a 2 and that pummel's still coming in, and he can't.
Yeah.
Do it. Because once he commits the endeavor, it's like, all right, that pummel, like, you go -3 speed, you go lose your price to, like, you're just like, the pummel still deals 1.
Yeah.
And then, well, at minimum.
Yep. Let's see, because our by that point our character would be committed, and so the pummel just deals the exact 5 that it needs.
All right, so Nate gets to go first here as Endeavor. That's a good thing. That's a really strong thing for him.
Sure is.
He needs to do a couple things. He needs to not overdraw.
They need to reintroduce the card that was removed.
Yeah, we should make sure that card gets put back in. Hopefully, Stream Judge will get our response.
Hopefully. It would be very sad to go up against this deck 1 card down. That is very crucial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sadly, we are obviously not in the same facility as this match, so we can't just, like, shake our hands wildly from the commentary table and be like,
yeah,
or send somebody over, like, go catch. Okay. It was put back in. Good. We have confirmation.
Okay, cool.
Feel much better about it. All right, so going to game 3, it looks like neither player checked their sideboards. They were like, all right, this is the exact sideboard I want for this match. And we are going to see, they're just going to shuffle up and go. Oh, never mind. It looks like he's like, nope. I'm sorry. Brent's like, give me a moment. I'm not ready yet.
No timer though, so we're chilling.
Nope, no timer. We can, like, I think like the last point. That's where it gets a little into the murk of the floor rules of like how far when can like it. I think it's until you've presented deck, but your opponent hasn't interacted with it for the cut yet. Like technically, you still have the ability to sideboard. Like I think that's the furthest. Like you're officially that's where like you could probably say like, hey, I need to sideboard. Like
Yeah.
I need to side. I gotta put a card in. I'm like I'm pretty sure there's gonna be no issue with it. But like on a process and procedures scene, like you've got to make sure you're doing it before you present the cut.
Yeah.
I definitely have drawn my opening hand for a game 2 and be like, I did not sideboard. I don't know if I can win this match now.
Yeah.
Like you just get tunnel visioned and you forget about it. You're like, I'll be fine. I'll figure this out. Like I did not sideboard.
It's definitely good to get into the habit of sideboarding. Like I always, even with casual games, like to sideboard because it is a skill in the game. It is something that is good to practice, and once you get in the habit of it, it's also more difficult to forget to do.
Like I like playing deck. I've played a lot of decks where, like, there's just your sideboard plan is you just turn into a new deck.
Yeah.
Like I have played a lot of decks where it's like, all right, these 10 cards come in, these 10 cards come out. That's the only line. Like they're that's obviously
Ooh.
All right, so we're only got build 3 here, but we got double resistance, so that can definitely help.
Yep, pretty nifty.
Now let's see, we got specialist, destined, disposition. It's like
ooh, got a sports state
the
festival.
stadium in.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Sports Festival Stadium. We haven't seen in a while.
No, like it has been a minute since we've seen this card.
And it makes sense because I mean all these all of these pesky blocks that are trying to mess with our game plan.
Yeah, that's.
And it also,
I have to take the moment and like, yep, these all work at the right timing. I just never because Stadium just kind of fell off after the ban of Unwavering, so it's like, all right, I got to double check this in my head. Okay, like Festival Stadium at one point was one of the most expensive promos in the game. I remember at one point, just because of what it did, what decks it was graded, and how it could answer. Like especially on Waiver, like we saw some crazy. Oh wow, we're just gonna tap out the board. Like I am not letting this.
you like Hellflame stumps?
Like stop.
These are the ones we actually sideboarded into.
Yeah, we're just like, all right. So now this is I'm gonna pay a lot of life, but I'm gonna gain 2 of it back.
Yeah.
Like catch these stomps.
And I mean, Jiro's committed out. This one we just pump a bunch of damage onto.
Yep.
Yeah, we heal up some damage. Oh, we're building a Faith's Shield. Seems like might not have the best options. Yeah. Having a committed resistance does not feel too great.
No. Like that's so. I mean, Faith Shield. I mean, at least it does something against this deck.
Yeah.
Like the charge you can -2 damage to a charge. The problem is the charges you want to -2 damage are Fat Flash.
Yeah, for sure. Or I mean, you could give -4 damage to a 0 gravity lift from your character, and then -2 with a faith shield.
Mhm.
But then you would need -1 more because of the response from Jiro. So, but a jolt, I guess it would be -1 at -1 damage if you use the faith shield. It's a bit of a weird line.
Yeah, it's a line that's we're gonna see what comes out of it here.
We were talking about Sports Festival Stadium earlier. People were a bit iffy on it because of the static, but between these two characters, Jiro wins out on using the static because her game plan is to throw out so many attacks in a turn that where if they start connecting with any damage at all, there's a lot of mileage to be gained out of the 1 health that is lost.
Mm-hmm.
Opting to build here.
Get the web on board.
Ooh.
A
Noble participation.
Yeah. Reduce 1 keyword rating to 0. So we are the only keywords we have seen are EX, stun, and
Breaker.
and there's breaker 1. Like maybe sometimes flipping to say no to your breaker 1 is not a bad plan.
Yeah.
I think it's more for back alley though.
Yes. That one.
Back alley goes to 0. Like, all right, I'm not getting stunned by stun. Like air stun hate is not great. So might as well play something that could try to reduce it.
For sure. We're seeing a Hellflame Javelin here, and this is not one that you like to block, but that's certainly what we're going to do. And there's a Hellflame Stomp on the top.
Yep. We're just like, all right, I got a low for you. And here comes the stomp.
We are checking a 5. This is the 3rd one we've seen.
Mm-hmm. Like, I think this is once again another, like, knowing how the Jiro is posturing with the lows. I would just be like Jiro only has 10 natural low blocks.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a wall cling come in or anything like that from any of the checks. So this is just gonna come on in. I think we just put damage on this and be like, what do you got?
And yeah, we just take it as Jiro. Even with all of these cards in our stage and 2 cards in our hand, we just take it.
Mm-hmm.
So possibly we had high blocks in hand.
Yeah. I mean, we're posturing with. We're just gonna we're putting him in a position of we're gonna block this. We're gonna block what we can, and I think this is where like, all right, do you have the an omni block on this 0 gravity lift?
Checking a 3 here when we have a couple of nice foundations is you commit that one, yeah. We don't want to destroy our foundations anytime soon for +1 speed. All right. So right now this is a 3 high for 7 throw. Most damage reduction we can give to an attack is 6. Given it's a charge or stun. Gonna go ahead and draw.
Yep,
oh, that's a good one.
You're gonna draw, and guess what? You're gonna draw that other one.
Yeah.
Like I sometimes the chivalrous line is like, you know what? I am giving you a card, but I think you're setting up a draw. You like, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna draw this attack. I'm like, well, you're gonna draw your check for that now.
Yeah, it does feel bad if that check was a 3, right? Checking a 3 on this block. Gonna say no to this throw.
Yep, no to the throw. So now no fast momentum. So now it's
no
like,
combos. What else you
we,
got?
yeah, it's like we know we have a Comet in hand. Like trying to keep him off momentum so that the cheerleader isn't live is also
Yeah.
relevant because like
Do
this
not
endeavor likes
mess
to
with
press
my
buttons. Like
stuff.
yeah, endeavor likes to press buttons. So why not have a way to cheerleader? I mean, there's also the insanity play of you could cheerleader your own attack.
Yeah.
Like I'm just
Ooh.
like, all right, here's my Comet. I'll cheerleader my Comet. It's flat. It's just big and flashy.
Checking a 2 on this is rough.
Yeah. This might be okay. One. Oh, we're
Oh, 1. This does not feel good at all.
yeah.
2.
We're committing the blades too here. We have it. We have no momentum for the request. Wow, we are.
I mean,
we are
we'll be able to get one right now, right?
Are we?
With the home run comment?
We -2 speed this. We could go -4. Oh wait, we get the momentum. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we're getting the momentum. Yeah.
Yeah, we get a free momentum. Okay, so we can ready something back up.
Which will likely be the specialist of sound.
Yeah.
But this is still very much blockable.
Oh yeah, like we have character and 4 foundations ready.
Yeah.
Like this might be the attack that you -2 to -4, and then like and then activate the resistance.
Yeah.
And see what he does.
Yeah. Yeah, because resistance could give -4 to the next one. So we're flipping the requesting, and then we're gonna ready the specialist of sound. -4 to the next one.
Yep.
If it's like a specialized sound waves, 3, 4, 5, it'd be at like 1 damage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah,
We're just gonna turn on all the buttons. Oh, just taking it.
Okay, just taking it. Yeah, I'm like builds the okay. So we have double.
Cheerleader.
We have both. We got both the cheerleaders from the board coming in here. So now we're gonna see the cheerleaders do. I think the cheerleaders are gonna do some lifting here.
Yeah, we have 2 momentums.
Yeah.
Gonna start aggressing as Endeavor. Now, do you want to cheerleader this? Is the question.
Do you have a low block for this or not?
We're certainly playing a lot of low attacks, aren't we?
Yep. That's when you start to feel the strategy of your opponent out, you're like, I think if I keep sending low, he can always keep so many low blocks because like it's like all right, the block on a 7, like that's like all right, you go all right, so we're just gonna let this. We're not responding with Soundwave. We are just like all right, do your stuff.
Yep. So I'm gonna give this a speed, and then we're gonna 1 with nature, respond to give it a damage. So now it's effectively a 5, 6, 7 low. 15 health is a bit spooky.
Interesting to fire that off before he.
Yeah.
I probably would have waited for the Jiro.
For sure.
Let's see here.
Can pay 1 and give this damage.
Yep.
Right. Just kind of saying like, hey, you got low blocks?
Yeah. All right, we drew another card, so it's like, okay, do we have the fuel here?
Ooh. So we checked a 4, I think.
Yes.
6, yeah.
All right, that's getting flashed.
Yeah.
like I'm gonna flash this one. Like, okay.
We don't like that one for sure. So just gonna full block this one, easy peasy. But hey, looky there. This is another rep. This is gonna be getting 2 speed.
Yep, this gets 2 speed. They can
give it 2
how
damage.
Yeah, 2 damage, put it to 6. There's no. We get it to
6,
7.
7. Oh, that's so rough. Oh, that's so sad.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with all these committed foundations. Oh wait, well if we have a red guard, maybe. Oh, but we have so many cards in hand as Jiro.
Let's see
Yeah, we have a lot of
Yeah, I would not want to launch a red guard into this board.
Nah. No. It would be okay if Jiro had no cards in hand.
Yeah.
So doing a little debating here.
Yeah, I think this rapid part, like, the only other feeling I could have here is like, yeah, we're doing the math here on the, like, do you have another attack to follow up with?
5, 6, 7, 8. So this is gonna be effectively 8 speed and then 9 with the double jet pummel. But this does not become lethal. So it's possible we were debating on whether or not to respond with a specialist of sound. Maybe.
Like,
That'd be given we have a low block in hand.
Yeah. I think we're actually deciding, do we flash this? Like,
so that our opponent can't draw any cards.
Well, they're gonna draw a card. They get to draw a card if they hits. Like, it's that happens. But maybe
that
like
is true, yeah.
They're like, okay, I can block. He has to have another low. You have to like fire off a uppercut that has to check a 5, or has to fire off another rapid.
Yeah. Heavy decisions. This is a game 3, and we are at 8 health as Jiro.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Yeah, if that Prominence Burn had been able to do anything, like, that Prominence Burn was definitely felt like it was played debate. It was like this has to, like,
Yeah.
yeah. Like, there's one thing. Like, I have definitely done play a prominent. Like, I have definitely done the play a Prominence Burn to just remove it and burn my opponent for 3.
Yeah.
I have done the I'm gonna 3 you. And they're like, what? I'm not even letting this go. Like, especially if they start committing resources to it. And I'm like, I'm gonna do all the stuff. I'm gonna burn you for 3 because I know you can block this. But thank you for all the resources.
That's true. Yeah, you certainly can do that, huh?
Like, that might have been a real the trick line here of like, all right, I'll start with this and make you make decisions.
We're gonna go ahead. So we're posturing to block this attack and trying to give ourselves some security against any other potential attacks after this by readying the Specialist of Sound. Gotta wonder if we're gonna half block or full block this.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a strange situation for Endeavor to be in because we do not have very many ready foundations.
No. The rolling threes, a 4 then a 3 check are definitely becoming noticeable here.
Yeah. This turn would have been a lot more threatening on the back of some better checks. So this is I would not feel very confident going into Jiro's turn onto foundations. And this is a very crucial game. I mean, game 3.
Yep.
So,
I mean, my feel on this is you send this attack and then you just like, all right, I'm gonna send what I got and see what happens. That's like, all right. Like, especially if this like doesn't get
Yeah.
Like
It would be our best, I think, if we had another 4 difficulty low attack, I think that would be our best bet.
mhm.
But that's in an ideal world.
All right, go to 3.
So, go to 3.
So here's where like if you play like it's like yep, we're just gonna launch the uppercut and expect an uppercut. Damn. Yeah, that's the
so rough.
he had the feeling of like, all right, I'm gonna play this. Like you get the uppercut, you flash it in -3, but do you have the low block?
And I
Like,
think
you
we
just
have a
put-
specialized sound waves in hand already.
Yeah,
It's pretty rough too. That uppercut, it would have been like another high block.
yeah. He didn't draw off the hit for the rapid.
That's rough too. Just yeah, that's pretty rough. The tournament
The window,
just
the tunnel vision. You know.
the tunnel vision, yeah.
All right, so we're gonna start with this home run. We're just gonna like, all right, we're just gonna posture here. Like, all right, I got. If I am late, if your opponent is leading with a home run comment, when that's their kill condition, you might
be in a rough spot. But we do have to get through 21 here.
and a -4. Like
Yeah.
if I was gonna block anything here out of
we're just rolling threes. This is so rough.
yeah. All right. Instance. Yep.
So yeah, we were gonna check a 3 that last turn anyway. But an extra 0 high block would have been nice.
Mm-hmm. But I think in the desperation of the situation, I think it was the right play because you just like, does he have another high? Does he actually have a low block here? Because he has, it's just like, all right, that's if you flash it, but all right, so we just eat the damage, go to the next one.
And we're just gonna gain a lot of momentum. Yeah, I'm thinking this Endeavor's fate might be a bit sealed.
Yeah. Like nothing like you could start making the chain out and then just be like, I'm gonna flash this my final attack. It's super fast. Good luck.
Yeah. So that's gonna deal damage.
Let me just see here. It's like, let me see the discard. Do I see everything?
How many are in there?
Like, there we go.
There we go.
It's like, I'm gonna save this the time. I have a high block, but yeah.
Oof. Rough.
Yeah. All right, so Grant Bailey moving on to the finals, but he's got to take down a 4th kind. That is going to be a very interesting finals because 4th kind could definitely just like has the health, but also just like the aggression turn of just like, all right, you built beyond 6. What I think I can kill you with this.
Yep. Though we have seen 4th kind. I'm pretty sure the 4th kind has had to go up against a couple of Jiros himself. And at this level of play, we've had plenty of people sort of gathered. Okay, so if I'm going to navigate around 4th kinds once per game, this is how we're going to do it. So it'll be interesting to see how our Jiro player here actually kind of plays around that as well.
Yeah, like also this is going to be the 1 seed versus the 2 seed in the finals. Like
Okay.
they drew in the last round, or drew in round 6, and they were just like, yeah, we're good. And like they just drew, and they're like, okay, we're good, we got this
We're
taken
chill.
care of. And now
Now they
they're
have
gonna
to
have
play it to take it all.
yep.
But congratulations to our Jiro player here going into finals. Gonna be taking a short break before going into finals. So yeah, just stick around. Gonna see y'all there.
We'll be back soon.
Bye. I-
Good morning, all you heroes out there. I am Levi Lalonde. I've got with me Mr. Jesse Cervini. I'm back in the saddle, and boy, oh boy, we could not be more elated to bring you guys the grand finals of the United Kingdom Sheffield Regional License Exam. And boy, is it going to be a doozy. I cannot begin to describe the excitement that has occurred throughout this whole weekend, throughout this bracket of top cuts. So many cutthroat things back and forth, all leading up to this very moment right here. We have Kyoka Jiro versus Fourth Kind. And oh my goodness, Jesse, this is going to be crazy.
We have two players who have not lost the match until now.
Yeah,
They are both went EXO and then Drew.
you're right.
They just drew in the top cuts. They are the 1 and 2 seed. Like the fourth guy has to go second here, and he's the 2 seed. It's like, man, I did so well, but the Jiro kept going. The fourth guy's somebody's gonna lose this game.
Somebody is going to lose this game. You hit it right on the money there, Mr. Cervini. We have the ultimate showdown here. We have Connor Chilton, and we've got Grant Padley, and it's just going to be absolute pandemonium. I'm so excited. The Alliteration Gaming X Rochester CCG Power Hour is about ready to dive into this amazing grand finals. Let's leap right into it. Jesse, you said it best already, but Jiro is on the play, and I think we got the firm handshakes. That we got the chivalrous competitors right here, and I think the pressure is going to be on Fourth Kind going right into this game one. This is an interesting matchup because I think it could go real fast for both of these guys, but also maybe Fourth Kind runs into some 5-hand size problems and things take a little long. Maybe Jiro gets to set up for too long. This could be a really solid back and forth either way.
So we got the fourth guy's kept on 3. Gonna send two back. Looks like he sent back an attack and possibly another 3. I think he had multiple high difficulty foundations. Didn't see any spams. So he's just like, I'm gonna send back and try to find some spams.
I did see that our spicy one of Citywide Crisis peeking in there.
That's a good speed reset.
That is definitely one that I want to hang on to in this matchup.
Yeah, that Citywide Crisis has a lot of potential in this matchup to get somewhere. Now, I don't expect the response to do much, but I definitely expect the enhance is gonna get fired.
100%, right? I mean, all it really says is that like they can't defensively latent skill. Sure, who cares about that? What I care about is that once you slam down that home run comet as the 8th card in your freaking pool, I would like it to go back to 4 speed, pretty please. That's where Citywide Crisis is going to come in clutch in a matchup like this. I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot more of that card in general, really.
Yeah. Also, we get the ability to reset our speed back to printed off if they decide to, like, you're going for the kill and they start specialist sound. You're like, no, this is going back to printed.
So true, so true. It's got that. It's really funny. 'Cause I've been saying when I talk about this card, I say this card is set one pilled. It's a stat reset that gets to affect you aggressively and defensively. I'm like, yeah, this is a set one pilled card right here. It's going to be a big part, very, very pivotal card in this matchup, as will the league invitation. We've seen that card pull forth kind of so much success overall throughout this whole event. Doing so much work as it did in the Shigaraki 3 decks as well. Just a really, really, really powerful card right now. There's it's such a simple card, but there's just something powerful about Electric Jolt's Momentum Enhance on a 3 diff. It's just good.
Yeah. In this matchup, so compared to the Endeavor match that the Jiro just went through, Omni blocks, throw hate, they're not really an order thing.
No.
we do though have Ice Slide Tackle.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
So we have a play to all these heavy high attacks, but the jolts are gonna do something. There's the situation. Jiro has to play the sub game of I could stack my checks, but also the league invitation could be fired off here.
Right. You were talking about it before the round, but we can see that from the Mastermind's Apprentice as well.
Yep.
A lot of ways that we get to interact with that top. Although, yeah, what you're saying as far as momentum goes, we don't really have much down that route. We can Ice Slide Tackle Gravlift blocks if that ever comes into play. But then when it comes into, stuff like the Electric Jolts, getting momentum that actually makes it into the momentum, getting out of there, we don't have that technology into the order symbol. We're not playing the House of Cards like Shigaraki was. Oh, is that a suited up block?
Block could have suited up. Like, hey, we need a block. It's a solid block. It's one of those cards that it's a one of in this deck. You're just gonna, but you're also, Fourth Kind has a lot of health here, so blocking, just mitigating damage is gonna help a lot, especially saying it's coming in for 7.
Jiro, Grant as the Jiro player here against Fourth Kind on the aggression, on the play, going first. A lot of things going very, very well for them, but you snap commit that requesting assistance now that IER is coming down. Oh yeah, beautiful. But Grant here is in a weird spot because Jiro players are generally used to. They're used to being able to be very, very, very aggressive from the from the get-go, right out the gate, very, very early on. 34 health is not disappearing in one turn. It's just not. It's just not unless the gods of Universus come down and bless our plays and our checks. It's not happening this early on. So Grant's actually, he's going to be challenged, right, as a Jiro player that needs to be able to keep the really, really intense aggro and the really, really intense pressure on, but also make sure that he doesn't go too far because you can't find 34 that early on and then find himself in a very, very vulnerable position. Aggressing into Fourth Kind on turn 2 and 3 is really hard because you're like, how do I attack and build and poke and tempo, but also not just die to the once per game, right away.
Yep. Go to 6 foundations, and if you go aggressive attack, all right, build 2, it's all right, here we went to 7, make your if the Fourth Kind finds the right hand, it's all right, I'm gonna press on my button, I'm gonna press a lot of buttons here, let's see what you can do.
Yeah, we've got 6 ready, but we've also got double specialist and release. So even through once per game, it'll certainly take some effort to actually for Fourth Kind to find his way all the way to the end of Grant's resources. But, Grant reading it right now, Connor does have, as you mentioned, that citywide crisis, Jesse. We're going to be able to toy around with those Specialists of Sound resets just a little bit.
Also, I would not activate your Destin for mainstream on my opponent's shirt. I would not I see an attack on top. I'm going to try drawing it. I would not do that. Because you can respond with citywide and you just go down a card.
Yep. Citywide is not when your rival draws cards. You're right. It is when your rival adds one or more cards to their hand. So we're starting off with the high engine kick and discarding a full cowling. That's a really interesting discard.
Full cowling in this matchup it's kind of one of the situations, especially with the current board state. I think we're just kind of we're gonna posture here with this like we want this to connect. He's like, oh, he didn't respond with anything. I'm gonna just send this. I'm gonna launch this at your face, and
Right.
I want everything. I want momentum. I want a momentum for maybe a reciprocal burst down the line, or I want that just this, or I want it for. I'm trying to think what else he's got used for momentum. Oh, like maybe gets a shock treatment on the board. I could definitely see that needed. Drowning.
I think the big thing that made me think about the full Cowling discard is that it's okay.
Oh,
We have two. We just have a second one there.
We got two.
You know what? What a fool I was, Jesse. What a fool I was, Mr. Zervini. We're just packing the second full Cowling.
Yep.
So I think though, if anything, what it really, really did say though, and that's still kind of what's coming into fruition here, is that this is like a little bit more of a poke turn. Not like a timid poke turn by any means, but we're probably not killing this turn is what that really, really said. Which, if anything, probably Grant. You have to imagine Grant relaxes a bit when you see your fourth kind rival on turn 2, as you just barely entered once per game territory, discard an attack. You have to be a little bit.
Okay.
Oh my God, that's a very spicy on a 7 right there. I love that. Yes, you're gonna get rid of your playable while committed.
Just like I'm gonna casually play this league invitation.
I wonder if he was ready to commit everything for that. I mean, we do have double requesting online now, which is going to be very, very, very strong. Our momentum is locked up. And then, as you pointed out, the second he put it into his pool, Connor's rocking with a Drowning in Resentment right now.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna play I should have probably checked with Dover before that. What is the current standing on Drowning in Resentment with the sound waves?
So
I know there's a weird order it has to be played in.
Yeah. So if you guys weren't here during our previous round where we had Shigaraki versus Jiro, Drowning in Resentment versus Specialized Sound Waves, you're going to activate Sound Waves, take the things out of your discard pile, but before they hit the top, Drowning is going to come in and put the top card of the deck into the pool. So it's not going to put anything that you put on top with Sound Waves into the pool. It's just going to be essentially a sticky balls that happens in the middle of your Sound Waves.
Okay, that's what it is. Gotcha.
So we don't get to mess with any of the actual stacking. We do just get to stick a card in the pool, which by all means is very, very good. Sticky balls as a 2-diff, it's quite nice.
Yeah.
So it's going to offer a little more protection when it comes to just thinking. Grant's got an interesting hand. He's very, very in the tank right now. Certainly think, that's not the start that we wanted, though. Certainly not the best opener, and definitely not the first card that we want off the top of our deck right here.
So I feel like this is all right. He's gonna respond with some damage, and we're gonna get the heroic lineage response for -3 speed.
Interesting. Maybe we've just got a hefty high block in the hand, not one that we're very, very proud of, maybe. Or maybe we've got the Ice Slide Tackle. The Tackle is a +2 mid, right? Yeah.
We're going to put this momentum. Okay. And we're gonna fire off Invitate. We're gonna it's like you're going down. You're gonna commit another foul. We're gonna commit the requesting. Like we're gonna fight over that requesting, and the best part is fourth kind has 2 requestings also.
so many requestings.
So we probably are going to see at least the lineage get ready here. Right?
Yeah, ready lineage would that's also probably why he's very, very lenient right now with immediately using that lineage, because he's just going to get to ready and not be stressed out at all, not really have to worry. There it is. Snap ready. Just flowing with resources right now. Grant having 2 momentum here is a little frightening, but honestly, already having 2 foundations committed, and if we start sound wave stringing, we're going to get Drowning in Resentment into our pool. It's not looking good for Grant to really aggress hard this turn. I think that 2 check in tandem with the resources Fourth Kind's got access to really going to slow him down, and Connor's going to get to pick that jolt right back up. So good. Oh, it's so good.
Like, here's my jolt, and I have a high block.
Yeah, getting the double use out of that high block, man, so good against Jiro. We can get a little peeksies here. I do fancy a sound waves in our hand. If anything, it might be worth playing the sound waves just to like stabilize a little, maybe bait out the drowning and resentment. I mean, you have to get it out of the way, right? Like you have to get it out the way at some point.
Yep, he's applying damage. Are you responding? It's like, sure am.
Yeah, it said I see no reason not to. I'll ready that thing back up again. Next one, of course. This is a flash attack. Ooh, and he did put that polite and well spoken in. So I'm even more into playing the sound waves now that it's going to build me a free foundation essentially.
The play well spoken has been. I've been playing my all Sato deck, and that card is just. It just feels so nice. You're just like, I'm gonna remove this and draw a card, and then this is just gonna get built at the end of turn.
Man, it's so fun. That card is so fun. That card is so cute. That card is adorable. I when I was playing in my set 4 draft, I opened two like of the common or uncommon, like the regular base rarity ones, and then an XR. And I was like, well, I got 3 polite and well spokens in the 40 card draft. I guess I'll play Girl Gary too.
It's like, yep, I'll get these in the discards. Like the best part is like I like playing like the cog with it, where it's like, okay, I build it, I'll destroy this to full on attack mode, I'll remove it with float my babies, and then we'll just play it again. Like we're just like, boys. You just went everywhere.
The cycle continues. Yeah, we don't get to do as many cute things in it with inside of our Jiro deck, but I the home run comment play is really nice. Is really nice. Essentially just turning, home run snap momentum not into a -1 and then immediately turning on our sound waves is just very good stuff.
Yeah. We're just deciding here.
Do we have another sound waves in hand?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So it looks like we did our sound waves things, but Drowning in Resentment is not getting fired off by the looks of it. He's not taking the bait. Interesting.
Are we? Ooh.
Oh no, are we just putting 2 foundations on top for them to draw? Is that what we're doing?
But now you're drowning. Now we're gonna now he's thinking about the drowning. Like the problem is,
because drowning is just a discard pile.
Yep. After a card leaves a discard pile.
Yeah, like, I think that's the plan here. The plan here is get the drowning out the way and then just help Fourth Kind brick a little bit. Yeah. This is so interesting. Oh, this is so interesting.
That's cute.
He's thinking about it really hardcore. I don't know, man. Part of me doesn't even want a drowning here. Part of me is like, the fact that you're stacking my deck just says you're definitely not aggressing past this. I'm so not threatened.
The 2 cards he put on top were In Control and Challenging the Fakes.
Yeah.
I just there was a gotcha in there. I'm just like, those are just the like things that like those actually interact. Like they're like, one has can do -2 or +2 speed. The other one can make it like, all right, I eat the one attack that I need an attack that doesn't have a lot of damage on it. And now you're -2 to your next. Like, it's interesting to see those 2 chosen.
They're definitely more powerful than the average foundation for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it was okay. So we got the jolt block coming in. So we're getting the jolt out of our rival's hand, and we've guaranteed that one of their next draws is a foundation. We didn't get the drowning out the way though, and I think that was a big inspiration for this play, was to try and bait that drowning out.
I think we're deciding like, all right, I think we did our work here. We'll play looks like he's got a specialist sound he's deciding on. It doesn't come down.
Yeah, probably being very mindful of what low blocks they build, right? Always got to be ready for those 1.3s. Historically speaking, that's just how this character ends games 24/7 is 1.3 million volts. Ooh, so getting requesting here is going to feel pretty nice if we can, make sure that it doesn't get committed down. It is going to kind of be the biggest thing here. if we can, because we have what 5 ready foundations, right? So once
Yep.
per game can leave us 1. If we leave the requesting, then we get to start doing things. Even if an extra stun comes in there somewhere, we still get to dance around with requesting. Hopefully, our mission to brick Connor up and kind of slow the game down is going to come to fruition here, because we invested a lot into that Soundwaves play of stacking the 2 foundations on top.
I'm surprised we didn't play the Polite and Well Spoken.
Yeah, we also just didn't play the Polite and Well Spoken. Very interesting. Yeah, that was honestly a weird turn all around. I feel like it was kind of just a matter of, I'm going to try and steal some momentum and steal some resources away from you without overcommitting to my aggro. I mean, we got a requesting assistance out the way and we got a jolt out of their hand. It wasn't terrible, but we didn't really go plus in momentum because we used momentum for a sound waves, but then didn't really accomplish anything particularly huge with it. I don't know. It was not the most fortuitous turn in the world.
Yeah, exactly. We're taking the time now. This is what you want to do. It's like, okay, what does he have in the discard?
We're looking for them deadlock threats, baby.
There's not many.
No, in air Jiro, it's like double jab pummel is like it, right?
And basic trainings.
Yeah.
Basic training's not really a threat, but it's like, hey, that happens when we get to deadlock.
It's a real one you have to consider for sure. Yeah. It can definitely.
I don't think Jiro should ever go to deadlock though. Because
no,
a Vile CZ will just end the game. It's like, all right, I was deadlock. Like, here's my Vile CZ. What do you got?
Most definitely. I think that's one of the most messed up things about high engine coming in as the 4th card here. Gonna just kind of say like, hey, you want to give me some of those special sounds? Did you hold the high block, right?
Yep.
Gonna be a nice little filter as well. I mean, why not send an 8 high? If we have the attack to discard, sure.
Yeah, like, yep, we're gonna discard. We'll get rid of another requesting ready and just get it. Find a card here. It's like, we're gonna go 6 high 8. 6 high 8's good. Super
good. Also, the fact that we're getting to build down passing the torch now feels very, very nice. We've certainly been missing those extra cards. 4th kind. Once you start getting the passings down, man, that's when that character really starts getting like out of hand. All of the committal power, all of the big damage, the cycling, right? All of those things are really, really good. The stats, the ignoring progressive, everything about that character is crazy daisy, man. But all of that is, of course, gated behind the fact that he's just a super real 5-hander. The only time he gets to extend cards is when he's blocking with his attacks. But when my goodness, just chunking 8 on the
get through the wait, we're thinking about this.
Yeah, we do.
Just commit 1.
Yeah,
this is just commit 1 here. I think that's perfectly fine.
I agree. I mean, you're 1 for 1. It's like correct. Oh wait, no, he's going into deadlock. I think that's what he's thinking about now. I think he's just thinking about deadlock now. But like you can just self-sacrifice something on the first attack. I mean, unless Grant wants to open with a double jab pummel and immediately deadlock enhance, which I don't think it's particularly valuable.
No.
I don't think that's a very, very troublesome line to consider. If that's how he wants to use his double jab, more power to him,
Yeah, I think you pass the check. You're firing off one of the face downs for this, and then you get to draw 2 off the passing. You get to draw 2 off the passing the torch, and
that's interesting. Yep. That's really I think feel that is very interesting. I mean, I guess like, I would like, if I wasn't ready to pass it, why play it? But I guess maybe he just, was like, I'm going to play it and fail it just to pass
also,
it.
I think also he's been paying attention to what the Jiro's been doing. It's like, do you have low attacks?
Mm-hmm.
What is this card worth in my hand at this time? Like it's a partial block to one of your few mids. Everything else you're sending's high. This doesn't block it at all. Like,
yeah.
Like
I just wanted out the hand so I can get more draws off passing. Yeah, I just got to get it out the way. We haven't seen a low attack in 8 million years. So 4th guy is going to have They don't exist. So fourth end's going to get to draw 2. If we find an attack, we get to block with it twice. And we've got 10 ready foundations with the requesting assistance. The drowning's still there. And we put that challenging the fakes on board, man. We put that challenging the fakes on board. That one can easily be a really, really pivotal card when it comes to some unique interactions that we get to have with this deck. Leading with the sound waves, we have do you have 2 momentum or 1 momentum? I know we have our grav lift. But
I see a I think there's 2.
I do believe there's 2. There's 2 momentum for us. So leading with this is pretty interesting. It's certainly not the worst lead in the world now that we've actually started packing our momentum. But we're not really going to get to do any grav lift shenanigans, which is our IER that we sent, that we stole. As far as what we can stack here, there's definitely another sound waves if we just don't care about, our gravity lift doing super relevant things. It's just there to fuel our sound wave for the most part.
We have the sound. It's a sound wave.
I do see a home run comment in there. We got a lot of goodies in there, Jesse. Yeah. It's a fueled up little discard pile.
Just stack of 5, stack of 2. All right, slow down. We're gonna let's do this correctly.
Yep. Is it no? Get that off there real quick. Get that off there. Now we put the top card in. Beautiful. Yeah. That's beautiful, baby. That's beautiful.
Now you're good. Yeah. So now it sucks. You try to do like a sneaky play here, and it's like, oh, it's still a check in a 5. It's like I think I would have. Yeah, you just you didn't have any you didn't have a specialist sound to put in or anything. So
yeah.
All right.
A big thing to note here is that these are just free damage lines, right? We're never going to give it. We're not going to let them draw cards, So it's also pretty good for that reason. Honestly, just going sound waves into sound waves here, chunking the 10 damage, and then just being chill, then just being chill after that. Then we're just fine, right? We don't have to continue after that if we really don't want to. Then we just never give him the cards, and we just take our free damage and the fact that we ate through the drowning and resentment. This could be a very, very good just poke turn if Grant so desires. That's
true. There is that line here of let's get through that. We can poke, get him into a kill turn, because I don't want to fire off that. I just want to play this. Do we want to fire off and get rid of our lift? That's a tough decision here.
I think do we have another sound waves is the question. Is there another sound waves in there?
There isn't.
There isn't. Okay. Yeah. Because if there isn't, I would go grab a sound waves all day. Because if there was, that would just be a free, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. That would be crazy. But I'm not sure if, honestly, there's also a world where you get rid of your lift to then go put 2 foundations on top of fourth kind's deck again.
Yep.
And then you just say, hey, you're for sure getting at least 2 foundations in your 5 cards next turn. And you can't even get one of them off the top like last time because you can't block. You got no cards, buddy. That's a very real line right here. If we're going to stop attacking, I think that's what Grant is really, really debating is do I continue to aggress after this, or do I just be happy with these really good pokes that he can't do anything about? Can I pass into after here with this board? I mean, honestly, Grant's board is really good defensively. We have double requestings and to play with all of our specials, it sounds like crazy. I think that we can survive it once per game.
Yeah, we're just responding and drawing a card.
Just going for the draw. I'm into it. And now, are we gonna stack his deck again? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna stack the heck out of this deck, man. We're gonna stack the heck out of this deck.
Here's your low block, and here's your low block.
That's so mean. That's so mean. I love what he's doing here, man. This is he's actually abusing Connor's 5 hand size right now. It's so hardcore. And then here's just 6 damage that you just cannot stop. You just can't do anything about it. Ooh. Okay. I don't hate this either. Although the check makes me feel not as enthralled by this play. I think this might be a little greedy. We're already stealing 2 momentum. I mean, it's
Like, here's the thing: is we have
can
we
he
don't
count to 17, right? Because we just put 2 low blocks on top, right? So can he count to 17? Actually, I think he has to, right? There's no way he does this if he hasn't already counted to 17, right?
Yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
our requestings will be online after this. Oh my god, this is nuts. This is really
Yeah.
nuts. This is a crazy line. This is it's like such an insane middle ground between both spectrums that I was suggesting. We've stacked our rivals deck, but not because we're done poking. Because now when we put these 2 low blocks on top, they just don't get to stop our attacks.
Yep.
If this goes in, and then man, this is crazy.
Here comes Destined, and we're gonna draw an attack. Hey,
Yeah.
there's a jolt.
It was a pretty nice electric jolt there. So this floats, and then if we send in a home run comet after this, oh, but he got to ready passing with the requesting. So this is not as absolute as it was before. He does have the chance to draw something he can block with.
Yeah, I would be. I think I would start sending. I think I think I have to do this. Is I think you got like this is. I would do a -1 damage with the self-sacrifice at this point.
I think you're right. I think you're right because like I mean we've thought about it this way that he's only doing this if he's already counted to 17. Maybe he hasn't counted to 17, factoring in self-sacrifice on every attack. Ooh, this is really, really, really hair tight. This is like
4, 5, 6, 7. I know I have like a 5 on top, so I'm committing 2 more. I then ready 2 back up.
Yeah.
Like it's all gonna it's gonna come down to it's like he activated fakes.
Oh man, he did activate fakes. So this is really awkward now because we can throw a foundation away and fail this check and then continue.
No, you can't.
You can't?
Challenge the fakes is if you not block your rival's next check to play and attack gets -1.
You're right. Sorry, we can throw an attack away if we have it to fail this one. But then is there still going to be a 5 on top?
That's the issue.
Is there still going to be a 5 on top is the issue. And if there's not, can we fight through it? There's a lot of variables now. So that's honestly.
Oh, we get the peak. We get the peak.
Oh, that's busted. Oh, that's busted, man. Oh, how churlish. So even with the 5 on top, which has become a 3 after challenging, we're not interested in paying for it. So we opt to fail that one. And now we're going to go in with another sound waves. Wowza. So, you know, we lied to you guys all. We're not getting to draw a card on this one. We're never getting to draw a card. This man, this is
guess what? There was another specialist.
Is that 15?
That is 3 plus. That is 7, 8.
Oh my god! If he would have
self-sacrificed,
I'm losing my mind, Jesse. Oh my goodness! Actually, exactly 15. Yep. He did count without the self-sacrifice, and boom. There it is. We get the fist pump, and that's going to put a little wrap on game 1. Holy cow. Talk about some hair-thin margins. Holy cow, that was crazy.
Yeah. Okay. There is, in the sideboard of 4th kind, there is a 1-dot for Kido Sato.
Do you think there's a chance we become Sato?
You're losing approximately, let's see, you're 29. So you're losing 5 health for +1 hand size, but also the ability to just draw on command.
That's true. I mean, we the big thing about everything we just saw, right, is our 5 hand size got very abused that whole game right there. But the other big thing here, right, is a lot of that was because of what we did, right?
Yep.
We're definitely not going to do that again.
No.
We're definitely not going to do that again. We're not going to 0 in hand again. I promise you that.
No.
We're not entertaining that thought process this game. So maybe we don't quite need to become Sato per se, but we definitely need to think about those plays and those lines, and if they're things we're allowed to do anymore, because we got very, 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 very punished right there.
All right, so Jiro's board here. The only things I'm thinking I think the cheerleaders are coming back in. I could expect the wall. I might expect the wall clings.
We're definitely going to see the wall clings, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised to see the sports festival stadiums, right?
Yeah.
Because fourth kind is after you block with an attack, right? So you get to discard the attack before he responds because you're turn player. That's pretty spicy. Also,
Yep.
we didn't get hit by it that game, but the ice slide tackles are in there. We don't want to deal with that.
Nope.
Yeah, man, that was crazy. Seeing Grant in the tank like that going through that turn was really, really, really sick. That was such an impressive line of chaining those flash attacks and manipulating the top cards. Like that is the quintessential moment of this is what separates the Jiro players. This is what separates the top end of them versus the bottom end. This guy's smarter than the average Jiro right here. I would have never in a million years have thought to go, holy cow, what if I just put 2 low blocks on top of my rival's deck and then only gave them 1 enhanced step, even when they can ready the pass and torch to use on the next one. They'll never get to use it because I'm then going to flash to exactly lethal. Oh, I'm just still reeling for that game. Yeah. That was so awesome, Jesse. That was just like some peak Universus right there.
Self-sacrifice. So I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like, just self-sacrifice, and we now have, you might have an out to it. Like, because I did not expect. He had the other specialist in hand, the other sound waves in hand. I'm like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was so crazy. You know, again, it was a line that fourth kind, you know, I don't want to say walked into, but Connor presented the line. Connor set up the circumstances to present that line, and then Grant, you know, the gears turned, right? The gears turned and the cogs churned, and the smoke was pumping, and then man, oh man, he found such an intricate and interesting line to victory. I love it. That was so cool to see. Definitely Connor's gonna have to put his dukes up from here on out. You know, getting to go first is gonna be fantastic this game as opposed to the previous one. We're not necessarily gonna be playing from the back seat, even though honestly both players, you know, stabilized really, really, really well into the mid game, right? Like that was a very, very proper mid game.
Yep.
So as far as man, he's the league invitations, right? They're just like,
there we go. Okay,
they're a part of our character
on the board.
We did get the mastermind on board, so we're gonna be able to do a lot more interacting with all of these very, very, very annoying check games that Grant is playing, and then boom, the cheerleader comes out right away. Interaction? I think not.
I think Grant like this, like he's playing that one diff. He's playing feeling cute, and he's like, "No two, please, no two."
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
like,
quite literally.
Are you gonna fire off a 5? Like, do you fire off? Yep, same amount of 5. Yep.
Ooh,
right.
That's rough. Not a fantastic build on Grant's side. If fourth kind finds what fourth kind wants to find, if Connor gets some solid aggression in his hand here, we could take the inch we've been given and go a mile with it.
Yeah. That's a good start.
Reciprocal extend is definitely a good start. Literally, the attack that you never want to block, but the main issue with this attack is that, okay, well, if he sends like a high engine kick next, I'm just not even able to block the 10 high. So I guess I got to block the 4 mid for 4, but then I take the 10 high for 10. Like, man, extending the high engine kick is the 4th, and this deck is so strong.
Yeah. This is one of those this is one of those attacks of like, all right, so we're just gonna flip and draw. We're just gonna draw a lot of cards here. We're just gonna. All right, you get to see the next two. You get to tell me what I'm drawing for the extend.
Yeah, we are most definitely going to find some cards here. If we have a high engine kick, this is going to be like the freest 10 damage poke turn in the entire galaxy.
Yep.
And there's a very, very solid chance we could have even more. Again, it's just, are we going to, is Fate going to present the same 5 hand size problems before us as it did in our game 1, or is it going to help us skate really well through this early game? We get to put an immense amount of pressure on this turn. We get to put an immense amount of pressure on if we find it.
I mean, I could see an activation like doing the enhance, the commit enhance on League of Invitation here, and just be like, do you want to like pass for a bunch of damage? But it looks like he doesn't even want to block this. It's like, all right, I'm in this for free. I'm like, well, you're gonna get everything else you're gonna get the next attack for free.
Ooh, come on, show me high engine kick as the 4th. Come on, show me that. Show me the 10 high for 10, baby. Show it to me. I want to see the high engine kick so bad right now.
Just you accepted this. Like,
see this? This is my 4 diff. This is what my 4 diff does.
There's fakes again.
Yes.
Oh
yes. Yes. I'm so here for this right now. I'm so here for this. This is gonna be really, really, really scary. We're gonna get to put the -3 on it, but if we have that attack to discard, it's still gonna be really tough to block this.
I think I see an orange. I think I see orange in there. I think he's making that decision here of like
he's thinking,
is this worth like so we're down to 3 speed. This might be the one we just activate the enhance on invitation and just be like, activate the enhance invitation. It's -2 to your, like essentially -2 to your check.
Yeah, like don't do the flip. Just commit for essentially +2 speed. I think that could make some serious math difference right now. We lost 3 speed and then discarding the 1.3. He says, "Yeah, I'm not really down to play the low block zone lottery with you right now. I'm going to get rid of this to go for my guaranteed damage."
There we go.
High engine. Yes, I love it. This is now. Let's see.
I'm putting you to 13.
Yeah. Like I said, this is the freest 10 damage poke in the entire world.
And we'll build that self-sacrifice again.
And now we're committing. We don't care anymore. We don't. We are.
I don't think Jiro is going to, with these 3 foundations. I don't expect the Jiro fire off to happen.
No. Also, what are we going to do with a self-sacrifice and a gotcha, Jesse?
Exactly.
We ain't going to block with them. We're not going to block with them anytime soon.
I think we're going to have we might be seeing a fast game 2 here.
This is the writing on the wall to lead into a game 3 here is oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this poor man right here.
So all right, we're gonna block this.
Oh my god. Jesse, what if we have an ice slide tackle in our hand right now?
If there's an ice slide tackle in this hand, I would be committing that. If there is no ice slide tackle, I'd be committing the cheerleader. Let's take that out of the equation and just be like, all right, what do you have in your hand? To try
if as Grant, if Connor shows me an ice slide block on this one, I think I'd like to go to game 3.
Yeah,
I would lose all hope. I'd
like to go first,
enough, man. Yep. Let's just run that one back, Craig. Run that one back. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely gonna do everything we can to try and play out of the situation.
Yeah, like,
that's not a 7. That's not a 7 at all.
Why is wow? Yes, double 3s on top probably. If he's like showing that, like if he's showing that 3 there, it's like, well, either like we're just still gets the hit.
Yeah,
but it's been blocked, and I'm gonna pick up my extend again.
Yeah, wow. I'm surprised we didn't extend into extend on our previous turn.
Yeah, double 3s on top.
Yeah, double 3s.
That's
rough stuff. Double destined. I I don't know that you get to build one more here, bud. Unless you're just like
No.
ready to go to game 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless you're, I mean,
He's like, am I gonna give myself a fighting chance? Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. This is where Fourth Kind does the dirty work. Like,
Yeah, honestly, this is the most textbook fourth kind game I've seen in my entire life.
yep.
This is Grant's deck not firing on all cylinders and Connor living in magical Christmas land.
Yeah. But it's like, do I draw 2 more attacks? Like, I have an extended hand. Do I draw another kick? Are we going to the next game?
Yeah. I mean, we don't have any draw power on board. You know, it's just going to be the extend, but even getting 6 cards a turn here is a pretty hefty amount to go through. If we can find like anything really, like 13 is just like so little. 13 is just such little health for fourth kind.
Yep. 3, 4. All right.
No, not our 1.3. We need that now. We need that now.
The best thing going is, and it's kind of sucks for it, is like he can do the Jiro, and if he finds like 2 things he needs, he just starts activating the Destins and be like, all right, I'm gonna draw these. I've been like I have like, that's all I have, my only line here.
Yeah, it's certainly not an attractive position to be in right now. You know, Grant's just going to kind of be pedaling from here on out and just praying that Connor, you know, just stops and slows down a little bit at some point.
I want this.
Oh,
it's a good one.
We do want that. That's true. That's true. He makes true points.
Now I'm looking at the. All right, so I have a way we could really make this a pestering play.
Oh yeah.
We self-sacrifice and respond. Oh, we're gonna make a check. Like, make a check at the sticks.
Yeah, the Mastermind's Apprentice checks a season the advantage. Says you can commit one, or you can give me +2 speed. So you're probably gonna commit one, unless you just don't plan on blocking this, right? Then you don't, I guess. It just depends if he plans on blocking this. I feel like you have to block this because you can't block the next one. I don't know. I don't know if there's any kick that we could send in that is blockable with only our 2 ready foundations.
No.
No,
I see, like, if it's reciprocal burst, this game's over. If it's another extend, that's not blockable. Like, ice slide tackles could just be
6 speed, like, is blockable, kind of, depending on the situation. It's certainly possible, but we also do still have the Mastermind's Apprentice, so it's really like at least 7 speed if he commits 1 and checks well.
And then also he has the self-sacrifice respond with heroic lineage for 2 more speed, so we get +1, +2, +1. So there's that push pressure there.
Lineage is on speed pump, so it would have to be to the Apprentice.
Oh, I'm sorry, to the Apprentice. Yeah, like you just activate another. If it's Apprentice goes through, it's like 2 days. It's another.
Yeah, but also if we send in a kick, we can lineage anyway because it's gonna come in with 2/2. There's like a million ways that we can. Oh no! Oh no! I missed.
Nope.
Yeah, this is rough. Only being at 9 now.
Everything is coming up Millhouse here for the fourth guy. That's
Connor's just getting to live like Larry this game. To be quite honest, he's, like I said, literally just firing on all cylinders. 101%. Any kick comes in with 6 damage. This is the 4th one, and it's going to be just decimating. A Vile Seizing could get the job done. I mean, if we mastermind it, it's going to be the equivalent of 4 speed if he checks well and commits 1.
Yep.
It's certainly going to come down to the math, but there's also no reason not to throw this out, kick or not. It's going to, it's going to draw a card, and what are you going to do next turn? Kill me? I don't know about all that.
Checks a 6, like. Do you want, like, the damage doesn't help here. It's like it's him drawing a card that you should be more concerned about, because like I've seen the 4 kinds do the crazy. I'll play this on an 8, but I have everything to pass it. Like,
right. There's certainly a world where if he draws another move here, it will get played. It just will. I mean, maybe if it doesn't do 9, it might not. I don't know. Obviously, that depends on the move. A 1.3 would get jammed no matter what. Oh, okay. Goes to commit Jiro for it.
So
Interesting.
no 2 damage. All right, we're gonna check out the top card. It's just blind shots of specialist. Okay.
Yeah, we sure do have double sound waves in hand. Kind of epic. So it's the vial season is going to be 8 damage, and I mean we can just self sack it for lethal.
I think we do the. I think we're doing activate the. I think first we try to activate the apprentice.
We definitely do the apprentice, right? Because it's either going to get 2 speed or he's going to check well, and then he'll have to commit 1. Yeah, so he'll have to commit 1, and now it's a 3-speed move. It's just going to depend on the on the mod he has, right? If he has,
well, he has sound waves.
He does have sound waves, so he just can't check bad, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna self sack it just to make sure that it's lethal.
Yep. Please present damage.
Yeah, literally just damage on a silver platter right now. And it's just going to be up to what's left on the top of Grant's deck at this point. This is our Connor's deck has certainly finally slowed down, but we might just be so ahead that this could still be a lethal vial season.
Yeah. Because he could still just check a 3, and then we go like
he could on a 4. Oh, checks the 4. Beautiful. Right on the money. Right on the money, but half damage is half damage. Now, let's see. Connor has 1 card. Oh, yeah, we do get a draw card. We have so many cards in our hand.
Connor has 2 cards because he drew from the extend.
Right.
Yeah. So does he have another one to fire off? Nope.
Okay. Just a little requesting assistance.
That's a 3.
He's just sitting there like, man, I really wanted to draw those. His little posture. So, yeah, commit the self-sacrifice. Oh, we're just gonna play the whole hand.
No. I don't. That's even at the health total we're at. Like I would not play the full hand. Especially if we have another attack like that we could block with.
Well, if we had another attack, we would have played it. Because anything does 4.
Anything does 4 here.
So, man, this is by the hair of our chinny chin chin. Grant gets to survive that turn. From here on out, though, he's still in a really, really rough spot. Just 4th kind with this monstrous health total remaining. What can we really do on such a low foundation count? If we build anything, we're in once per game territory, and then we really got to ask Connor's deck to go cold.
Mm-hmm. So we have a sound waves. We know we have that in there because we picked up 2 last turn.
We did. We picked up 2 and we blocked with 1. So we do have some stuff available to us, and we've got the 1 momentum, the grav lift.
Yes, we have a grav lift.
Yeah, I mean we have resources.
I don't see 30 happening though.
No, and that's kind of the issue is I don't see 30 happening, but like we got to do something. But I also don't see how we do something and then also not die next turn. It is a really rough spot for Grant to be in here. Opening with a double jab pummel.
Yeah.
We do have a 6 on top for what that's worth.
Yeah.
But man, this is certainly not the play. This is certainly not the turn.
Yeah. I think also Kyra's gotta think like is this my 1 in like I think you're not firing. Okay, we're just gonna make this super blockable.
0 speed?
Yeah, we're just gonna 0 speed it. We'll request you to get it back up.
Sure. Right. Why not?
I think we're waiting to see if he fires off the Jiro here. Like
yeah, that's tough too.
Before I would start making him make checks. Like just be like, I'll block this. Like he's probably sitting comfortably on a reciprocal extend again, a high end or like you have to think. I keep wanting to think there's an attack there, but I
There's
know
no attack in hand.
He would have killed him.
We'd be in game 3 if that one card there was an attack.
No,
I
and
promise you.
It just sits to me thinking maybe it would
so close yet so far. It's crazy too because we like hardcore checked around all of our 1.3s that turn.
Yeah.
It was so sad.
There's the ready up. I'm like, okay, we're blocking.
Yeah, I mean, right now Connor's just providing like the utmost respect to Grant, right? He's just saying like, look, I know I'm like so far ahead right now, but I'm not letting you do anything.
Make a check.
Yep. I mean, we know there's a
check's a 6.
Yeah, we got to peek it with the specialist of sound.
Like, get rid of that. We don't want that anymore. I am gonna draw 1.
Ooh, okay.
Now we can be spicy. Now we can be spicy.
Yeah, now we can do things. Now we can do things. So we have the lineage for the half block. Certainly not going to be too punishing. Yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, that's the only time you're ever going to get to block with that, right? So might as well.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, I guess if he's got some instant explosive release stuff now, that half block's going to be mega valuable. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Well, let me not speak too soon. We're going to be snapping some momentum in. Anything is starting to get possible this turn.
I could definitely see a fourth kind line here of like, okay, let's like if we have a high block here, like there we go, just -1. It's like I'll take 2.
Yeah, if anything is going to slow down Grant from making stuff happen this turn, it is most certainly going to be that. Given the fact that we open with a double jab pummel, I highly doubt that we have the attack count or quality in our hand to throw one away to this -2 to check.
Yeah.
Is that a sound waves in his hand?
I think so. Wow. I think all 3 of he has 3 of his 4 indiscriminate shocks are in the yard.
Yeah, because we discarded one for the high engine on turn 1.
That sucks.
We sure have checked a 1.
We sure checked a 1 and we are passing it.
Bro, full send it. we're too committed at this point. We're just too committed.
A 6. It's like I am putting damage on this. I am.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly have our 6 to stack now. But yeah, we're very down on the 1.3 million train right now. We threw away 1 to our high engine kick on turn 2, and then last turn we checked 2 of them.
Yep.
We completely weaved around drawing our 1.3 millions.
Yeah. All right, so we're definitely on the. I'm responding with this for -3 speed. It's like I think I have a high block. I think there's a high block in hand.
Yeah, I mean, there's a time to do it. This one is a perfectly fine one. I mean, maybe a home run comet comes in and kills you, but it'd be pretty tough to orchestrate a line like that right now. I mean, you could like sound waves into a home run, but I don't think that that's 25.
Yep.
Fourth kind just still has a lot of health to spare, so he's really in a position to kind of just do whatever he wants. It's possible that Grant's considering to go for the defensive play again. Yeah, he's picking up his opponent's discard pile. We might just be going for that double stack of foundations onto Connor's deck.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like he's sending him. He's looking for the low block ones. He's like, you only get to build these, man. You only get to build these.
Yeah.
Looks like tape is our other option. The big issue though, right, is that like it's only a partial stack because we do still get to block this sound waves and then take one of those off the top. So, I mean, it doesn't feel great, but I mean, yeah, I guess you kind of just have to play to your outs,
Yeah. All right, here goes the block.
We'll at least feel
a high block attack.
That is the question. It could now be an attack. We drew a card. It could now
Nope.
be an attack. It's a high block though.
Nope. Yeah.
It is a very, very nice high block. So we're going to be able to keep our rival off of some more momentum. And now, I mean, now we're just going to kind of have to pray.
Couple assistants. Oh,
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Look at him.
Grant is just
Oh,
controlling attacks here.
he's in shambles. He's in shambles right now. The posture. Grant, no, believe in yourself, Grant. You can do this, man. You can do this.
Ooh.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
I like, okay, now Fourth Kind's online. Like, it's like, all right, you get to flash the first one.
Mhm.
You can flash the first one. Maybe it's enough, but we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to pray that he bricks again, right? He's like a four-hander this turn, you know?
All right, so I see a jolt.
Yeah. If we just send a jolt, he has to flash it because the EX will kill us.
EX kills. Oh, never mind. He has jolt and eye engine.
So
We're just like
we're
jolt,
gonna
like
we're
yeah,
gonna
just
try
baiting.
and
We're
gonna
baiting.
try and I mean you have to flash this because if you don't, you just get once per game. So you have to flash this, and then we just send in jolt and we EX it for 1 million. Yeah. Yeah.
You also get to play the game of if you start readying stuff. I'm like, all right, we commit 4. Like,
yeah. Yeah, we can't even ready stuff, right? We would go first, we would go first enhance once per game, and then it all just goes down. Yeah, you have to flash this, otherwise your cheerleader gets once per games down, and then after you flash this, you just die to the 1,000,000 speed electric jolt. Oh no, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Oh no.
Go to blocks. Oh. That's enough. It's like I have to go.
Yeah, I mean he's just showing him the jolt. The health, the health totals at the top are not correct. They're the ones on their life counter are right. Jiro,
like 4.
yeah, Grant was at 4. Yeah, so we just had to EX a jolt for game, but it would have been very funny. It would have been very, very funny if we went into Fourth Kind's turn with 1 health and then we just went, hey, it's electric jolt.
All right. Game 3. All the marbles here.
Yeah, this one's for the big one. This one's for the big old golden vial seizing.
Yeah, golden vial seizing. Grant gets to go first. But see if his I would this is where I would be doing after those checks, I'd be doing a pile shuffle.
Oh yeah. 100%. I would not allow my deck to do that to me again this game. I would most certainly not. I'd be getting the smoothest and the cleanest of shuffles in, as honestly both of these players, right? Both of these players should be getting some really, really clean shuffles in. As you said, Mr. Servini, this one is for all the marbles. These guys are already in the grand finals, fighting for everything on the top of the line. You got to get those chibi promos, man. Got to get those chibis.
Chibi promo.
Got to get those chibis.
Also, just as a quick reminder, it is past 12 Eastern on the East Coast, and the previews for today have gone up.
Don't do this.
Let me tell you, they are spicy. And when you have a chance after this finals has finished, I would go check them out. They Lavilian got some attacks that really make them interesting. I'll tell you that much.
Jesse, don't do this to me, Jesse. I'm trying to do my job, sir.
I'm just giving the tease. I'm like, hey, you have a secondary device to be able to go and check them out. I would take a moment and do so. If you're only on one device, I would wait till after this finals is finished.
Yeah. Also, you know what that means? That means on our final come in, it's not good morning heroes anymore. It's good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
We've finally crossed the threshold. It's been this has been one of the longest top cuts in quite a while, Jesse.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going into just about hour 7 as we get a few minutes into this game. Certainly some real hefty ones, courtesy of Miss Momo and Mr. Endeavor 2, really plaguing. I don't want to say plaguing. That's a negatively connotated word. Just really making their name in this top cuts.
So Jiro gets a build 3, but doesn't get any of like the trick lines here. It's like feeling cute.
They suck. You can say they suck, Jesse.
There's like release is good, but release is not what you want in this situation.
Unassuming is the political word for these foundations.
Well, Fourth Kind just goes, gonna.
Yeah, I'm just gonna build my whole hand on you.
No, not the whole hand. He's got one. It's like I'm gonna build 5. Commit my character. I don't think you got this.
He was thinking about it. He just didn't want to get beat up by a bunch of sound waves again.
I think that shock treatment is gonna be really powerful this game.
If Grant cannot really grow and accelerate his stage really quickly, yes, it'll be huge. It'll be massive.
Oh, 6 on top.
Yo, 6 on the top though. 6 on the top though. If we want to challenge him to fakes this though, we can kind of mitigate that 6 being there.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad plan in this situation.
Yeah, just take 6. It's like, okay, I guess.
Because he's not going to fire off the Jiro's not going to fire. I wouldn't expect Grant to fire off the once return here. I was like, yep. We'll just put it to 6. We got.
Yeah, I think that's super duper fine. You also don't really want to. I don't know. It feels bad to use your 1 block of the turn on a throw. It just feels so bad.
Yeah.
Like I'm just give me the 6, man. It's okay.
I'm gonna draw a card.
Passing comes in. Passing comes in to draw a card. Being able to open passing feels really good this game. You know, we don't have like our league invitation or anything like that, but just immediately being, you know, this is dirty. This is dirty on a 4, check a 4. Oh, that's filthy, Grant. Oh, that's so filthy, man. Especially with the instant explosive release of all things, snapping itself into momentum after this. We might we're seeing some Jiro things happen right now, Jesse. Yep. You know, despite in the face of this in the spite of this very unimpressive build on Grant's end and the really impressive build on Connor's end, we are still just seeing Grant utilize the power of the attacks inside of this deck, the guaranteed damage, the change, the snap momentum, and of course the power of Jiro as a whole, as a character, all coming together to still deliver some insane amounts of damage, even on this super early game weak build scenario.
Yeah. All right, so we got the connect there. We're down to.
Oh, he 25. Has a sound waves, doesn't he? We just peaked our discard pile. Oh yeah. Oh, this is putrid. This is putrid, and the checks are rolling in for us as well.
This is the greedy Jiro line. Like, all right, I'm gonna. The problem is 34. That's the.
Yep. The good thing is though is that we haven't committed a single resource yet, right?
Yep.
This is
there's another wave in the art too. Like,
oh my goodness. I could see a world where we just we go for the other sound waves just to draw cards. Just to draw cards and then try and build like a few foundations. I think it's probably okay to
I don't think you build to 6.
You don't think so? What if we can build to like 7 or 8?
10? Okay. Maybe we'll talk here. All right, so 3,
I don't
4,
know.
5.
It depends what we have in our hands.
We fired off. We got a block here on the 7. The 7 damage one getting blocked. Probably better than the 5 damage one getting blocked.
Oh, for sure. Sure.
Like, all right.
Or the 6 damage one. But still less. Still less.
I mean, I'd like to see a second bond here, but like just block again. Like, all right, blocked again.
It'd be kind of epic. I mean, either way, the cantrips are rolling in here. I mean, if you're not going to if you wouldn't build into once per game territory here, when would you, right? It's kind of the issue. Let's see. I mean, he's at 25 right now. If we do have to take this on a chin, it's going to pretty. I think the second we get like under 20, that's when I'm like, yeah, Grant could kill at any point in time.
Yeah. Once we hit that number, it's good luck.
Yeah, especially with some momentum, right? We've already got 1 guaranteed momentum after this turn. If this sound waves gets any damage, then we're going to have 2 going into next turn. One of them being a grab lift. You know, I think like you just, I mean, you build in and then you just say, hey, bro, you got to finish it next turn. Ooh, we get the Vile Seizing block out of him. It's gonna be here to stay though,
Yep,
outside of our hand because our fourth kind is very committed. We're not gonna get to pick this bad boy up, but the breaker might trip us up a little bit.
that's true. I think the breaker's gonna like if you're trying to play. I like. Oh, I want to play that like
What? What? What?
on a 4, 5, 7. All right, just gonna. Merp, merp.
This is most certainly a line.
This is due 27 to me.
Yeah. Which I mean, I guess if we're I guess if we were gonna the other route here was go into once per game territory, which is also a do 27 line to me.
Yeah.
So why don't I just enter the do 27 line to me that also says do, a million to you?
Yeah. Like, all right, go to 12.
Yeah. And now he says, hey dude, I'm committed out. I'm gonna be committed out either way because you're fourth kind. Figure it out, I've
Yeah.
I've got
Plus those sound waves. The sound waves going to discard. If you find more sound waves, we're just on the chain here. It's like
yeah, I mean we've got 2 momentum, right?
Yeah. we have
2
3.
two yeah, 3 momentum. 2 foundations are not
Right?
I mean there's a world where like, like the big issue here is that how fourth kind does 27 out of nowhere. It's with rolling 1.3s. We only have 2 foundations. Our
Yeah.
1.3s are currently capping out at
9.
7 damage.
7 damage. Yeah. So 7.
You
Next
know,
one comes in. Yeah. It's like we gotta
mean,
throw 3. We have to throw 3 attacks that don't get. They have no. They like and play through.
it would
Yeah,
be
Connor's
crazy.
doing math. So
Yeah, that's scary.
we're like, all right, what can I check? What can he check?
I think the point here was, I think the point that Grant really wanted to push with that turn and with that play as a whole, was just I want to put Connor on the back foot. I want to put him on the back foot. I want to pressure him into a situation where he doesn't feel good no matter how he plays his turn. And I do think that that's what we've done. I think that's what we've successfully achieved. Now, if we can stabilize from this point onwards and still win the game, that is the big question.
Yep.
If Connor does just like aggressively build here, can we finish the game as Grant next turn on our 2 foundations?
That's a
tall order.
Yeah, that's a tall order.
It's a very tall order.
Like this is where you just like I pester build and see what like this is the we're gonna find out what we're gonna mess around and we're gonna find out some answers here. But like he's got
I see the 1.3.
Yep.
I honestly I think his best line this turn is just triple foundation and then 1.3 and then just say, hey, you got the low block, figure it out.
Yep.
On a 4. Yeah,
yep.
beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah. No, like we're gonna just like super duper low block check him right here with this 11 damage move. Jiro's gonna get to do a little bit of scouting, which I mean that's just the trade-off of giving your rival an enhanced step, something that Jiro gets to avoid when we have sound waves. But I mean, with all this momentum, if we just find another sound waves, man, there's a lot of things that could be rolling. We will be in trouble the second that we give our rival an enhanced step because that shock treatment is going to commit 50% of our stage.
Yeah.
But if we never allow our rival to interact with our moves, then we don't have to worry about that.
I definitely can see like, we're just like, all right, I'm gonna blow up the shock treatment. What do you got? Oh. I'll commit for 1 speed.
Yeah, I'll commit for 1 speed all day. I'll commit that definitely changes Jiro's blocking margins for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Because now if we have a +1 block, we can't check bad anymore.
Yeah. Like we know what's on top. So we have that number. We had that information.
Yeah, we're not gonna walk into a failed block.
It might just be eating this.
That would be pretty spooky. It would be very, very, very sad for Grant if that's where that ended up. So on a 5, check a 5, beautiful, but it is a nice half block. So, 6 damage is nothing to scoff at by any means.
Yep.
And now we just have to, can we survive is the question.
Just
if we
move
get the
those
sound waves,
like I'll take a momentum and move these down. Go.
Yep, they're coming right down, and now it's just a matter of hey man, can you do the sound waves thing again? Because the second you stop doing a sound waves thing, my enhances are gonna wreck you. But if we never get there, we never get there. Ooh, okay. Oh man. Oh man, that's rough.
That's rough.
That's
well, we don't have the shock treatment now. So
yeah, I guess that's like kind of okay because one was gonna get committed by the shock treatment anyway, right?
Yep.
So
we're gonna do some looking here. We're gonna get our knowledge.
I mean, honestly, if we grav lift this grav lift and then go into a sound waves chain, we're still fine.
Yeah.
Which is the craziest part. Depending on what's on the top of our deck.
Yeah, because we can't. We're not gonna fake this. We're not gonna fake. We're not gonna do that here. That's we're taking too much damage. I don't think we can't give him a free 6 damage here. That's not happening. So we're just
no. I don't know I don't think you're allowed to go to 6 health right now.
Yeah. We're looking at hand. We're looking at.
So the issue though is if you block this and then Grant goes into, and if you block this and Grant has a sound waves, you lose.
Yeah.
The game is over. The game is over unless you passing right now. You got to passing on this one is the only way to avoid that. But then, the block is still up to fate there, right? That's there's still just a lot of variables, man. This it's a rough spot to be in. We just don't have the cards right now. But at the same time, if we didn't build, if we didn't build, it's still really, really rough. There's a lot to think about right now. We have the citywide crisis, which, can at least guarantee a block if we get to that position.
We're gonna do a ready.
Okay.
I think that shows. I wonder if we have I want to see an ice slide here.
You want to see our other ice slide in hand? That would be pretty spicy.
Just like ice slide block, pick it back up. What do you got?
Yeah, because if we block this, we're still taking 4, right? So we'll go to 8. At that point, man, there's so many things that just smack us around. Do you think that, man, I don't know. Maybe he could just go for, maybe we could just go for a challenging the fakes here. I know we just said that we're not allowed to go to 6, but maybe that would just be the play. Your next one's -2. So you have to have a sound waves. The issue is if they lift the lifted, right? So if we sound waves after this on a challenging the fakes and we check a 5, it still passes because then it's a 3.
Or an instant explosive release.
An instant would be so messed up.
Yeah, there's too many three different attacks here for this.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think that our challenge in the fakes is going to be employed very, very well, at least on this attack, but maybe not this turn.
If you look at these board states, you would think all right, Connor's a million miles ahead here, but he's definitely not in this.
It's crazy how in the tank we are right now, and how scared we are right now for Connor, while he's got these 8 foundations versus Grant's 2.
I feel like he wants to he's deciding all right, he pulls it.
He's going for it. He says he says I'm going to make you have to have a 3 diff attack, right?
Yep.
There's also a world where he has the 3 diff attack in hand and then Jiro scouted and left a 3 on top because he was like, well, I'm going to play on a 3, so I'll check a 3. Maybe at the same time though, to go for that play with the fakes on board. We just got to see what's next. We just got to see what's next and what's on the top with another grab lift. Oh, okay. So we're throwing this away. We did leave the 3 on top. Now we play our 3 diff, right?
Yep.
Right. Grant, don't leave me hanging. Man. We slammed that lift down so fast. Come on. There's gotta be a little more going on here. Oh, are we looking through the discard? If we look into the discard pile right now, nope. We're just doing a little.
If we were, I really think we would have started. We would have started like, hey, we're like, it's just now we're on the. Does fourth guy have a high block attack and can double fire, and just like block, because he has the heroic lineage, so he gets one in for free.
Yeah.
And then you can pick it back up, and then you get another one. It's like, all right, what do you have after that?
Yeah. This is he's giving me so much anxiety right now, Jesse. Grant, what do you have, Grant? What are you going into? Okay, we have the sound waves. We have the sound waves. Check. I think I mean this is well, this one's only gonna be 4 damage.
Like this is the one you can. This is the one like it's like, all right, it's for 4. I go to 2.
But I mean, we have all 3 sound waves, right? We can sound waves into sound waves into sound waves, and then it's just done, right? We have the 3rd sound waves because we've already gone through that.
No, I understand that, but we also so we take this one, go to 2, and we have to block the next 2.
Yeah, and we only have 1 card. If it's a high block attack that we get to pick up and block with 2 times, which honestly, if that's what it is, that makes him using the requesting to ready the gotcha make a lot more sense. Yeah. If he has a high block attack in his hand that he gets to pick up.
We are responding here.
Oh my God, he's got me on the edge of my seat right now.
Like now Grant's like, oh no.
Grant's like, oh my God, he's got the high block attack. I'm getting double blocked. No way. Oh my goodness. The margins, Jesse.
Yep.
Oh, this is so crazy.
Stack of 6.
Stack of 6 and go get our other sound waves. And I mean, we're just trying to flash our rival to death. But if he has the pickup, yep, he said, here's my polite and well-spoken. Here's my polite and well-spoken. Here's my sound waves. So let's see. He could have an ice slide tackle. He could have a vile seizing. There's definitely a few high block attacks. Jolt. There's so many high block attacks. Yeah. Come on. Although there's no way we wouldn't have sent a Jolt. That's my issue. It is our high block, but it is not an attack, and that he's not going to be able to pick it up, and that we're going to get the other sound waves coming in, flash after flash after flash. He says you've got every foundation on the board, you've got every enhance in the game, you've got the card draw, you've got the reset, you've got the ready, you're ready to challenge the fakes as well. None of that matters. These are my moves, not your moves. My interaction, not your interaction. Sound waves after sound waves after sound waves, pumping damage successively onto our 3 damage move, chaining a line all the way to victory, bringing Grant Padley as your Sheffield United Kingdom Regional License Exam Grand Champion. I know I'm like, I know I see it too.
Oh, you saw the 5 cards. He showed those 5 cards. He's like, he even looked at the top. You looked at the 1 card on top that would have been drawn, and it's like, well, that's not a high block either. And
nope. Nope. There was unfortunately for our good man Connor, our businessman fourth kind, he simply was not able to assemble the things. Amusingly enough, the game was lost with the man with 4 hands running out of cards in his hand. Poetic.
Yeah.
Poetic justice, poetic injustice, probably depends who you ask. But finally, the bridesmaid no longer. Kyoka Jiro taking it all the way home, bringing down an intense victory for this Sheffield Regional License Exam. What a finals, man. That was a nail-biter through and through.
That was definitely what we expected. We got 3 games out of it, and it was I thought when Jiro went to 2 foundations, I'm like,
It was it was really funny when I said game 1 was peak Universus. Yep. Game 2 was like then fourth kind only playing the game. Game 3, Grant was playing his own game. Grant was in his whole world. 2 foundations, that's all I need. What is a once per game? No, bro, I got two, bro. Wow, this one of the most unconventional games and unconventional grand finals that I have ever seen. What a blast it was to watch. What a thrill it was to commentate. I hope you guys all felt the same things sitting back at home, watching through your screens. And we, of course, appreciate you guys joining us along the entire way. I think Jesse and I are going to take a quick break. I'm not sure if we're able to get anything like an interview set up with these guys. Maybe they can move things around to get something set up. But if not, we're going to come back shortly to bid you guys adieu and sign off of a wonderful weekend of MHA CCG. We'll be right back, guys.